Hi, good morning and welcome to the March 23rd Planning Board meeting for the City of Miami Beach. I want to welcome everybody who is both a presenter, applicant, and participant in this meeting, and those from the community who would like to have some say in our ongoings and discussions that we have about various items that come before the board. With that, let me turn it over to our capable city attorney, Nick Kalergis, to read some information that we would want to share with the public about how to participate. We are still in a hybrid version of our meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the board. Today's meeting of the Planning Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with a quorum of the board physically present and remaining board members, applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 1-877-853-5257 and enter the webinar ID, which is 861-4342-6327#, or log into the Zoom app directly and enter the webinar ID, which again is 861-4342-6327. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Individuals who do not have access to a computer and wish to provide testimony or submit evidence in support of or opposition to an item scheduled to be heard today may appear in person at the Miami Beach Convention Center at 1901 Convention Center Drive through the Washington Avenue entrance, Art Deco room 237, at which location access to a computer will be provided. On quasi-judicial applications this morning, I will swear in each presenter on behalf of the board or member of the public wishing to speak. I'll ask each board member to disclose the names of any individuals with whom they've had ex parte communications. And before I swear in staff, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. So before we begin, I'd just like to swear in members of staff who will be providing testimony in today's meeting. So please state on the record whether you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
I do.
Thank you, Alejandro. Is Tom
on?
She's on a meeting.
Okay,
he'll be joining us a little later this morning.
I'll swear him in when he joins us. That's all for me, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So good morning again to everyone. Thank you to board members who have been able to attend in person here at the Convention Center. That allows us to be able to deal with some of the items that come before us and make sure that we're meeting the state of Florida requirements for our board to convene and deal with these issues. So thank you all for being in person. To our board members at home, thank you as well for your continued service to the city. And with that, I just want to do a little bit of housekeeping before I get started on the agenda. And one of those items is I got to watch the mayor's meeting, and I realized that I could be a little bit better. So thank you, Mayor Gelber, for showing me the way. And so one of the things that I do want to do is as we bring items before us, I want to get back to kind of our standard format. Which is, basically introducing the item with staff and then allowing the applicant to present and then coming back to allow the public to have comment on it. and then for the board to engage. And there's several reasons for that. I just noticed that we would sometimes jump the public, and I don't think that that's the best thing for us to do. And then the second part, I think it just can be a little bit better on my part to keep it orderly so that we maybe have some of our questions answered through the public comment period, and then having the opportunity for the applicant to respond. And then we can close the option for the public to speak, and then not have to go back to that, and then go straight into our deliberations with the applicant. So with that, just allow me to try this format. And then one other addition, what I learned from the mayor is that he's able to do kind of like it's not a round robin, but he's actually using the tools that Zoom has available. And so what I'm going to ask you all to do is just kind of do the raise your hand. And what I found, and I'm not the best at this technology, but what I did find is that I can see the order in which you raise your hand. And then that way I don't have to try to remember who was trying to get in their response first or a question first. And I'll just do it in that order. Let's see if that can work for us a little bit better. And it's just about being efficient. So if it doesn't work for us, we'll take feedback, and then we'll try something different. But with that, I just wanted to make those announcements that we will try something. And folks at home will see something a little bit different than what they've seen. This is a lot easier in person, so bear with me as we deal with technology and circumstance of the pandemic. So with that, we have minutes from last meeting. Is any corrections to the meeting minutes, or anyone want to support approval of the minutes? Okay, it's been moved by Alex.
I'll second it.
Second by Mark Milan.
Okay, roll call. Ms. Bott. Is Ms. Bott absent? She hasn't joined us yet. Oh, she's on.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yeah.
Mr. Jelby?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
And Mr. Weider?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. One other thing I want to do, we're going to move the progress report items on the Clevelander and Il Giordano to the end of the meeting. And the reason we're going to do that is we're going to lose quorum. One of our planning board members has a loss in the family, more in the animal variety, but didn't want her to get too many calls this afternoon, wondering what had actually happened, but definitely needs to attend to a very important matter that she was able to push off until 3, but I just don't want to run out of time. So those two items, items number 2 and 3 on the Clevelander and Il Giordano, will be pushed to right before continued items. So jumping into our next item, let's go to item number 4, which is Planning Board File 20-0416, 1501 Collins Avenue. This is the NIE. Oh, I'm sorry. I read something wrong. I apologize. So these are continued items. And let's see, we got...
We have a few that don't require any action for the continued items. And I can name those off if you like.
Okay, please.
Okay, so items 4, 6, 7, and 8 will be renoticed for the April 27, 2021 meeting. So we don't need any action right now. Purposes in case anybody's on the line. So those are PB 21-0423, PB 21-0424, PB 21-0426, and PB 20-0341. Those will be renoticed, fully renoticed, so they don't require any action from the board. And then we have another item that's request for the applicant is actually going to be requesting withdrawal. That's item number 5. PB 20-0415, and I believe they're on the line to make that request. And then item 10, PB 20-0416, the applicant will be requesting a continuance. That's the NIE.
I have a different agenda for some reason. Let me see.
The 10th one we just found out about yesterday, item 10. So it's not listed as request for continuance. We just found out about that. The applicant's going to be requesting that today. We were prepared to proceed with the item.
Okay, so none of these items we need to do anything with, 4 through 9?
The ones that you need to take an action on is number 5 and number 9. Sorry, number 5 and number 10.
I think can we just restate the ones that are going to be renoticed? Rogelio, it might help if you just read the addresses and the short description, just so that because the public may not know the file numbers.
Okay, so the ones that will be renoticed. PB 21-0423 is the North Shore Historic District Tatum Waterway Expansion LDR Amendment. Number 6 is PB 21-0424. That's the RM3 oceanfront ground floor and rooftop additions in the Architectural District. Number 7 is PB 21-0426. That's vacation of a portion of the southern half of 21st Street between Collins Avenue and Miami Beach Drive. And then number 8, PB 20-0341. That's 2901 Indian Creek Drive, and that's a CUP for mechanical parking. So those will be renoticed.
Okay, so then the ones that we need to take action on is 1501 Collins Avenue, correct?
Correct.
And
then the lot split, which is PB 2075, which is PB 20-0415. The applicant will be requesting a withdrawal without prejudice.
Word number 6. Okay, so let's go ahead and these are going to be number 4. I'm sorry, 1501 Collins Avenue will be continued till next month.
Correct.
And then, so let's take that one. Anyone to move that item for continuance until next month?
Mr. Chairman, I believe, and I don't know if they still do, but I believe the applicant wanted to make the request. And then we need to open briefly to the public.
No problem. Let's go ahead. Who's the
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Graham Penn here.
Good morning, Graham.
Boulevard.
Wait, Mr. Chair, do we need to make disclosures on this yet, or because I do have a disclosure?
You can, you can make your disclosures now. Sure.
Okay. I did speak to Mr. Penn and his client, Mr. Greenberg, on this project.
Thank you. Do anyone else have any? Do any other board members have any disclosures to make on this application?
Yes, I received an email from Mr. Penn, and I called him back yesterday and was not able to speak to him. So that's the extent of it.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'd like to disclose to the attorney that I had communications with Mr. Penn as well and his clients, the applicants, and with members of 1501 Ocean Drive, Irene Baker.
Okay, thank you. Any other board members? Okay.
All right. Seeing none. Go ahead, Graham.
Thank you. And I'll be brief. We are truly excited about this development, and I think we've heard nothing but exciting things from all the stakeholders that we've met with in the last several months. So we were very excited to bring it forward today, but the one snafu we've run into is our immediate neighbor, 1500 Ocean. Their condominium board, and this is in the email that I sent to everyone yesterday, their condominium board had an election of all things last week where the board is completely different or mostly different. So what they've asked us to do is continue the item so that they can create the new board. We can meet to hopefully finalize any open issues that remain. We've tried over the last several months to resolve essentially all of them. And I think we're on that glide path, but they need to do it formally. So that's why we're requesting the continuance today to let us go forward in April. I know that Rory Greenberg is also online and might want to speak. And I think Tucker Gibbs, representing the 1500 Ocean, should be here. But again, we request the continuance to allow the board to form and for us to meet, and hopefully the board can take a formal position of support at the next meeting so we can move this exciting project forward.
Graham, did you want to turn it over to Rory? Or?
Sure.
Okay.
Rory,
and then we'll open to the public.
Great, thank you. Matthew, we're hearing you.
I clicked on mute. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Rory, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Do I need to give my address or anything, or can I speak?
You can go ahead and speak.
Okay. Yeah, just wanted to thank everyone for their time and their attention on this project. You know, this project started with my partner, Ricky, starting to acquire the real estate 7 years ago and put together a fractured condo building in a very prominent location within the city. And I think that, you know, there's a little bit of frustration on our side that we're not going to go through with the hearing today. I think at the end of the day, you know, if we look at the national headlines, the local headlines, and what's going on in the area, an article coming out tomorrow stating that, you know, Class A office coming to Ocean Drive and signaling the future of this neighborhood. I know this board and the mayor have worked very hard on you know, describing and coming up with a future for this neighborhood in this part of town. And, you know, we really would have liked to proceed. But having said that, you know, it's all about respecting your neighbors and being a good neighbor and working with the people around you to find a cohesive way to live next to each other. So we've respected 1500's wishes. I think we have one or two small open items with them, an hour here, an hour there on some operations, but we're pretty much in full agreement with them. And we have a ton of support from around town. So I hope the feeling is positive. This project is going to move forward. We're going to get approved next month, and we're going to help shape the future of Ocean Drive, which should change the whole entertainment district. So, you know, hoping whoever writes about this and whoever's listening is excited about the future of Ocean Drive. And we plan on being the North Gateway to Ocean Drive and capitalizing on the momentum Miami as a whole has, and not the current momentum around Ocean Drive. So just wanted to thank everyone for their time and attention. Look forward to spending the next 30 days refining the last few hours and minutes of operation hours and getting a unanimous approval next month and moving this thing forward and helping change our city. So thank you all for your time, and see you next month.
Absolutely. Thank you, Roy. Thank you, Graham. Let's see if we have any members from the public wanting to speak on this item.
Mr. Chairman, I see Tucker Gibbs with his hand up.
Yes, Mr. Gibbs.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Tucker Gibbs. I have offices at 3835 Utopia Court in Coconut Grove, and I'm representing the 1500 condominium, which is adjacent to the property. I'm just here to say that we're supporting the continuance to April and look forward to allowing the new board to meet with the developer and discuss the project and finalize any open issues. And that is it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mitch, you want to go ahead?
Hi, Mitch. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Of course. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. You were discussing a moment ago the dismal and dire state of Ocean Drive. I look to the planning board to reconsider and reevaluate all the conditional use permits which provide for open air entertainment. As I've been saying very publicly for nearly 8 years now, it is these permits which is the crux of our problem and which fuel the carnival-like circus on Ocean Drive, and which has now expanded throughout the entire neighborhood. Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mitch. I don't see any more, Nick, do you?
No, I don't see anyone either.
Okay, having seen no other requests from the public to speak on the item, we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak and bring it back to the board. Is there any comments before we find support or otherwise to move the item to be continued?
I'll just say that I'm very excited to hear this project.
Oh, wait. Hold on. We got to try this new system. All right. Wait, Alex had his hand.
Sorry.
First. So,
those young guys.
I'd like to defer to the vice chairman.
They know how to use the technology. Go ahead, Alex.
I would say that Alec would kick my butt on Jeopardy. He's quick with the button there.
Mr. Vice Chairman, please.
No, I was just going to say.
Okay, great.
Yeah, go ahead, Alex. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay.
Oh, Mark, you got to put your hand up. I'm not going to.
I got it. I got
technology.
I got to figure out how to do that.
There we go. All right. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And I want to thank the applicant for taking the time to explain the reason for the deferral and for taking the time to meet with the neighbors. That's of most importance. And I also want to correct for the record, I mentioned that I spoke with 1501 Ocean Drive. I meant to say 1500 Ocean Drive. Just want to be clear on the record. But again, thank you to the applicants for taking the time to meet with those neighbors. It's very important.
All right, Mark, go ahead. I see you still having trouble finding that little button.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get Alice to come over here and help me out with this in a second. But John, I just want to say I'm excited about the project. I was disappointed that it's getting delayed. I think it's an interesting, super interesting project, and it changing the dynamic of what's going on Ocean Drive area. And I think it sort of gives us a different vision of what we could be down there, which is super exciting for me. And I mean, with that, I'll go ahead and move to continue this matter until the April planning board meeting.
All right, it's been moved. Do we have a second on it?
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Vice Chair Milan and second by Alex Fernandez. Let's go ahead and take the roll call on this project. This will be a great one. I'm looking forward to it next month.
Okay, roll call, Ms. Bott. Ms. Bott, are you there? Okay, I'll come back to her. Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Mr. Jopi?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
And Mr. Weider?
Aye.
And Ms. Bott, are you on?
Yes, I'm on, and yes.
Okay, thank you. All righty, the motion passes 7-0.
Thank you very much. See you next month.
See you.
All right. So then we got one other item there that we would need to.
Can I just, Mr. Chair, I just want to say, for some reason, I don't think I'm listed as a panelist here. Therefore, I don't have the ability to raise my hand here. And I don't know if that's a way to.
Yeah, you are. Mark, you are. You just need to click on the participants tab.
I did, and I am not getting the screen, the ability to do it. I know how to use this program. So,
Mark, you have any children around who can trade?
Well, Alex is the youngest one on this board, so I asked him to help me. No, but and even he said it wasn't. For some reason, I'm not able to raise my hand here.
All right. Well, we may have to put a suspension on the rule, the new rule that just happened like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, sorry about that, Kareem. I do know how to use this program. I mean. I am the old guy, or one of the old guys, but
well, hey, Mark, listen, I do not know how to use this program. I am getting better by the day, so we will work with it. All right, so with that, let's go to our next item, and that will be the single-family lot split modification. Correct, Aurelio?
That's correct. I believe Matt Amster is going to be requesting that it be withdrawn without prejudice.
Okay, so Matt, you want to come on, and then Nick will swear you in.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Matt. I actually don't need to swear Matt in since he's appearing as counsel. So you can go ahead, Matt.
Thank you. Matt Amster with the law firm of Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here today representing Deep Pockets LLC, the applicant and owner of this property. We are still reevaluating the modification of unit size and think that it's best at this time that we withdraw without prejudice, which then gives us the opportunity when we're ready to move forward that we can then resubmit an application.
All right. let's see if we have anybody wanting to speak on this. Thank you, Matt. I don't see anyone wanting to speak on this item, so we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak on the item. Board members, do you have any comments on this, or if there's action to move it?
I'll move the deferral.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Board Member Alex Fernandez. I think the second came from David Weeder. Rogelio?
Just to clarify for the record, that's the withdraw. It's without prejudice, correct?
That is correct, so that they can come back.
Okay, so roll call, Ms. Bott,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro,
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez,
Yes.
Mr. Jopi,
Yes.
Mr. Milan.
Yes, and just I do note that I figured out how to raise my hand, so we can go back to the. It was something with my how I had my screen set up here. It wasn't showing, so we can go back to your Kareem. We could go back to your testing of your new methodology here.
You see, it's like a toy for me, right? I found something new to play with.
There you go.
Go to the head of the class now.
All right, and Mr. Weeder.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 7-0.
All right, perfect.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. Now, what do we have up next? Item number, I have it as number 10, the amendments to property of 10 acres or more. Is that the next item you have, Rogelio?
That's correct.
Okay, so
That's right.
This one is going to be continued to what date?
No, this one we're hearing. That's it for the continuances.
Okay, I'm sorry. I unfortunately I have the wrong agenda in front of me, so I apologize.
I apologize.
Let's bring this. Who's appearing on this item?
We should have Michael Larkin will be presenting on the applicant, and then I have my staff presentation to make.
Okay, so this is the item that will be around the Flamingo. So, Mr. Larkin, you ready to go?
Yes, sir. Do you want me to go first, or do you want staff to give their report?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did skip a step. Please, Rogelio, go ahead. See, I'm not following my own format now.
It's fine.
Okay, so this is file number PB20-0389. It's an ordinance amendment to the RM2 district pertaining to properties of 10 acres or more. For history, this item was continued to this meeting by the planning board in December at the request of the applicant and has not yet been discussed. It is a private application for an ordinance amendment to the land development regulations. The applicant is MCZ Centrum Flamingo 2 LLC and MCZ Centrum Flamingo 3 LLC. The ordinance applies to properties fronting Biscayne Bay with split zoning of RM2 and RM3, and the lots are over 10 acres. The ordinance affects the applicant's property, which is the site of the Flamingo building on Bay Road. The ordinance proposes to raise the maximum building height from 140 feet to 300 feet. It also modifies the interior subterranean sum of side yards setback to 27 feet 5 inches from the current minimum, which is 16% of the sum of side yards. Just to correct the statement in the memo, that actually reflects a reduction of 10 feet in the northern setback for the applicant's lot. So the proposal is to allow the tower setback to follow that reduced pedestal setback up to 25% of the length of the property line, as opposed to the current tower setback, which is 10% of the height of the tower. This represents a reduction of 25 feet in the tower setback. And just so that you're aware, the tower is considered the portion of the building above 50 feet in height. The applicant's site is adjacent to the Gilbert Fine Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District, which is just to the north. The properties in this area are generally fairly small, and they have a height limit of 60 feet, with the exception of the waterfront lots. And while the Flamingo Tower does have a height of 338 feet, and the scale provided in this proposed ordinance is consistent with that height, what is proposed is at a scale with the NCD just to the north. So this reduced setback and the increased height would allow for the development of a tower that could block air and light to those properties to the north. And the ordinance would not be allowing for an appropriate transition from the higher scale development to the south and the lower scale development to the north, which the existing text in the code provides for. So as a result of this, staff recommends that the planning board transmit the ordinance to the city commission with an unfavorable recommendation. And that's my presentation.
All right, thank you, Rogelio. So now, Michael, it will be.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. As a first order of business, Lee Hodges is now here. So would you be able to promote him, either you or PJ?
PJ, you see Mr. Hodges there on the attendees? Well, he's there, Michael.
Okay, and he's promoted to this side?
He can speak.
Okay, great. All right. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. With me today is Lee Hodges, Vanessa Acosta, and Duke McClarty from IMCO, Andrew Burnett from Stantec Architecture, my partner Matthew Amster, and my colleague Nicholas Rodriguez. We have a lot of ground covered today, so I would ask that we have 15 minutes for our presentation.
Michael, we'll start with 7 and then we'll go from there.
Okay. So in accordance with section 118-31 of the code, the applicant has provided consideration to Bell Plaza Condominium Association for their support. This agreement requires the applicant to provide funds for window washings, balcony cleanings, car washes, and pool filters upon adoption of the code amendment and DRB approval of the associated development project. We have been engaged in extensive discussions with WABNA, but we have not yet reached an agreement with them. But in the spirit of this code section, I feel that we are far enough along where I feel it's necessary to disclose the existence of these negotiations. We have also reached out to numerous stakeholders in the area. We have a neighbor within the property, that's the Flamingo South Tower. Lee has taken the lead on that, has had numerous meetings with them. We have not yet reached agreement with the South Tower, but we will keep on trying. And lastly, we've had several meetings and discussion with the Capri Condominium Association, which are immediate neighbor to the north. We have engaged with them in good faith by providing any documents or plans they requested and allowing their attorney and architect to review our proposal and plans. But unfortunately, we were not able to reach agreement with them. And that's too bad. So we're here today for the last step in a long process to rejuvenate Flamingo Point. The Flamingo Point development has been around for a long time, and unfortunately, this beautiful bayfront property acquired a reputation for hosting transient residents in a party-centric atmosphere. The applicants were painfully aware of the reputation the Flamingo Point acquired and sought to redevelop the property into a pedestrian and family-friendly residential community beginning in 2017. First, IMCO went to war with Airbnb and was successful in knocking out Airbnb from their property, which literally wiped out just about the transient nature from the Flamingo. And then they embarked on numerous physical changes to the property. As you all can remember from back in 2017, the entrance to the Flamingo was an uninviting and hectic Checkpoint Charlie style guardhouse and entry. This was removed and replaced by internalized driveways and rideshare drop-off within the property. The front of the property is converted to a beautiful pedestrian plaza and courtyard with a cafe and soon the location of a small new restaurant. In addition, the old north tower towards the center of the property primarily consisted of studios and 1 bedrooms. That is being completely gutted and renovated with high-end 2 and 3 bedroom units to attract more families and young professionals. Now this applicant seeks to add a capstone project to the large-scale renovation by constructing a luxury bayfront residences on the north end of the property, using the property's remaining surplus floor area of about 100,000 square feet. The applicant's proposed code amendment will allow the construction of a sleek and modern 300-foot tall residential tower at the northern end of the property, rather than the short and squat building that the current maximum height of 140 feet would dictate be constructed. So with regard to slide 1, this simply represents a summary of our application. We are here today to amend the RM2 regulations to allow maximum height of 300 feet and provide for a modified side interior setback calculation applicable to bayfront properties of 10 acres or more with split RM2, RM3 zoning. And as you can imagine, this only really applies to our property. Next slide. As Rogelio told you all, this is a private code amendment application. You all don't consider this too often but it is available in the code and it's something available to all private property owners. It follows more or less the same legislative process as a code amendment that's sponsored by a commissioner. It's just a little bit more streamlined. Next slide. So IMCO is a nationwide developer of high-end apartment communities. It owns and operates communities in almost all major markets across the United States. IMCO has owned and operated the Flamingo since 1997, and making substantial investments into the property to create a cohesive residential community. Next slide. So as a summary here, there's a height increase proposed from 140 to 300 feet. The side setback relief as tower height increases is the first bullet, replaces height-based formula for side interior setback for 25% of the length of the side yard. Second bullet, reduces some of the side yard requirement in response to existing legal non-conforming zero setback on the south side. And as you can see, that's the first rendering of the slender tower we're proposing. That view is looking westward from Bay Road. Next slide. So here is an idea of the setback. The current code provides for a side interior setback that is equal to 8% of the lot width plus 10% of tower height. For a 300-foot tall tower, the side interior setback would be 43 feet 3 inches. That is represented by the lighter blue line that's a little bit toward, I would say, the northern third of a property, but as you can see, it's lighter blue. The proposed amendment reduces the required setback to 27.5 feet for the tower and pedestal. And you can see that measurement as it's the darker blue dotted line. It's only for 25% of our property, which encompasses the footprint of our proposed new tower. So we're trying to limit the scope of relief for the side yard setback we're requesting and make it only consistent with the footprint of our new tower. So let's move on to slide number 6. Next slide, PJ. So this, it gives you all a good idea. It's a very large property. It's over 15 acres in size. So on the south side, you see the south tower, the south building. That was converted to condominium style ownership a few years ago, and it still is such. Next up, you see the center tower. That is 300 feet in height. That was built around 2000, 2001. The next building is the north tower I described earlier. It's being gutted and renovated now to provide for 2 and 3 bedroom units. And then farther north from that, you have the parking garage. You have what was a gym toward the western end of it. And then toward the eastern end, you have the townhomes. And in the northwest corner of our site, that is where we propose to place this new tower. Next slide. So here is an interesting rendering. Believe it or not, I first saw this in my bank branch, a Bank of the Ozarks in Sunset Harbor, and I asked our client to get a drone and take the same vantage point, and thankfully the client was accommodating and did. This shows you the idea that Miami Beach prefers to push the intensity, the height and FAR of the buildings that are more intense to either the oceanfront or the bayfront. If you look at the left-hand side of the picture, starting down there, you see the Murano, then moving up, you see the Floridian, and then you see the Waverly. The Waverly is just a little bit taller than our building. And then you see the center tower of the Flamingo. And then you see our tower, which is pencil thin. It's just north of our center tower. And then you see a cluster of towers on Belle Isle. And then farthest north, you see the Sunset Harbor towers. So this kind of reinforces to you all the idea that what we're doing is consistent with how Miami Beach has programmed its zoning to push the intensity, height, and max FAR out to the edges of the island, whether you're talking about oceanfront or you're talking about the bayfront. And just with regard to the staff recommendation, this is a 15-acre split zone property. So the RM2 regulations here do not really neatly apply. And when you have to, you should compare apples to apples. I just think it's tremendously unfair to compare what we're proposing to 1- and 2-story buildings that are in the interior of this neighborhood. You know, we should be compared to the other Bayfront buildings. The existing built environment is there. With regard to Gilbert Fine, you know, I actually represented the Capri and got his approvals around 2000, 2001. The Gilbert Fine Conservation District was created in response to the Capri, but it was more created to protect the built environment because the RM2 maximum height was not changed. It was 60 feet for non-Bayfront buildings. So the Gilbert Fine District was more created to protect and try to have a cohesive built environment there. And it was not created in response to really the height of the surrounding taller Bayfront buildings. And if you look at the original Waverly, when it was constructed, you had Monad Terrace there with basically 1 and 2 story homes. I don't remember any stinging staff criticism with regard to that. Similarly, with regard to our center tower, just west from there, there's 2 and 3 story buildings. Again, no staff criticism there. And when Sunset Harbor was built, those towers, you know, they're directly south of single family homes of Sunset Island 4 and a low rise commercial industrial zone to the west. Again, no staff criticism there. So we believe that what we're proposing is contextual and that our property is really substantially different based on its split zoning. Next slide, please. Here it just gives you the range of heights from all the different Bayfront buildings that surround, whether it's Nine Island, which is on Belle Isle at 285 feet, Grand Venetian also on Belle Isle at 270, Flamingo Center Tower at 300, the Floridian farther south on West Avenue at 337, the Waverly's at 358. So, and notably,
Mr. Chairman, the initial time that you gave the applicant is up. Do you want to allow the applicant additional time?
Yeah. How many slides do you have more? It looks like we've gone through about 4 of these, Michael. How many more do you have?
I think I can, if I have 7 more minutes, that would be enough.
Okay, let's grant you 7 minutes and then please just wrap it up in that time frame.
Yes, sir. I'll do that right away. In fact, let's go to the next slide. So this just gives you all an idea of, even back then in the 1920s, this was, you know, over 100 years ago, Carl Fisher opened the original Flamingo Hotel, which at the time was the 2nd tallest hotel in Florida, 154 feet. And now flash forward, the property retains its original name, but is now a thriving residential community on the shores of Biscayne Bay. The property has been owned and managed by IMCO for the last couple of decades, and most recently has undergone this major facelift I described earlier for the purpose of making it a more family-friendly community. Next slide. This just reinforces to you all that the idea that, yes, we've been involved with the DRB now since 2017. We've had multiple phase developments approved, and we're working now. This tower would actually be phase number 6 of all the different phases that we're trying to push forward here to make the property better. Next slide. Here you'll see what it used to look like, where the label on the bottom of the slide says main entry checkpoint through. That was Checkpoint Charlie. It was pretty hideous, and I'm really glad that the client took the bull by the horns. You can also see in the picture the way it was. So what happened was the client moved everything indoors and had an internalized driveway set just to the north of here with an Uber Lyft drop off and pickoff also internal to the property. Next slide. Here, if you look at phase 1, if you look at the pictures that are in the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see some of what I'm talking about, especially with phase 1, where it says plaza and retail. That has been well received by the neighbors and by our residents, and it's a vast improvement to the property. Next slide. So this is obviously a view of the tower looking from the bay eastward. As you can see, it's impressive, it's aesthetic, it's very narrow, which is the benefit of going taller. Next slide. That's also another view, of course, on the bay. Looking back to the northeast, you see our tower. Next slide. So again, this is a more precise summary of our code amendment. You saw the height, The side setback relief from the required 43 feet to 27.5 for both tower and pedestal for no more than 25% of the length of our side yard. And then the sum of the side yard relief from the required 36.6 to 27.5. Next slide. And I always am quick to point out that text amendments are not spot zoning. Spot zoning comes from an actual rezoning request. That's where courts get involved, but a court has never characterized a text amendment as a spot zoning claim. Next slide. So here you can see different photographs. If you look at A comes from the 60-foot building called Anna Capri, at a part of the Capri Tower. And if you look at, we don't obscure the view from that tower whatsoever looking to Biscayne Bay. In fact, that's more of our existing north building that you see. If you look at B, C, and D, that's taken from the center building at Capri. And again, at B is the farthest west in the line of that Capri Center Tower. And you see the new tower, but it does not obscure the bay view at all. And then you look at C, which is more toward the center, or D. Again, our new tower does not obscure their view of the bay whatsoever. And you have the north tower there that is going to be in their view corridor, regardless of whether our new tower is built. Next slide. This is also consistent with the 2018 ULI recommendation, where the city asked ULI for their opinion, and ULI came back and gave us the opinion that to continue to allow greater height and density given the future loss of usable space as groundwater rises and tidal and stormwater flooding increase. Although increased height may not always be politically popular, additional elevation can offset the loss of ground level floors for productive use. And this is taken from the ULI study prepared on behalf of the city of Miami Beach. Next slide. This goes to show you that we are vastly increasing our pervious area here from 46% to 79% with, of course, landscaping and with the introduction of permeable pavers and permeable asphalt. Next slide. This gives you the shadow studies. This is the 300-foot tall tower. This is the worst day of the year for shadows, December 21st, taken at 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. Next slide. This is a comparison with a 140-foot tall tower. You can see at the noon on December 21st, it casts a much greater shadow upon the Capri building known as Anna Capri. Next slide. Again, this is December 21st at 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. Note the very slender shadow cast by a 300-foot tall tower. And then next slide. You can see a much greater shadow blotting out a good deal of the properties to our north at 4 p.m. Next slide. This gives you all the best idea of what I'm talking about when you say the 300-foot tall tower has an east-west orientation. But if we were to go forward with a 140-foot tall tower, that has a north-south orientation. And so these units will be looking right into the Capri. This is the point we try to convey to the Capri Association, that our strong preference is to do the 300-foot tall tower rather than the 140-foot tall tower. You know, we are not condo developers such as the Terra Group or the Related Group. We don't need to have a huge sellout number. You know, what we're doing, we have a certain amount of floor area, and we want to allocate it in the best way possible. That's the most beautiful tower and the least impactful to our neighbors. We truly believe the 300-foot tall tower is less impactful to our neighbors. We will go forward. We will construct the 140-foot tall tower if we must. We're already in the design review application process for the shorter tower. We just made first submittal last week. But again, our real first choice is the 300-foot tall tower, because we really believe that is in the best interest of the neighbors and is more aesthetically pleasing than a short and squat building. Next slide. This just gives you another view looking from Bay Road westward. You can see the 300-foot tall tower on the left, and then the short and squat building on the right. Next
Mr.
slide.
Chairman, 7 minutes are up.
That's all, Mr. Chairman. This just goes over the economic benefits, which are substantial, and I'd like to reserve some time for rebuttal.
Absolutely. Thank you, Michael. Let's go to the give the public the opportunity to speak on the item. Let me just open here.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, do we need to make disclosures on this item?
Yes, if you have, go ahead.
So actually, Mr. Chairman, this is a legislative matter, not a quasi judicial matter. But if board members have any disclosures they'd like to make, they can. They're just not required to under the code.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I just make a housekeeping suggestion for this item?
Sure.
I've received a slew of negative emails. I haven't received any positive emails on this project. So I'm wondering, when we bring it in front of the public, can we offer the public the option of, if they agree, if their viewpoint for this, for whatever reason, is negative, then can we group the the people who don't want it in one group, and perhaps a spokesman for one group, and then for the other group we could have another spokesman, rather than listening to each individual? Because I from the emails that I've read, most of the objections are based on height, and and also from the staff report, it seems like the objections are done on height. So I'm just making that suggestion, if it's possible, to speed the meeting up, and also reach some sort of end to the discussion.
So David, first let me make sure I understand what you're saying. So you would want the grouping that you're suggesting, if we would be able to do it, would be based on those who may be opposed for height versus those who may be opposed because they live in a neighboring building, as an example, or am I missing a point?
Well, I'm saying there are a lot of people who are just complaining for they have most of the objections are based on the height and also the obstruction of view. So I don't recall reading any other objections other than there are. I don't remember any contextuality objections. So there were a whole slew of emails, which I'm sure everybody got, and so I'm just suggesting that if there's some way that we can order the proceedings so that we don't get bogged down.
Well, what I hear you, David, loud and clear. What I will tell you is there were objections that I read that were about height. There were objections because there was an out-of-state developer. There were objections. So I'm not sure how to group them. And then from a technical standpoint, I am just not knowledgeable enough to know how I can do that in advance using the technology that we have. It'd be different if folks were in a room and we can kind of say, hey, line up at the microphone on this side for this, and line up on the microphone for this, that, for another thing on this side. I would have to defer to staff. Is there a way to accommodate what David is even, what he's suggesting? Is that even possible? I don't think so, but I'll ask first.
I think, Mr. Chairman, the only way I see we could accommodate David's suggestion would be if we asked, if you wanted to ask members of the public as they come up. The problem is we're not in a physical room, so we can't have people line up at two different sides of the room. So you might want to ask each speaker at the beginning if they'd just like to state whether they're in favor or against, and then if they give them the option to present their comments otherwise if they so choose. I mean, I don't know how else we could do it. I don't think Zoom accommodates grouping like that.
Okay,
Look, I think
Go ahead, Nick.
I was hang on, David. Hey, David, respectfully, hang on a second. Just going to suggest, we've been in, we've had items where there is a ton of public, opinion one way or another. So I think we have to give everyone their opportunity to speak. But if it's repetitive, ask them to just say, I agree with the previous statement, or however it goes. Okay.
Okay. So what we'll do a hybrid. We'll take our board attorney's suggestion, and as each member from the public wants to speak on the item, we'll just ask them to say, as you come to speak on the item, members of the public to say if you are in support or if you are not in support of the item, and then go into your reasons for either position that you have. And I think we as a board are just going to have to tally, on a little sheet of paper individually, yays, nays, the best arguments, and maybe arguments that are not so substantial, like out-of-town developers. I'm not sure that rises to the occasion of opposing a project. But that said, let's go ahead. Nick,
Mr. Chairman, I have my hand raised.
Oh,
wait, but Alex, respectfully, I also brought up an issue. David kind of glossed over it. I just wanted to disclose that I met with Michael Arkin and the project's architects. And now you guys, whatever you want to do.
Okay, perfect. Alex, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for a point of information, staff, how many speakers do we have queued up that are interested in speaking on this?
I see 8 with their hands up right now.
Okay.
9.
Yep.
9. Okay, so it's not that big of amount of people. And should it be necessary, let's say as we open the public hearing, there's more members of the public that are interested to speak. I believe it's very important to preserve the public's opportunity to speak in this. They're entitled to that. But if, because purposes of quorum, we might lose quorum in the course of this meeting, would it be possible for this board to limit the amount of time, reduce perhaps, so that we give everyone the opportunity to speak? But if it's repetitive, perhaps, just reduce the time slightly so that we can accommodate everyone's comments.
Yeah. So Alex, what we will do, we will take that into account as well. And I hear you loud and clear, and I feel the same way. I want people who may just be logging in to have the opportunity to jump on a quick call. So let's just manage it. We've had these before, to Nick's point, and I think we can get through this. And I appreciate David's concern. He is looking out for the quorum issue, and also wants to make sure that we don't have such repetition on, beating the war drum or beating the dead horse, so to speak. But anyhow, let's go ahead and Nick, we don't do on this same item. No one needs to be sworn in. They're just giving
That's
comments
correct.
on it. Okay, so let's go with Mr. It looks like Mr. Gibbs would be.
And Mr. Chairman, if okay with you, I'll set the clock at 2 minutes a speaker.
Okay, and Nick, who do you have as your first person? Is it Mr. Gibbs?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Gibbs.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to at least have 1 extra minute. I've tried to keep it to 2 or 3 if I could.
Mr. Gibbs, we'll give you 3 minutes.
I appreciate it. Again, my name is Tucker Gibbs. Law office is at 3835 Utopia Court in Coconut Grove, and I represent the Capri South Beach Condominium Association, which owns the adjacent property immediately to the north, immediately to the north of the Flamingo site. My client's opposition to the applicant's proposed amendment centers on 2 things: the request to increase the permitted height to 300 feet, where the RM2 zoning height for the property is 140 feet, and its request to reduce the northern setback above the pedestal. This would push the 300-foot building closer to considerably lower adjacent buildings to the north. According to the city staff, the proposed height increase coupled with the decreased setback to the north does not allow an appropriate transition from the high intensity RM3 Flamingo property and the lower height intensity of the RM2 Gilbert Fine neighborhood conservation district to the north. And as you all know, that's characterized by small lots and small low-scale apartment houses. The proposal asks for too much and doesn't comport with key review criteria. I'm only going to talk about 3 of those criteria. The first one I'm going to talk about is criteria C, which is whether the proposed change is out of scale with the needs of the neighborhood or the city. The applicant says its proposal merely seeks to redistribute vested development rights and promote city reliance objectives. But a 300-foot tall building that could be better built closer, to the existing considerably shorter buildings is the definition of out of scale. And in criteria F, which is whether the changing conditions makes the proposal necessary. And the applicant says the amendment provides needed flexibility to promote resilient design, but that doesn't make this amendment necessary where the proposal applies only to one property and where the site can be developed to promote resiliency under the existing RM2 zoning. And finally, criteria L, whether there are substantial reasons why the property cannot be used in accordance with existing zoning. And the applicant admits the property can be developed under the existing zoning, claiming that such use would be a detriment to the city's stormwater mitigation efforts and the public interest, as they stated in their presentation. But the applicant does not explain why the property can't be developed consistent with these goals within the R2 zoning. The issue here is about allowing a 300-foot tall building in a zoning district that does not allow it. Even the R3 zoning district doesn't allow it. My clients met with the property owner and discussed this proposal, and our position is basic. The proposal amendment should be rejected as unnecessary, and the property should be developed pursuant to the current RM2 regulations. So we urge you to please send this to the commission with an unfavorable recommendation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Let's go to Rana. Okay, let's go to Robert Primavera.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we have you now. Go ahead.
Okay, great. My name is Rana, Florida. I'm a 12-year resident at the Capri. I live there with my husband and 3 and 5-year-old daughters. I have a small dog that I walk by Flamingo numerous times a day. And I would just like to say, why would we grant someone who's been an awful neighbor something that is out of zoning ordinance? The Flamingo has never, ever been a good neighbor. I heard the term family-friendly used multiple times. They have never been family-friendly. There is no public space. It's very transient. The people who stay there are very sketchy. If you look on Airbnb now, you'll see several Airbnbs available at the Flamingo. I know several people who have rented in the past year there for 2 nights, 3 nights, just to go and party. It's known as a party, shady building. It is not family friendly. It's not giving anything to the neighborhood. It just wants to take. The Baywalk is a disaster. It's disgusting. It's not clean. They've never done anything to help the Baywalk or the neighborhood. They've never added value to the neighborhood. Thank you. And I just wanted to express that. And I don't know why we would grant anything out of the ordinary for such a bad neighbor.
Thank you. Let's go to Robert Primavera.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. So I reside at 1500 Bay Road at the Flamingo condo, and I'm a member of the South Tower community representing over 270 apartments and 240 owners that share the property with Aimco and with an easement agreement stipulating our shared costs and use of the property. Here are my concerns with Aimco's request for a variance. This looks like spot zoning request that unfairly runs around zoning guidelines in search of corporate profit over community concerns. The second thing is Aimco has hired 3 lobbyists, but has failed to address the concerns of the South Tower community and the Capri condo with their concerns. An honest broker would have worked with the community to make community concerns first, rather than lobby their positions with no regard for the neighbors' issues. 3, the South Tower community is in the midst of a state arbitration that challenges Aimco's unfair control of our condo. That begins today. What did Aimco do? It tried to strong arm our board into an agreement by today to skirt the arbitration and get its tower approved before the arbitrator determines whether the present board is legitimate or not. Our condo board to date has signed no agreement. What our overall goal is, to be stated very simply, a second. We'd like you to compel Aimco to engage with the community and meet, negotiate, and come to a mutually agreed upon plan on this project with the South Tower community and the Capri condo before proceeding with any application to the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Primavera. Let's go now to Luis Costanzo.
Yes, can you hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Luis Costanzo, and I'm on the board at the Capri Building, as you know, is the adjacent property just to the north of this proposed development. And I just want to be very clear that, it was mentioned that we came to no agreement with the developer, and that's because we are our board and our residents are strongly opposed to this project. I think that the staff report spelled out the reasons why it's not suitable for the neighborhood, and we fully support that staff report. I think all of the points that they made there are extremely relevant to us as residents. And as I say, we fully support their conclusion for a negative approval of this project. And the other point I'd like to make is that, these zoning laws have been in effect for a long time. And when we purchased properties here at the Capri, we relied on those zoning ordinances to protect us. And to allow now such a drastic change in these ordinances that really has absolutely no benefit to the neighborhood that we live in, and no benefit at all, no positives that would help us, and accrues strictly to the developer. We just don't think that's the right way to go here. So we strongly urge you to follow the staff recommendation and send this forward with an unfavorable rating. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costanzo. Let's go to John Desprez.
I endorse the position that Lou Costanzo has just articulated. We strongly oppose it.
Okay, thank you, John. Let's go to Hal Phillips.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
I wrote a letter, so I will not reiterate everything that was in that letter. I wanted to address 3 points. One made by Mr. Weeder, that this is all about height. From my personal perspective, that's not just the case. Setback is a huge issue for me. I've never seen a situation where anyone asked to go taller and not set back greater. Here you're talking about going taller and setting back closer. Even if they were to do the building, they could as of right. Trying to set it any closer to the northern boundary makes absolutely no sense. Number two, Mr. Larkin brought up Monad Terrace. That is an example of exactly what we in a neighborhood want. It's a developer that worked completely within zoning that absolutely works. They hired a top-notch Pritzker Prize-winning architect to do it, and they have built a bay walk that the community can be super proud of. That elevates the values of everybody around. That is development that we like. This is development that we do not like. And the last point I want to make is about the people who aren't able to talk here in terms of the community. Mr. Larkin has gone around and talked to every single building around here, trying to get them and trying to incentivize them to come forward and support this. And all he managed to do was get one building that is not in the surrounding area where he's agreed to wash their cars. That will give you some idea of how much of the community is against this. People don't necessarily have the time to write the letters or show up at these meetings, but that speaks volumes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Let's go to Lee, let's see, Joseph Sutton.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Joe Sutton. Thanks for giving me the opportunity here to speak. I am definitely also currently against building this tower. Even the developer themselves just now opened up their presentation and they're saying, they clearly haven't haven't gotten an agreement yet with their neighbors. And I think it's possible they eventually could. But so until then, I don't think we should approve this for now. In addition, I think it's premature because the North Tower hasn't even been finished yet, and no one has moved in yet there. So we don't know how overpopulated it's going to feel. There's also going to be more traffic because there's a restaurant that hasn't opened up yet. So I'm just asking to also give us a break with construction. Construction's been going on here for years, and now they want to keep going on more and more. So like, let's hold off maybe. And also, this is funny. The Bay Walk is the Bay Road. Excuse me. Bay Road is so nice. When you walk towards Lincoln Road, or from going back and forth to Trader Joe's, you look towards the west. You see the sky. You see the water. It's beautiful. You see the city skyline. That will all be gone. So that really hurts the feeling. That's why I moved down here from New York, to just have more calmness and not more city skyline. And yeah, someone else said about the more family friendly. That area could have been something great for kids. It could have been a playground, a community theater, something more family oriented, which we don't have enough. But again, it's just another building for Aimco to make more money. So I am against it for now. If they can make more appealing agreements with their neighbors, with the South Tower, then maybe we would approve it down the road. So that's really it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Let's go to Wendy Rugg. I'm sorry. Do we have Wendy? Okay, let's go to Alan Frank.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we have you, Mr. Frank.
Okay, so a few things I want to say. First of all, Michael Larkin made the comment that WAVNA is negotiating to support this. That's not true. WAVNA has taken a position of not supporting it. They're not fighting it, but they're not supporting it. And that's the WAVNA position. A couple of things to say. One, as has been said quickly, Hal just said, it's not just the height, it's the setbacks. It seems to be unprecedented that on the bay, the idea of changing the setbacks, is really amazing. And it's 20, they want to go to 27 feet instead of 47 feet. It's unprecedented, and it shouldn't be allowed. And all the other homes on 16th would really suffer from this, as well as the buildings, as well as the Capri. And the point that's been made before, and I'd like to make it again very, very quickly, it is the height, it is the setbacks, but it's also that Flamingo has a long history of being an awful neighborhood, not a bad neighborhood, but an awful neighborhood. They're in the news. They've been in the news over the years for murders, for rapes, for on and on and on. And the Baywalk that they finally built, they just broke the city's back to get that Baywalk built. It is one of the smaller Baywalks, no pavers, and they don't clean it. It's full of dog crap all the time, and they don't care. And one more thing, they talk about how they wanted to change the feeling and make it more family friendly. The people who worked at the Flamingo for years were so hostile, were so awful, that yes, they had that gate like you were entering Moscow or something, but the people who worked there were terrible. They wouldn't talk, they were just angry about everything. And then when they finally put the Baywalk in, they would close the one side. They were supposed to keep it open from 7 to 7, and they would close one side. So you'd start to walk, you get down the other end, and you'd find out the gate's closed. You go to talk to them, they would just laugh at you. Get out, we don't need it. It's not our job. We're not worried about it. And even today, with all the they've done about cleaning up Bay Road, so it's no longer full of Ubers. No
Mr. Chairman, two minutes are up.
1 second. You gave him 7 extra minutes.
You have 1 more minute, Mr. Frank. Go ahead.
And so, they still have massive traffic jams on Bay Road, and they could clean that up in a minute if they wanted to, but they don't. And so they're not good neighbors. They don't deserve it. And we are at the Capri very much against building this tower. Very much against. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. So I see a couple members from the public, Ms. Florida's household and Ms. Rugg. I don't know if that's going to be Well, let's look Miss Florida in particular. If you have another member in your household that wants to speak, I'm going to go ahead and acknowledge you, but I really would try to discourage folks from wanting to speak twice on the same thing. But let's go ahead, Miss Florida.
Sorry, Richard had to leave for another meeting, so thank you.
Okay, no problem. Let's go to Sophia.
I think Sophia is on mute. Sophia, can you unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Sophia Jolson, and I am a resident of Capri. And I actually bought pre-construction, having lived on the beach for 10 years at that point. And I wanted to go to the Bayside to have some peace and quiet. And I think I was the first one to move into Capri. I own the penthouse in Anna Capri, so I think I will most likely be the most affected of this tower. And therefore, this setback is, of course, of the utmost importance to me and also the rest of the Capri residents. Also, I feel that the construction has gone on for such a long time already. I have not been able to use my balcony nor my rooftop terrace for a long time, even though I tried to clean it. The construction debris of the current construction is so that I can't use it. The traffic is another issue. I don't know how a big tower like this is going to be able to handle the traffic of the in and out, as it currently is problematic already with the Flamingo. So I am against and opposed for this construction at this time.
Thank you so much. Let's go to, I think we have Ray DeBroda.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Good morning.
We're strongly opposed to this project. We are the owners of commercial space on the ground floor of the South Tower. And to this date, over the last year and a half, dealing with Lee Hodges and Mr. Larkin, there has been no communication whatsoever in resolving the existing fire code and drainage, flooding of the ground floor. We think that what Aimco and Lee Hodges are attempting to do is sabotage the entire South Tower ground floor B wing, which incorporates a school with about 50 employees, including our own business on the ground floor, which is separated by in the middle with mechanical rooms. If those mechanical rooms go down, the entire South Tower building will go down. And we believe that in the future, that's exactly what Lee Hodges' and Aimco's intent is, to sabotage the South Tower so that they can build 2 new towers or 3 towers on top of the South Tower wing, A, B, and C. Specifically in the report, in the MEAI report that you have in front of you, in the second paragraph, the last line, the South community was not considered in the analysis. I would think that this is a drastic attempt, again, to exclude the South Tower owners from having their input. The fiscal benefits they refer into the report, yes, some permit fees can be collected with responsibly future construction, and we believe impact fees need to be collected due to future sea level rise and stormwater management, as this is the largest site comprising 15 acres on Miami Beach, and no such management has been included in the proposal. Obviously, as I stated, there is also current flooding and problems with the South Tower on the ground floor with that phase 1 and phase 2, which needs to be corrected prior to any future development.
Mr. Chairman, two minutes are up.
Mr. Chairman, can I have 1 extra minute, please?
Yes, one minute, Mr. DeBroy.
I thought so. The stormwater fees are not within MEAI's competence. Therefore, the analysis is flawed. It needs to be completed prior to any consideration. Miami-Dade Water and Sewer Department, no engineering parameters of the proposed project are known. Therefore, resulting consequences and fees paid are unknown. And therefore, that needs to be completed prior to any consideration. The benefits can be retained only in a socially responsible manner over the life of a project in relation to its surroundings. And they have not completed the appropriate reports or included the South Tower for this project to even be considered. The existing water retention system in the catch basins, 15 drainage wells are currently under capacity. They're not operational. Additional construction and density would only place more pressure on the existing non-functioning system. Mr. Larkin's proposal is they would have vested development rights, 15 acres, but that should not be a reason for them to change the setbacks and amendments and make amendments to suit the developers, development density. The existing buildings would have to be altered or demolished to build new, taller towers. The only way to achieve this is to sabotage the South Tower for future development. Mr. Larkin would like you to believe, pie in the sky, but there are current problems with phase 1 and 2, 3, and 4. There's been to date no cooperation by Lee Hodges as the vice president on NACO's part to enter into any productive dialogue with the South Tower owners. So we strongly oppose until current problems are resolved in phase 1 and 2, 3, and 4 prior to any future phases development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DeBarota. I now have, looks like Wendy Rugg.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mooney and members of the Planning Board. I am Wendy Joseph Rugg, Vice President of Bell Plaza Condominium, 20 Island Avenue, Miami Beach. I am here today to speak in favor of PB 20-0389, the proposed 300-foot-tall Flamingo Point Tower. Our Board of Directors passed a resolution to support this code amendment. Why is Bell Plaza supporting this? Bell Plaza has the widest expanse and view of the bay of any other building on Belle Isle, directly across the bay from where the new tower would be built. Over 50% of our 226 units face the bay and Flamingo Point. Residents from the other side see it from our bayfront pool deck and barbecue area. We first heard about the project at a Belle Isle Residents Association Zoom meeting. Right now, we face the green space, but a blank cement wall of the Flamingo garage and rooftop parking lot. This slender 300-foot tower would be on a minimal footprint in line with the city's resiliency plan, would block the garage and that wall and rooftop parking, and would leave us with the same green space. The area already has the Flamingo Central Tower at 300 feet, and the Waverly is 358 feet. Also, density of the area is being reduced. The old Flamingo renovation will have 50% less units, and this tower will only have 36 units. This is a major upgrade for West Avenue and Bay Road area. Miami Beach is trying to rebrand and upgrade the city, and this would certainly help. I urge you to pass this code amendment. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Rugg. And now we have someone identified as HM.
Hello, can you hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning. Dear board members, thank you so much for thinking through this plan. I am against it. And
Sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Heiko Manoukian. And I am sure that Aimco can build with a developer that can draw beautiful presentations, but ultimately, I don't think that they care about the neighborhood. I agree with the people who have spoken before me. It's a party central. It's being party central for many years. And I don't see that this tower will help this community to get better. And we need to have more open green space, not another tower in a very tight spot. And I encourage the board member to vote against this plan. Thank you.
All right. I don't see any other members from the public wanting to speak on the item. So we're going to say going once, going twice. And Nick, unless I miss somebody, I think I'm going to close the opportunity for the public to speak on the item.
I don't see anyone either, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, perfect. So that the public opportunity to speak on the item is now closed. Let's come back to the applicant here or the sponsor of this item.
Mr. Chairman, could I have the rebuttal that I had requested?
Absolutely. I was just about to do that. And then before you do that, if I could have board members who will want to speak on the item, if you would do the raise hand so that when Mr. Larkin is done, we can address it. So go ahead, Michael.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. With regard to Mr. Gibbs' remarks, please note that here, this is split zoning. The majority of the acreage of the property is RM3 rather than RM2. With regard to the context, it's very important to keep in mind that literally within 100 feet of our proposed tower, there's another 300-foot tall tower, and then there's a Waverly Tower just to the south of that. So we would be in context with that built environment. The criteria that Mr. Gibbs mentioned to you is supposed to guide you. It's not mandatory that it be satisfied. And I think the most important thing you all have to really consider here is which allocation of floor area is less impactful to the surrounding neighborhood. I think with the shadow study, it was very clear that the 300-foot tall tower is much less impactful to the surrounding neighborhood. And, it's important also to know that I think some people believe that if we don't get the code amendment, we're just going to go away and not do anything. But the economics of the situation for IMCO as the owner of apartment unit complexes and not a condo developer is vastly different. And we will go forward. And I do in my heart believe that the 140-foot version is much more impactful to our surrounding neighbors. With regard to Mr. Primavera's comments, he is a unit owner in the South Tower. Lee Hodges has been meeting diligently with the South Tower residents and with their board. That is beyond question. The arbitration and other comments he made are really not relevant to this proceeding, and I ask you all not to consider that. With regard to Mr. Constanza, I respect him a great deal. He's on the board of directors of Capri. We had meaningful discussions with their board, and I'm sorry that we couldn't reach agreement with them. But the zoning regulations that he mentioned, they are never static. Zoning regulations change all the time in every zoning district. And here, I think this change that we are proposing is really for the better and in context with the neighborhood. With regard to Mr. Sutton, it seems that his comments collectively taken are that this is development run amok. And please note that with the overall renovation we're doing for the whole property, there's a density reduction of over 240 units. There will only be 36 units in this new tower. With regard to Mr. Frank's comments, I did say that we are negotiating an agreement with WAVNA. I never said that it would be for support. Agreements can take on different character, sometimes for support, sometimes for neutrality. We are not there yet, but I felt important to go ahead and reach it, but I never said that the agreement would be one of support. Sophia mentioned traffic. I think that you would find any traffic engineer would say that with a reduction of unit count of 240 units, the number of automobile trips generated by this residential development would be less. And finally, with Mr. Broda's comments, all of his testimony is irrelevant and much of it is not correct. Again, I ask you all not to consider that testimony. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Michael. Hang on one second, David.
I just have a question for Michael.
Well, yeah, I got it, but 1 second. Okay, go ahead, David.
Michael, how are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
What is the FAR difference between the building that you're proposing and the other alternative rendering that you did for something that is 140 feet?
We would utilize about the same square footage, David, between the two different versions of the tower.
So the FAR would be the same?
Yeah. So we have 100,000 square feet of surplus floor area right now. And regardless of, the type of tower that would be constructed, we would utilize about the same percentage. My point is that I believe when you reallocate that floor area to a taller, more slender tower, it's less impactful, but the utilization rate would be about the same.
Mm-hmm. And so you argue that the contextuality of this building is in line with the other ones, and therefore it's more acceptable because there are other towers that have already been there, and so therefore it automatically makes it contextual.
I wouldn't use the word automatically, but the existence of those towers that are either at our same height or even taller certainly does bolster my argument that we are in context with the built environment. And, I think in any urban streetscape, any blocks and blocks of, a city, because we're not in the suburbs. And sometimes you do have vast discrepancies in height in the built environment. But, here, I think that when you look at us in comparison to the Center Tower and to the Waverly, we are consistent with that built environment.
So you consider Miami Beach a city as opposed to a suburb, rather than a community with mixed, uses. Is that fair?
No, I think in a suburb, the uses are much more divided, and there's more of a Euclidean zoning at work there. But in a city, the uses are much more compact and much closer to each other, as what you all were considering earlier, 1501 Ocean Drive. There you have a proposed upscale luxury office use, but immediately adjacent to residential uses.
So what is the argument to reduce the setbacks? Again, please.
So the way it works with interior side yard setbacks, you have a certain percentage that corresponds to your lot width. And then the other component of the side yard setback has to do with your height. So what we are suggesting is, please let us just have the pedestal and tower be the same setback, which is 27 feet from our north property line. If we were to observe the formula that's in the code right now, it would push that interior side yard setback for the tower, which means the portion of the building over 50 feet in height, to about 43 feet, which would come right in the center of our proposed tower.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the applicant for the presentation, and to all the members of the public who participated for their important comments. To staff, again, to confirm, the applicant is seeking a height increase from 140 feet to 300 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and they're looking for reductions on the side setbacks. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was there ever a commission sponsor for this ordinance? So I know, okay, I'm getting a feedback. And if my colleagues in the room wouldn't mind muting their microphones, because if not, I get this feedback. And okay, there we go. I think that's better. Thank you. So was there ever a commission sponsor for this ordinance? I know that the applicant is doing it as a private application for a legislative amendment. which is something that is not very typical in the process, as I think Mr. Larkin mentioned. But was there ever at any point a commission sponsor for this ordinance?
I believe there was, and the commission withdrew the sponsorship early on. That was early last year. I'm not sure of the exact details of that, but I believe there was.
Okay. And so then in the legislative process, then we would have to then vote on something that would then go back to the city commission that the city commission withdrew sponsorship of.
Even though it had a sponsor, the city commission had not referred the ordinance, so it would have never come to this board until the commission actually took action to refer it. And I believe the sponsorship was withdrawn before the commission before the commission had an opportunity to refer it.
But what's being requested here in this ordinance is similar to what was originally.
Oh, I'm sorry. I believe so. Yes. I don't have the exact language of that ordinance, but I believe it was similar.
Okay, got it. And currently at the moment, from the north property line to the north tower, there's a setback of about 99 feet, right?
To the, let me see if I can get a measurement. That sounds about right.
Okay, so it's about that. And if this ordinance is approved and transmitted to the city commission, and this tower is developed, then the setback between the north property line and the tower would be 27.5 feet?
Yes.
Okay. So this abuts the Gilbert Fine Conservation District. And I used to live in the neighborhood. I remember when this conservation district was created, and I remember the lengthy conversations about the Capri. It was indeed very spirited in the community, and it's not lost in me that the purpose of this conservation district is indeed to preserve the low-scale development of the area and the postmodern style of these predominantly two-story buildings. And the surrounding area is also not lost in me that we're talking about mainly 2- and 5-story buildings. And so I have some concerns about how this significant height, and I'm not saying that the 140 feet is not significant, but 300 feet is much more significant, abutting this conservation district, how that would hurt that conservation district. Specifically, when you look at the criteria under the code that we're supposed to be considering pursuant to section 118-163 of the city code, that tells us to consider whether the change that's being proposed by Mr. Larkin is out of scale with the needs of the neighborhood or the city. And staff is telling us that it's inconsistent and that the proposed ordinance amendment that's drafted is out of scale with the surrounding neighborhood, as it would allow for much taller development than what is possible on adjacent sites. And I know that the applicant used the Waverly as an example, but let's not forget that Monad Terrace was abutting the Waverly. And where's Monad Terrace now? It's no longer there. And so I don't feel comfortable today approving an ordinance that the commission was sponsoring, that then they withdrew sponsorship of, and then now we send it back to them for them to consider, or that could potentially harm a historic conservation area. And just an additional question, because I want to appreciate Ms. Rugg from Belle Isle for calling in and speaking with her comments of support, because I do think that all sides in this is very important and must be considered. But there are 24 low-scale apartment buildings within the Gilbert Fine Conservation District. That does not include, of course, the Capri. You have 125 units within that conservation district, again, not including the Capri, and many other buildings along that Bay Road corridor. And I just would like to ask staff, has the planning department received any communication besides Bell Plaza expressing support regarding this proposed legislation?
We received several emails yesterday. I've tried to go through them all. I only saw one letter of support, and it was from a resident of Belle Isle, saying that it would improve their views from their balconies and from their building.
So out of the 24 low-scale apartment buildings abutting them, we only got one letter of support, and it came from Belle Isle. Okay. All right. So I have these hesitations. I think that significant public notice on something like this is very important, especially when we're talking about setbacks. I believe that the variance process established in our code is a much better way of engaging the community and finding these common grounds, because they provide for mailed notifications to the property owners of the area. I'm not sure that's always the case for a property of this size, but generally speaking, I'm not sure if this process is the most conducive for public participation and their input and negotiation to finding these middle grounds. So those are my concerns with this. Thank you for those answers to the administration, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your time.
Absolutely. Ms. Bott? Tanya, you there? Okay, Nick, let's go to you, and then we'll come back to Tanya.
Okay, great. I just had a few additional follow-up questions for Michael Larkin. Could you just clarify, you said there's an overall reduction in unit count in this more slender project, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. 240 units. That encompasses our renovation of the north building.
But in terms of the massing of this tower, are the unit counts more or less the same?
Yeah, the unit count for the 300-foot tall tower is 36 units.
So what is the 140 foot?
It is about the same. Right. It might be like within 2 or 3 units.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. And then, you know, a few comments. I mean, you know, the height increase is not insignificant. You know, it's not like a 200-foot tower looking to go 220. It is significant what's being requested here. You know, some comments about, you know, the zoning and you know, I think the zoning is very broad, and it is intended to be, you know, guidelines for responsible, you know, urbanism and development. You know, having said that, though, we see on a monthly basis that, you know, as you zoom in, there are always particularities or context and adjacency. I mean, you know, and some thoughts about this project. I mean, frankly, the Capri itself is out of scale with the conservation district, which are 2 to 5 stories. And, you know, I think to the presenter's point that the increased height exists along the edge, it does exist. And within that, the kind of, you know, context that he's shown, this is within context. It's also at the Flamingo, which is a huge development, over 10 acres, I guess. I would just say generally, I mean, look, I'm still making up my mind on this, but I would say that, you know, in general, I do think there is an increased benefit to, I mean, and I think there could be more specificity in the presentation about this, but I do think there is an increased benefit in more slender profile, even to the neighbors, even to the immediate neighbors. But having said that, you know, it's difficult to kind of, you know, to go with this, given that the opposition is coming from the immediate neighbor who's opposed to, if not only the height, but them moving it closer to them. So it concerns me that the opposition is from, you know, the immediate neighbor who we're shifting towards. I mean, I have less of an issue with the height, frankly. And above a certain height, you know, I agree, you're going to have a more slender shadow profile than the one you would have with this lower massing which is going to create a real wall condition. But having said that, the applicant has the right to build something here anyway. Something is going to be built. The traffic is going to be the traffic. And I think that there is a benefit to this more slender profile, but I'm still open to discuss it with the board.
Tanya, are you there, or did we lose you?
I don't even see her anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she's having some internet issues on this morning. So I'll just I'll go ahead, Mark. I'll defer. Go ahead, Mark.
Sure. I'm kind of with Nick on this one. You get a lot of momentum going against the project because height, and people are very nervous about height. But based on the height of the Capri and this, volume is perhaps more impactful on that project than height. So, something's going to get built there. And when I look at the as-is rights, they're going to, this company is, for-profit company. They're motivated. They're going to build something. And so there's going to be 36 or so units there ultimately. So the question is the community better off, and is the Capri better off with 36 units in a squat, shorter building or in a slender, higher building? And I think, I think that if this is turned down, I think that ultimately when we look back on this, I think people may regret their decision here to fight this building because something's going to get built. And so this is not going to get stopped. So the question is unless there's something other reason that it can get stopped, but it seems to me they have as-is rights here. And I also heard from Michael Larkin in his presentation that they're moving forward on a dual track here. So they're moving forward with the short squatter building, and they're moving forward with the tower building. So again, I always talk about Surfside, right? You look at Surfside, and it's basically a squat concrete canyon, along the water. It's because the zoning code wasn't creative there. And basically every building looks exactly the same on volume with a little bit of different design. When I drive down Surfside, I could imagine if they let buildings 25 stories instead of 12, having much slender buildings, and you have view corridors to the ocean. I think it would be a much more beautiful community. So, there's a lot of momentum. The letters, are going to us, but it's mainly coming from one building, one source. And I'm not necessarily against height because I think, I'm more against volume. When you get to these squat buildings, they're really going to end up probably worse, and the view corridor will be worse with the Capri, with the building that will get built if this is not transmitted with a favorable recommendation.
May I, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, that's
Go ahead, David.
So the thing that it's interesting that Mark just brought up the Surfside issue. So you have the Surfside, or was that Nick? There was a Surfside.
Me.
It was you, Mark.
Yeah.
So you look at the Surfside issue, and you see a bunch of squat buildings as you described, and then just go a little bit north and go to Sunny Isles Beach, and you see towers. So what we have, and the towers do not have very much to commend architecturally. In addition, you have a situation where you have a kind of mushrooming of towers growing out of an area where there's alleged contextuality based upon the other structures. So contextuality, as I understand it, and Nick, I would defer to Nick on this, is not simply a matter of the height of the building, but it's a matter of whether it fits in character with the neighborhood. And on top of that, you have a huge community objection to this tower going up. The other thing I wanted to mention is that during the presentation that Michael gave so skillfully, he showed a picture of the tower And I thought that was a rendering of the squat building that was going to go up instead that complies with the 140 foot. And it seemed like a Hobson's choice because that building, the squat building, which he had shown a picture of as a dreadful alternative for the city, looked like just a 1960s Holiday Inn without any architectural beauty to it. So I'm sure that a good architect could construct a building within the height constraints that are allowed, rather than showing, a sleek tower and then this other kind of Soviet-looking building that sits in the other place and presenting that as a choice to the city. So I can't at this point accept the argument of, creeping contextuality, or that this is an area where there are other tall buildings, and use that simply to justify that the constraint should be lifted on that basis. We have the overall character of the city to worry about, and that's where my concern is. And also, of course, we have to consider the people who are living in the area who are just passionately opposed to it for whatever reason. So that's not the only reason we would oppose it. And I think staff hit the nail on the head in this report. So I can't say that I am in support of this project as it's presently constituted. And I think that it can be made better with a lower tower within the zoning constraints, or a better looking building, because I've seen a lot of really lower buildings that have a lot to be proud of architecturally, in terms of the artistic input of the architect, and also the impact on its neighbors. But Mark, you're right about Surfside. I agree with you. And that would have happened in Miami Beach, except for the Save Miami Beach, where the FAR was down zone to 2 along the ocean, or else we would have wound up looking like Manhattan. And this is not Manhattan. So we have a tough balancing act on this planning zone, on this planning board. It's not an easy call. So yes, people will look back, 100 years or whatever, and say, did we do a good job or not? And so we have to, I think, follow our conscience and our opinions if we feel we're doing the right thing. So it isn't easy, but here we are.
David, can I ask you something? David, I'm sorry. Just, go ahead, Mark. When we do, what we're doing is we're dealing with legislation, right? So, and I guess maybe this is for staff. When as this project gets further developed along, I'm sure there's going to be bites at the apple, whether it's the shorter squat building or the taller building at design and all that, right? Because we're talking about is what can you build within a certain pad, right? Then there's still bites of the apple as far as design and all that. I mean, I don't think we're just deciding on a building right now. We're deciding on like
essentially we are giving an okay to the height and recommending it to the commission. So you're right and you're wrong, because you have a situation where the commission is going to rely on our recommendation, and then we would have had implicitly approved the additional height. So yes, Mark, you're right on that point.
Tanya.
Tanya, where are you?
I'm sorry, I've been driving to South Miami on this call, and I lost my connection when it was my turn to speak, so I apologize. I've been able to hear everything, however. I would like to say a couple of things. First of all, just let me put it out there, I am not in favor of supporting this project at all. I think that the request to more than double height and effectively more than cut the setbacks by more than half are egregious, to be kind. this idea of a developer buying land where the property has been split in a case that we visited a couple of months ago, or the property falls over two different zoning guidelines, and then the developer expecting to be able to reconfigure the zoning legislation that governs his development or her development is not something that should be encouraged. And I understand RM2 and RM3 are different, but if we keep saying, well, on the next block, which is in a different zone, they're doing X, Y, and Z, so why can't we do it here on this block, which is a different zoning category from that block, but it's only a block away, and across the street from that, there's more of the same, and we want to be like that. Well, then that effectively nullifies the purpose of zoning. Miami Beach is a very special place. And yes, we do have high rises, and many of them are beautiful. And yes, we do have lower buildings, many of which are beautiful. And our job is to make sure that we don't skew the balance of only one or the other. I mean, one of the things that makes Miami Beach so amazing is that it's like being able to walk through a museum of architecture for the 20th century and beyond. Everything from formerly the log cabin until it was destroyed to the 1111 parking garage can cohabitate well together because we don't force things into places where they shouldn't belong, and we can appreciate the history of what we're looking at. I think also this idea of allowing developers to continue developing before their prior projects are already complete, so that we don't have any way of managing the process of, are they doing what they said? Is what they hope to accomplish actually being accomplished? I mean, we see it all over the city where a project is brought to bear and zoning gets changed to accommodate it. And then before that has even, there's a shovel in the ground on that project, another project is brought to bear that would build on top of that figuratively, not literally, but figuratively, without having the benefit of knowing how the first project will impact the neighborhood. We see it in North Beach where, 500 some odd micro units were approved and people are already asking for more on top of that before even one micro unit has been permitted and built and inhabited, so that we can understand how things will impact our city. We're in a precarious place as a city, and I think it behooves us as a planning board to take a step back and not look just at the project that we are looking at in front of us on the agenda, item by item, but to look at how projects in the aggregate will affect the city. We are dealing with infrastructure issues, with construction issues, with overcrowding issues, with all sorts of issues. And I would suggest that why don't we let the folks who are building the other parts of this project finish what they're building? Why don't we let them go back to the drawing board? When I was involved in trying to save single family homes from being demolished, an excellent architect said to me, all these people complaining about restrictions on what can and can't be done are just being lazy. A good architect can design something beautiful and functional with any parameters. And so that's on the architect. So I would challenge the developer to finish the projects that he already is working on, to make amends with his neighbors so that people can work together to find some common ground, and to come back with a better design. I know we're not ruling on design, but a better vision for what they want to create in the space that they have, given the legislation and guidance and zoning regulations that exist, rather than trying to decimate decades of urban planning.
Thank you, Tanya. Asa?
To keep it short, I'm just going to say I agree with both David and Tanya.
All right. So I am listening and looking at this item, and I have mixed feelings about it. I live on Belle Isle, and as I'm looking at this, a couple things came to mind. I think I am always in favor of distributing a building vertically to preserve view corridors, to enhance sight lines, to make a better coastline or a bay line. I think that is very important, and it still holds true for me. However, that's a apples to apples comparison, or given that you can place a building that you would then want to take it as vertical as possible versus flattening it out. In this case, we're being asked to do something a little bit different, which is not an apples to apples comparison. In my particular perspective, we're asking that, you do all this additional work or grant in order to take that height, vertically. And then that then leads me to design and saying, hey, well, can you design something a little bit better? So I agree with those comments that were made. And then it made me go back and look at what staff had wrote about the recommendation. And I guess my question to staff would be, with the recommendation, just in my reading, it seems to be, and actually staff, I don't necessarily need you to respond, but in my reading of the recommendation, I think that you probably come up with, in my opinion, the same analysis if the building were the 140-foot version versus the 300. I mean, if the 300-foot version were not up for discussion today, and if you were for some reason having to opine on the 140-foot version, I think you would have arrived at the same particular sentences that were in the staff report. So why do I say that? I guess I just say that to say, I'm going to rely a little bit more on a relationship between the neighborhood and the district overlay with regards to the project and my interpretation of it and my particular opinion of it as a member of the board. One of the things that also, just seems, and I get it, I do see the argument that the Capri can be a little bit out of scale relative to the others, but then it depends on which perspective you're looking from. If you're looking from the south to the north, it's not out of scale. If you're looking from the north to the south, if you're looking from the north to the south, it's probably not out of scale, but if you're looking from the south to the north, it's out of scale. Meaning if you're looking from perspective of, as we come north, you have, these larger buildings, but then once you go past the Capri, you have significant reduction in height. From my perspective, from my building. So all of that said, I think I would like to see from Michael, your team really try to go back and look at some design avenues and options. And certainly, I think there was a gentleman by the name of Philip. I can't remember his first name, but Mr. Philip came on, and I think he approached this by saying he was not totally against it, and kind of his comments led, for now, he's against it, meaning there was an option and an opportunity to have further conversation to come up with something that could be creatively done here artistically from an architectural and design standpoint that would meet both the needs and agreement from the neighborhood and meet the needs of the developer. I certainly understand the needs of the developer. I certainly understand expediency. I understand interest rates increasing. I understand the timing of things. I understand a lot of stuff, but I think that we still have a little bit more work to do on this particular request.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Alex.
Okay, thank you. And just to add just a few extra points, staff's recommendation weighs heavily on me, together with Michael Larkin's presentation. I appreciate the application, but I got to listen also to our staff. And what's our staff telling us? Staff is telling us that the proposals have scale, that it could adversely affect living conditions in the neighborhood, that it could reduce light to the adjacent areas. They're telling us, however, if we don't approve this, there still could be development on the site. Now, the question is, what's better? Is it the shorter building, or that could perhaps cast more shadows, or is it the taller building? Well, I don't live there, but the neighbors of the area feel that the taller building is not to the area's benefit. But what lays heavily on me is that I trust our city commission, and they were sponsoring legislation to this effect. And the city commission then dropped the sponsorship, or a city commissioner then dropped the sponsorship of that. Who am I to second guess the judgment, the legislative decision of the city commission, when this then has to go back to the table and the decision-making authority of the city commission? And that's why, Mr. Chairman, at the right time, I would make a motion to transmit with an unfavorable recommendation as recommended by staff, but still encourage the applicant to work with the neighborhood on this project.
Definitely understood, Alex. And I would say, who are you, sir? You are a member of the planning board, so you can definitely have your opinion there. And
So,
you're very kind, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, can I just make one quick comment to clear up some confusion about that? Because I don't want Alex troubled by the sponsorship issue. Commissioner, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Ariola had originally agreed to sponsor legislation, and it was referred by the city commission to the land use committee. But Commissioner Ariola, for reasons that he doesn't wish to disclose, not only withdrew sponsorship from our item, but about 7 other items in about June of last year as we were heading to land use. So without a sponsor, we couldn't make our presentation to the land use committee. So the option available to us was to file the private amendment application. So the commission had one opportunity at referral, and the Mayor Gelber's spirit about referrals to let all referrals go. But the entire city commission as a body didn't really consider the substance of this legislation either in committee format or as a full body at a city commission hearing for first reading. So Alice, I just wanted you to understand that a little bit better. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And let me just say one thing to a member of the public who was awaiting to speak, Valerie. Miss Valerie Owen, we already have closed the opportunity for the public to speak. I'm not going to reopen it, but I did want to acknowledge you. You came in a little bit late. We'll on the next meetings. It's always prudent and best to get here a little bit earlier. So I want to acknowledge you, but we're not going to open the opportunity to speak again. All right, so we got to take, I think the next step, we got to learn how to take these hands down. So let me try to remove mine. And then that way I can see if there's anybody else who wants to speak before. I think Alex has moved something, so I want to give him the opportunity to move it. Nick, Mark, are you guys waiting to speak, or that's just old hat? Okay, Alex, go ahead if you want to make your motion.
Simply, I'm going to move staff recommendation to transmit to the city commission with an unfavorable recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Alex Fernandez, second by David Weeder, to transmit the item with an unfavorable recommendation to the city commission.
Mr. Chair, can we give comments as we vote?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can we provide comments as we vote?
Yeah,
Nick, I would recommend not. Actually, usually a roll call should really just be a yes or no. So if you want to make any comments, I would recommend you make them before.
That's okay. That's true, Nick. So let's just call the question. So go ahead and you can just add your points here, Nick.
Alex, do you mind if I just say something real quick?
Go ahead, Nick.
It's up to the chair.
Give me 30 seconds. Yeah, I think this is a tough case. I don't think anyone's decimating decades of planning by bringing this to us and seeking this. And I see a lot of merits to the proposal. And again, they can build as they are allowed by right. This is not by right, so they're asking us, and I see some merits there. What really doesn't allow me to endorse it at this time is is just that, to Alex's point, it is the neighbors. And if the neighbors were here in full support, no question, I would do it. But because we're moving closer to a neighbor who's opposed to it, I just don't feel I can support that at this time. And just, I wanted to say that, and I would recommend that you do try to get back together with the neighbors and work that out, because I think there's a lot of potential. Anyway, just wanted to say that.
Any other unreadiness before we call? Okay, go ahead, Rogelio.
Ms. Bott?
I support the motion.
Okay. Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
In support of the motion.
Mr. Jelby?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
No.
Mr. Weeder?
Yes.
And the motion passes 6-1.
All right. Let's move next to item number, well, let me just read them off this way. Planning Board filed 210425, Affordable Housing Land Use Fee Waivers.
Okay. This is file number PB21-0425. It is a simple ordinance amendment that waives land use fees for affordable housing. So to be specific, the ordinance waives application fees, per square foot fees, and per variance fees for the DRB, HPB, and Board of Adjustment. For elderly and non-elderly low and moderate income housing, which is the definition that the code uses to define affordable housing. The ordinance also waives applicable concurrency and mobility fees. Currently, the mobility fees are reduced for affordable housing, but this proposal will eliminate them altogether. And so the ordinance simply is intended to facilitate affordable housing development in the city. The ordinance was endorsed by the Land Use and Sustainability Committee, and staff recommends that the Planning Board transmit the item to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation. So if you have any questions.
All right. And this one doesn't have any kind of like special presentation or anything like that, right?
No, there was no specific development in mind that I'm aware of. It's just a general policy direction to incentivize affordable housing.
Okay, perfect. So seeing, I guess, if there's any board discussion on the item. Okay, I don't see any. I'm in support of the item. I'll just say that.
David, you're our conduit, right? Between...
Yes, I'm supposed. I got notice that I was appointed to the Affordable Housing Committee. I have much to learn about it. My question is, who proposed this ordinance in the first place? Did the city attorney do it at the behest of the commission?
The sponsor is Commissioner Gongora. He's the one that requested that the city look at ways to waive fees for affordable housing.
Okay. Do we have a history of how other cities have handled this issue? Does anybody know?
Yes.
Regarding waiver of fee.
Yes.
Sorry, Rogelio, go ahead and then I'll follow up.
No, we do know that several cities do offer incentives, financial incentives for affordable housing. I don't have the specific numbers in front of me, but we do know that is something that is common among many jurisdictions.
Okay. And David, I'll just add to that in many other cities, they'll actually offer FAR bonus increases to developments that offer affordable housing. We can't do that because of the city charter. So it's long been a struggle to incentivize affordable housing here. So, this is one way to do that. I think something that we had previously discussed at some of these meetings was offering like fast track permit or permit review services. Is that something we could consider adding to this?
I think
as part of this item at the Land Use Committee and the City Commission then endorsed a resolution to for the building department to fast track these types of building permits. So that was part of the commission's action. This is just the legislation that's required to implement the rest of what the city commission directive was.
Yeah. So what I want to know is whether does this incentivize? Is this type of housing in need of incentivization? In other words, would developers not do it if there were no such incentives?
100%, they won't do it without incentive.
That's likely true.
So it's really, a question of the city's policy as to how much we need it or want it. So I look forward to the meeting and to try and understand it a lot more. And depends, I don't know how the projects move along, and so I will learn and look forward to come back to report to the board on what I've learned.
David, the one thing I will comment on with regards to your question is, as you learn how these developments are put together, I think you'll start to look at what I call a capital stack, or how these projects are financed. And then you'll also be able to see through that oftentimes affordable housing is built unaffordably. Or in many cases, soft project costs are exorbitantly high relative to a market rate project that, if it had the same, had other financing, would not have those costs associated with it. So by giving these incentives, whether they're design incentives that Nick spoke about, whether they're financial incentives, which is what we're offering here, they actually serve to lower the project costs. And in many cases, since the source of funding is public funding, whether it be from the state or from a local level, it reduces the out-of-pocket cost to the taxpayers to support and provide this additional financing for these projects. I'm going to call subsidize these projects. So anyway, I think this is one that we should support, but that's my opinion, and I think it's kind of no-brainer.
I agree.
That's
that was more voting after that. I agree.
Uh-oh. You better vote for it.
Uh-oh.
Listen, I think it's it's a good start, and with that I move it forward with a favorable recommendation.
All right, it's been moved by Mark, a second by Alex.
I'm sorry, I actually had a question. I had my hand raised.
I'm sorry, Tanya, go ahead.
So obviously incentivizing affordable, affordable housing in this city is very necessary. So I applaud the efforts. I do have a couple of questions though, because I have found that when things are good and well-intended projects or ideas are put forward without specific care to details, they can be there can be unintended consequences and loopholes that people try to drive trucks through. So to avoid that, a couple of questions are, how are we defining, or how is this initiative going to define affordable housing? Because the terms affordable housing, low-income housing, and workforce housing get thrown around kind of, meaning get thrown around unintentionally in that they get used interchangeably. But as we learned from Maria last month, they actually have different levels of income qualification, et cetera, et cetera. So what is this actually designed to create? And then I have another question after that.
Okay, we have, essentially we have affordable and then we have workforce. This is designed for affordable. The technical term that we use is housing for low and or moderate income moderate income. So low income would be up to 50% of the median income, and then moderate income would be up to 80% of the area median income. So this would assist developments that are intended for those that can they have an income of up to 80% of the area median income.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question is this intended to incentivize projects which are specifically and exclusively 100% affordable housing projects? Or would somebody be able to come to the table and say, hey, listen, I'm building a 100-unit apartment building and 10 of those units will be affordable housing? Would that developer then be able to avail him or herself of these benefits?
So for the land use fee waivers, it would have to be fully an affordable development. However, for the concurrency and mobility fees, those are charged per unit. So for the units that are affordable, we would not charge them a concurrency or mobility fee. But for those units that are market rate, we would charge them a concurrency or a mobility fee.
So does this do anything to incentivize people to build 100% affordable housing projects? Or will it really, the way it will actually be used, be mostly people who want to get a little bit of a break and throw in a handful of units onto a bigger project?
If the development is not fully affordable, then the waiver of the land use board fees would not apply to them. They would have to pay the full fee. So it does incentivize full affordable housing.
So because I have not brought a project to the city of Miami Beach of the scale, tell me what the financial impact of waiving the land use board fees are versus the other two fees. Like, I guess what I'm getting at, will people care about the waiver of the land use fee versus the waiver of the other two fees?
They're both significant. The land use fees, I believe the application fee is comes out to roughly $4,500 plus a per square foot fee. I believe the per square foot fee is 50 cents a square foot. So it depends on the size of the development. But let's say you have a 20,000 square foot building, that would be $10,000 plus the 4,000. So it'd be saving roughly $15,000, let's say, in land use board fees. For the concurrency fees, I believe it's, let me go to the exact number so I don't make it up. That would be in chapter 122. A multifamily apartment pays roughly $1,600 a unit. So they would, and currently an affordable unit pays $379 a unit. So they'd be saving $379 currently for every affordable housing unit that they provide.
Okay, so I guess the question is, if the goal is to actually incentivize affordable housing in the city, does this go far enough to do that? Or is it
this on its own is probably not enough. They're going to require other subsidies, perhaps from there are other sources of revenue from the state. The city has other sources of revenue through the community development department. So this in and of itself is not enough, but it just adds to the pot to be able to make it happen.
Okay, I guess I just want to avoid providing, again, something very well intended, which the mission of which I completely unequivocally support, which is to get more affordable living spaces into the city for people who work here. But what I don't want to have happen is that this becomes an unanticipated or unintended gift to a developer who would be ordinarily developing a market rate project, and then by throwing in, a handful of affordable housing units, be able to, save money that I don't know how to express this exactly. I'm sorry, I'm a little.
Tanya, maybe I can help you out with that.
Please.
I said so. The question really, as I see it, is some developer who goes ahead and tries to develop affordable housing is going to probably want to make the same profit level he would make on a normal project. So the question then was, of course, would the incentives for the project be sufficient to ensure that a developer will be able to say, I'm going to make just as good a profit as I would if I were, building a luxury building. And then the question becomes can state and municipal sources provide sufficient funding for that? And I imagine that's the subject of where we are going to be going at these meetings. And if the affordable housing has to fight with the state to get more and more for the developer to make the same profit, because I would assume if he isn't going to make the same or nearly the same profit, he would probably not want to go ahead with he or she would probably not want to go ahead with the project. So I imagine that's the crucial issue that we would be addressing as a state and as a community. So, of course we want more affordable housing. I do too. And so what then would we be looking at? Would we be looking at a developer who cuts corners and, makes unattractive buildings that are ugly for the city or are not helpful for the city? And what type of renters would it attract simply because they worked here? And I guess another issue would be, do they have to be employed on Miami Beach to have an apartment? So I guess there's a whole slew of issues that would be addressed in this thing, which has probably been done by other cities, but at this point I'm still fairly ignorant about it. So I look forward to it. I think we can learn, and I think that if there's good intentions on the part of everybody, I mean, I don't necessarily believe that developers are altruistic. I don't know whether they're, they just want to make money. And so we want to get affordable housing. So how are we going to get developers to do it? Where is it going to be? What is it going to look like? How much is the rent going to be? And are people really going to be able to afford it? Are they going to turn it into something else? There's so many things we have to look at.
I guess my concern is just that that in our quest to do something good, we end up doing something that hurts more than it helps. So
the first time.
Yeah, the first time. So I just want to put that out there.
To answer just your question again, what a developer that's doing a mixed income development project, what they would be saving is $378 per affordable unit. Otherwise, all the other fees, they would be subject to the full fee. So I don't think $378 would really cause them to save enough money to lose a couple market rate units for that.
Okay. All right. Perfect. So I think, Mark, do you want to have a comment, or you're good?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I understand Tanya's issue here, but I think we're pretty good on the definition of what affordable unit is. So that's theoretically our protection here, that it doesn't get misused. So I moved it already. So
all right. Well, I had to take your motion off the table because Tanya had her hand up.
So with that, I'll move it with a favor.
One second before you make your motion. Let me just address. Just this thing about affordable housing developers just making all this profit. I just want to put that to bed. That doesn't exist. Number one. All right. There are plenty enough safe harbor and profit restrictions that prevent you from exceeding certain limits and all of this stuff. And it's designed as such to reduce the cost of the development. And then, the comment that Tanya made about what I call inclusionary zoning. I think that's, what we want to do is try to encourage market rate developers to cut out portions of their building to provide where you can have these intersections of not everybody being in the building, being as wealthy as all of us who get to sit here, right? So with that, I just wanted to put those comments on the record because, affordable housing is not always understood. Because I do both spectrums, market rate and affordable, we're able to see the whole continuum of development. So, Rogelio, the last piece Tanya brought up is something that you and I talked about, and that's about definitions and the incompatibility sometimes of the definitions at, let's say, the state level, for example. relative to what's in the code. So if you can just opine on that and talk about that we are rewriting code now, and that'll be one of the things that we take up. Is that correct or no?
Oh, you're not on, Rogelio. Yeah.
Sorry about that. The definition of affordable and workforce housing is actually not in the land development regulations. It's in the city code in chapter 58 related to housing. So that's something that even without rewriting the code, we can suggest that be looked at again if we feel that needs to be tweaked. Currently, like I said, low and moderate is 80% of area median income, and then workforce, I believe, is 140% of area median income, and then above that is just market rate housing. So if that's something that you think we need to look at, we can certainly, the planning board can certainly make a recommendation to the city commission to look at those definitions.
Okay, let me look at them offline before I support making that recommendation, but I do notice that there's a lot of inconsistency in different jurisdictions on labeling affordable housing, and then it causes confusion amongst the AMI levels, and then it can sometimes get into NIMBYism and then other issues too, where just people don't understand, hey, this housing is being built for you if you happen to fall into these tier categories. And I think also David brought up a point to for us to consider later about preference. When these developments do take shape and form in the city of Miami Beach, who are they for? Are they for people who actually work on the beach, or can a preference be given in some cases? So anyway, just a point. So with that, Mark, I throw it back to you.
Okay, I'll reassert my motion to move this forward with a favorable recommendation to the city commission.
Okay, and then I think we're getting a second by Alex, and then just a point of clarification, Alex, before we move it.
Yeah, no, I had my hand raised, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for, it's actually very interesting questions. I'm not an expert in affordable housing, but I am a City Hall gadfly, and I do follow the process a lot. Over time, I do know that the city has enacted other policies and procedures to help encourage the development of affordable housing. I know that the City Commission has passed ordinances to expedite the permitting process. They've reduced the minimum unit size for these type of housing. We've reduced parking requirements. And to David's question, having to do with other jurisdictions, there's a very interesting chart from the South Florida Regional Planning Council on the regulatory toolboxes for incentivizing affordable housing, and it speaks to what a lot of other jurisdictions do. And I know at the county, waiver of some of these fees is something that in fact is done. And so with that, I just wanted to offer that context, because the city does. And I'm sorry, Mark. I'm getting feedback, and
sorry about that.
No, man. It's okay. Okay, there we go. Now I can concentrate. All right. So I just wanted to make that point that this is not the only toolbox with the city for promoting affordable housing and workforce housing development over time. These ideas do come forward, and I think even our code requires, David, that on a triennial basis, the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, which you now serve on as our representative, look at these policies and help enhance them. And the attorney can correct me if I'm wrong on that. But I think this also was supported by that committee. And I'm excited to see it moving forward here as well.
Yeah, I'm going to try my best.
We're counting on you, sir. And if you need some after school tutoring, let me know.
I was thinking of
that. Yeah. All right. So everybody do me a favor, because if your hand was still up from the last time, that's how I can't tell. So Tanya, if you can take your hand down. Mark, if you can take your hand down. Okay, Mark, go ahead and move it, please.
Yeah, and like I said before, it's a start. So, it's not the end. So with that, I'll move it forward with a favorable recommendation to the City Commission.
Alex, you seconding it?
With pleasure. I'll second.
Okay. Moved in second. Rogelio?
Ms. Bott?
Yes, for me. Let's come back to her.
Okay, we'll go back to her. Okay, Mr. Brantley, yes. Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Mr. Jalpi?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
All right.
And Ms. Bott, are you on?
Yes, I was on before. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, so once again, yes.
Okay, perfect. So the motion passes 7-0.
All right. Let's take up Planning Board file item 21-0428, Sunset Harbor CD2 and I-1 development overlay.
Okay, so this file number PB21-0428. This ordinance establishes development regulations in the I-1 and CD2 districts for the Sunset Harbor neighborhood. Recently, the City Commission approved the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Identity Overlay, which restricted certain uses in the neighborhood to maintain the neighborhood scale that currently exists. And at that time, it was suggested that additional regulations be adopted to further protect the scale and uniqueness of the neighborhood. So in furtherance of those goals, residents of the Sunset Harbor neighborhood prepared a neighborhood vision plan for Sunset Harbor. And that was one of the bases for this proposed ordinance. So the administration worked with area residents in drafting this proposed ordinance and incorporating the objectives of the neighborhood vision plan. So the ordinance does quite a few things. First of all, it limits the number of lots that can be aggregated for retail, personal service, or restaurant use to no more than 6 lots, unless it's so the exception is for office development. It limits the lot size to 36,000 square feet, unless the lot existed prior to January 1st, 2021. In addition to the requirement for buildings over 50,000 gross square feet to require CUP, the ordinance also requires a CUP for establishments over 25,000 square feet and places a limit of 2 such establishments. This is very similar to the requirements in the North Beach Town Center. The ordinance also establishes a 10-foot clear pedestrian path, which is to allow for wider sidewalks, but it does give the DRB the ability to reduce it, subject to design review criteria for, there may be some unforeseen circumstances in the right-of-way that can't be mitigated against. So it also allows the DRB to increase the height from 55 feet to 65 feet for office uses on properties running Dade Boulevard between Alton Road and Bay Road, Alton Road between 20th Street and Dade Boulevard, and Purdy Avenue between 18th Street and Dade Boulevard. It establishes criteria for that extra height. So it requires the lots to have a minimum of 10,000 square feet, requires that 1.5 of the 2 FAR be used for office or ground floor commercial uses, requires that the ground floor contain retail, personal service establishments, or restaurants fronting the clear pedestrian path, requires that portions of a building exceeding 55 feet adjacent to residential use be set back a minimum of 10 feet from the residential use, requires that portions of the building exceeding 55 feet be set back 150 feet from 20th Street, requires that portions of the building exceeding 55 feet be set back 100 feet from Bay Road. Those both are to protect the existing residences in the area, and requires that portions of a building exceeding 55 feet in height that are located along 18th Street between Bay Road and Purdy Avenue be set back a minimum of 12 feet from the property line. The ordinance also places additional restrictions for what the general allowable height exceptions are in the code, and generally requires them not to exceed 10 feet above the main roof structure, but it does provide for specific exemptions for mechanical equipment that are just absolutely necessary to exceed that. The ordinance also prohibits special events at alcoholic beverage establishments and requires that where they are permitted, that they end by 9 p.m. It prohibits outdoor speakers except as required for life safety purposes. The ordinance also prohibits hotels, apartment hotels, and suite hotels. Previously, only hostels were prohibited. Additionally, the ordinance modifies parking district number 5 which only applies to the Sunset Harbor neighborhood in Chapter 130, to remove requirements for non-residential uses above the ground floor, but it does authorize development to provide parking up to the level permitted in Parking District 1 without being penalized against FAR. So this is possible because Sunset Harbor has a centralized and large and underutilized garage. It is expected that due to the mixed-use neighborhood nature of the vicinity, that many people will get around using alternative modes of transportation. And it is expected to allow commercial developments. It's expected that the commercial developments will continue to provide parking as the market deems necessary. The ordinance was endorsed by the Land Use and Sustainability Committee with modifications, and those modifications are included in the draft. However, they did not provide a recommendation regarding the proposed amendments to Chapter 130 related to off-street parking, and they did request that the Planning Board provide input regarding those provisions. There was last year a pilot program that was adopted for one block of the area, so this would supersede those regulations going forward. And so with that, the staff recommends that the Planning Board transmit the proposed ordinance amendment to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation.
All right. All right, I think we have Mickey to speak on this item. Is that correct?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mickey Marrero, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here on behalf of SOBI 18, the FinVarb Group.
Good morning, Mickey.
Morning.
Hi, Mickey.
Hey, everyone. I had a presentation that I submitted to staff last week. If that can be put up. There we go. Mr. Chair, you ready?
Ready to go.
Yeah, I'll take hopefully just a little bit more than the normal time, just because we do have an important interest here.
We'll give you Mickey. We'll give you 7 minutes.
Okay, should be hopefully less than that. So good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, staff. We're here on just a very small portion of this ordinance, not in its totality, because we inadvertently were sort of included in the discussion here. Just so you understand who my client is, for those that don't know, I represent Ronald and Richard Finvarb, the Finvarb Group, and they've developed several hotels throughout the country, but with a focus in Miami Beach. Most recently, and if you can go to the next slide, most recently the Palomar Hotel at 17th and Alton, 1750 Alton, was opened in February of 2020, just in time for the Super Bowl, but unfortunately just before COVID hit. So you can imagine that, after many years of approvals, investment, and development, they had a very difficult 2020, but thankfully the hotel has been able to jump back. It's now doing well. And if you all have been to Marini, which is the restaurant, or seen it, the restaurant is getting incredible reviews in the ground floor, and it's really attracting folks from around the neighborhood and throughout. So we're thrilled with that. And next slide. So because of the success of the Palomar and Kimpton's belief in the Finvarb Group and their ability to produce good work, they decided to take an opportunity with the vacant property. You see that triangle on the other side of Dade Boulevard. That's 1790 Alton Road. That currently is vacant. It's been vacant for at least a couple decades. I can tell you that I've been personally involved with 2 developments that were proposed for there over the years that have, for whatever reason, not proceeded. We now have hopefully a great opportunity to do something there. If we can have the next slide. So there is what we're talking about. This is a building that's already been in the process of design. It is proposed to be the Kimpton Palomar Suites, which would be a complementary use to the Palomar across the way. And the Kimpton Palomar Suites would really be catering to the same type of clientele that would want to use a Kimpton hotel and stay at something like the Palomar, but they might need a little bit more room because of their family, or perhaps they're staying a little bit longer because they're a business traveler and they need the additional office amenities that a larger room might provide. Next slide. And here are just what we can go through these relatively quickly, but I want to show you just a few renderings. The architect that's been retained to prepare these is the same architect that has worked with the Finvarbs at the Thompson Hotel that they're going to open on 17th and Washington, that has hopefully soon begin construction. They've really sought an architect with incredibly high degree of skill to do something special in the neighborhood, to do something unique at this prominent corner, to not only complement the Palomar, but be its own architectural statement. As you can see, the ground floor is proposed to have a restaurant use. That's the only use that will be in addition to the hotel. Next. Again, just another angle here. This is sort of facing from the southeast. Next. Here's just another rendering. Again, just want to give you a few different perspectives. Finally, the next one will show you kind of a perspective looking out of one of the units. If we can go to the next slide. And this is what someone might look like. You can see someone looking at the Palomar and the relationship between the two buildings. The idea is also to have very lush landscaping, kind of have a serene guest experience. Next slide. So this is sort of the gist of why we're here. And what I want to show you in the next slide, but first I want to tell you what we're proposing. So our client went into this with the idea to purchase this property sometime in October, November. They looked at it, they entered into a contract, and then they met with staff, got us involved. Everyone confirmed that the hotel could be done here. There's some limitations, obviously, with Sunset Harbor neighborhood. We're comfortable with those. So he proceeded, and he's well underway. He's well into a contract with a non-refundable deposit, architectural plans well underway when the idea of a prohibition here came about on February 10th. The language that we're proposing, and we're happy to work with you on other language that you might be more comfortable with. The language that they're proposing takes a unique look at a property that's on the corner of Alton Road and Dade Boulevard, because we feel that while there are properties within the Sunset Harbor neighborhood that have a great deal of proximity to the residents, this is sort of the complete opposite. This property is on Alton Road, which is a highly trafficked commercial road, and Dade Boulevard, also a highly trafficked commercial road. This is at the very, very corner of the Sunset Harbor neighborhood, and an area that this a little bit more intense development has always been sought. So we do think it's different. We do think that its distance from the residences is great. And because of that, because in addition to the fact that there was reliance here getting to this point where our client had expended significant funds before the inception of an idea of prohibiting hotels even came about. So this is the language that's proposed. It would still remain prohibiting hotels throughout the neighborhood, but would allow suite hotels and hotels only. So that, you couldn't do a hostel or an Airbnb apartment hotel, but you could do suite hotels or hotels in the CD2 area, essentially in this very corner of the neighborhood. And next slide. And here's just a summary of the reliance that I was mentioning before. And, and I think we can provide you any more detail that you'd like, but we entered, he started looking at the property in October. By November 19th, he had entered into a contract with the landowner. We had met with Mr. Mooney and worked with staff and did our due diligence on behalf of the Finvarbs. December 4th, we felt comfortable that he could develop the hotel that they wanted. Between December and January, they negotiated with Kimpton and ultimately entered into a contract with Kimpton. And got a land acquisition loan approved on the 14th. February 1st, after several months of due diligence, review, get contract with the operator and everything else, he went hard on the deal. High degree of confidence. All your boxes have been checked. And only then, 9 days later, was the very well-intentioned discussion at City Commission about a hotel prohibition. But it was 9 days later than we had. We're already well into this. So, not only are we providing what we believe is a wonderful product and hopefully something that the neighborhood will be really proud of, but also, we really, our client relied strongly on the long-standing zoning that at no point in the past and up until now had even considered prohibiting hotels. The last thing I want to mention, just briefly, since it is making an exception for, or just a slightly different regulation for a part of the neighborhood, if you can go to the next and final slide, is just basically some very simple spot zoning case law. Spot zoning always comes up when you're treating an area different than another area. So I've heard it mentioned when I've discussed with some folks. Our research over the years has shown that spot zoning is really when there's a rezoning. if we were going to rezone a piece of land, allow a different zoning category than other areas, and there wasn't really a compatibility there, and you just kind of picked something out, that would really be a textbook spot zoning case. Here, this is treating an area differently because of its geographic boundaries, a perimeter area that's not within an otherwise zoned area, and it certainly isn't a rezoning. The underlying zoning remains the same. So for that, we feel that taking a slightly different look at this property in this corner of this neighborhood differently does not in any way constitute spot zoning. And with that, I would conclude. Happy to answer questions. My client's also available if you all want to speak to him, but I'm here to answer any questions that you would have. And I'm anxious to hear from you all. Thank you.
All right. It looks like I have some folks who just want to speak on the item. I believe the first person will be Ms. De Los Reyes.
Yes.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Hi, this is Sarah De Los Reyes. I am the Neighborhood Association president. The MVP that we put forth and having no hotels, we support having no hotels, no suites in Sunset Harbor. We all stay, I think, at least personally, I stand by our MVP that we decided to put in place. That we have had many different meetings about the neighborhood and how we can enhance the neighborhood in a way that it stays within the way it is today and grow and make it grow better than what it is, but in the context of how Sunset Harbor is. So I support the ordinance as it is today, and prohibiting, the hotels.
Thank you, Ms. De Los Reyes. And now we'll move to Tempest Motors.
This is Mike Rubin. I'm a co-author of the Neighborhood Vision Plan and a director on the Sunset Housing Neighborhood Association. The first comment is that the neighborhood ordinance represents a comprehensive approach to neighborhood specific development. It was, we worked in collaboration with Commission, with Mayor Gilbert, with Tom Mooney and his team. And I think it's a remarkable effort and really represents both what the neighborhood sees as its identity and an approach to economic vitality that's reflective of the city's interests in economic diversification away from leisure-dependent revenues and to encouraging office and other uses. I do want to comment briefly on the proposal for the hotel on the corner of Alton and Dade. We're currently surrounded by a variety of hotels that will be approaching 700 rooms within an 8-minute walk of Sunset Harbor. We have issues with transient traffic that have been negative. The facade of the hotel, which you saw, resembles more a parking garage than the elegant, description of a bespoke facade, but it's more, our concerns are more related to the use and specifically to this program, which includes suites with laundries, which are really designed for the larger groups that have been housed in the Palomar and other hotels, as handsome as they may be, that, have been adjusting to a change during COVID in the demographic and the market that we're attracting. And this hotel is clearly designed for that purpose, to attract more groups with laundrettes and kitchenettes. So it's directly what we were concerned about in the Neighborhood Vision Plan and why we incorporated and worked with the city to incorporate those provisions in the ordinance. I'll let others speak now, but that is a concern. I hadn't expected to be talking about this, just talking really about the great degree of cooperation that went into this plan and how I think it represents a great first step in a comprehensive approach to neighborhood specific development. Kudos to the city, to Tom Mooney and his staff, and to our neighborhood folks for working long and hard to get this to where it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Let's go to, and we're going to just no more than 3 minutes, Nick, if you, I know you're keeping clock, but just we want to limit these to 3 minutes. Bruce Backman.
Good morning. Please support the ordinance to implement the neighborhood vision plan. It will encourage development harmonious with the neighborhood. The MVP was a response to the mayor and commission's request for a neighborhood answer to their initiative to encourage creation of first-class office space, which will move Miami Beach away from the seasonal and unstable hospitality industry. Office workers will want to live near work, and they will spend their earnings in local commercial establishments. What we do not want are more hotels moving to the west side. Perhaps unwittingly, the city is fostering a concentrated cluster of hotels in a 2-block area. We already have the Marriott, the Palomar, the Variety, the Thompson is coming to the corner of the southeast corner of Alton and 17th, and now the Palomar Suites proposed for 1790 Alton Road in Sunset Harbor. All of these locations run noisy, highly trafficked streets without views or beach access. They will never attract the type of high-spending tourist that will stay at a building like the new Aman and Mid-Beach. The developers of the Palomar Suites aim to attract business travelers, but without offices here, there are no business travelers. Instead, with proposed suites containing laundry and kitchenettes, you will bring multiple occupants to one suite, bringing their own supplies and not spending locally. Sunset Harbor already has 3 scooter rentals and a major jet ski rental, attracting spring breakers. Linked with a string of lower-cost hotels down Alton Road with a new Firestone 4 a.m. venue, including a bar with a hip-hop DJ, the Bodega, and Mondrian to the south, you would be creating a new spring break center on the west side of Miami Beach, right as we see spring break crowds destroying the MXE and also terrorizing residents of neighboring areas, just as we saw last night on Euclid Avenue. We want a vibrant but stable economy in Sunset Harbor based on local workers and businesses. Secondary hotel locations will bring at best second-rate businesses, potentially worse crowds that drive out good businesses and residents. Keep the hotel ban in the ordinance, please. Thank you.
All right. Marcella Sardi.
Hi, good morning. I'm going to be brief because I'm in agreement with Bruce, Sarah, and Mike. I am co-author with Mike of the MVP and totally support the ordinance as it is right now. I am super concerned about this hotel because of what it was stated prior to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sardi. And then now we'll have Marilyn.
Can you hear me?
Good morning. Good afternoon now. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. My name is Marilyn Freundlich. I also live in Sunset Harbor, and I support this ordinance. We all work very hard for it, especially Marcella and Mike, who put it together as professionals. The purpose originally was to attract office buildings, and it has become very difficult because the developers who have tried to bring offices to Sunset Harbor have faced all kinds of difficulties from all kinds of boards, which I find it very, very hard to understand. You know, we want to attract that kind of business to get away from the hospitality, and we make life very hard for the people who are trying to do exactly what we want them to do. So today I want to make it very clear that we have to work in collaboration with our developers and our businesses. We cannot be so adversarial with them. And regarding the hotel, I feel so sorry for this group that they put all this money and everything into this hotel, and then this thing springs on them. Maybe another alternative will be to totally carve out that lot from Sunset Harbor, make it something more Alton Road and Day Boulevard not belonging to Sunset Harbor, because that little lot has been there forever and nobody wants to do anything with it because it's a hard place to get to. It's in too busy streets. Going back to our ordinance, I hope that you are able to pass this to the commission because it's a good ordinance. It's very good for Sunset Harbor. And I hope that the boards work more with us, with all of us, rather than, and please, it's nothing personal with the planning board, but to please work more in accordance with us rather than against us. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Julie.
Hi, good morning. My name is Julie Weaver. I live in Sunset Harbor. I agree with the first three people that spoke or whatever. I think the one thing that we need to remember is I was on a meeting with the mayor, and he always mentions our neighborhood as being a pilot type neighborhood or a neighborhood that he envisions other neighborhoods to be. And the reason is because we have kept it a neighborhood. I agree with the ordinance. I do not think a hotel is needed in that space. I was in the hotel business for quite a few years, and I will tell you, people will try to fit in more people in the rooms than are allowed. We actually did not allow it. It was a B&B at the time. But I don't think this neighborhood needs that. I agree with everyone else, and I won't keep reiterating, but I hope that you do the right thing. Thank you.
All right. Jeff Aronson.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. We can hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Aronson. I'm a resident in Sunset Harbor. I largely want to reiterate what most of the speakers have said, but emphasize a couple things. Sunset Harbor is a very unique area in Miami Beach. It is very residential oriented. It's one of the few areas which is a walking area where residents can come out and service their needs, supermarkets, hardware store, etc., by simply walking there. It's a multi-use area, and I think most of the residents in the area appreciate the uniqueness and want to keep it that way. I very much am in favor of the ordinance and appreciate the neighborhood vision plan and the ordinance being predicated on the neighborhood vision plan. I am concerned about the addition of a hotel, even though it's on the periphery and it is on a piece of land which has been dirt for who knows how many decades. I think it could be developed better. It's on the border of Sunset Harbor, but to add a hotel for allegedly families, to add to the mix of hotels which is now sprouting up on the west side of the island, I don't think is consistent with the neighborhood vision plan, nor I don't think it appropriate to add an exception to the ordinance. Thank you.
Okay. Here we have Ralph Andrade.
Yes, good afternoon. Do you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Good afternoon, Ralph.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. I don't think I need more than 5 minutes. My name is Ralph Andrade. I represent Beach Towing.
Hey, Ralph, we're not going to give you 5 minutes. We're going to give you 3.
Oh, Mr. Marrero got 7, and I'm calling regarding the interest of a property owner who was really unaware of and unable to participate in the drafting of this ordinance. So yeah, I'll make it as brief as I can. So Beach Towing Services is located at 1349 Dade Boulevard. And really the issue that we take with the ordinance is, first of all, we think planning staff did a wonderful job in reaching out to the Sunset Harbor residents, as Mr. Rogelio indicated, and the neighborhood vision plan is predicated upon resident input. But what didn't happen was any outreach to the commercial property owners within Sunset Harbor. So while I commend staff for reaching out and doing some public outreach to the residents, you have a whole slew of neighbors, probably, and some of the larger property owners in the area who were unaware of what was going on. And just to get right down to our concern, this additional 10-foot height increase that property owners along Dade Boulevard could potentially avail themselves of. It's on page 4 of 11 for office use. If you then turn to page 5 of 11, C6, that reads, portions of the building exceeding 55 feet in height that are located on Dade Boulevard, which we are, shall be set back a minimum of 100 feet from Bay Road. That is the entire length of our property. It's from property line to property line. So it appears that this C6 was written in a manner so as to specifically exclude my client's property from being able to avail itself of the additional height for office space. I can't think of a good planning reason why this would have been done. I think the more appropriate setback would be the same setback that you have in C7, which is 12 feet. And so, what we are requesting, quite frankly, is that I think due to the lack of outreach to commercial property owners, perhaps it would be wise for the board to continue this matter to allow staff to notify the commercial property owners in the area and perhaps get their input. And I can give you another example. The gentleman right behind our property at 1333 Dade Boulevard, who it would seem on its face is also eligible for the height increase, is not, because C1 is states that the property shall have a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet. And he falls right under that. He's at about 9,500. And so, for whatever reason, when you start to peel the layers of the onion back on this, it seems like there has been some deliberate, crafting of legislation, which excludes certain properties. I don't know why that is. Perhaps
Mr. Chairman, 3 minutes are up. Did you want to allow additional time?
Well, I think, Ralph, you made your point. We'll give you a minute to wrap up. But Ralph, before you continue, if you just, who's your client? I don't know if you said it for me.
Yeah, 1349 Dade Boulevard, Beach Towing Services. They're the long-term leaseholder of that property. They've been there for, I think, since 1977. They're probably the longest commercial interest in that neighborhood. And so, quite frankly, I'm a little surprised. I know the residents have always, had some concerns with the towing operations, and we're always hoping that they can make a better use of that property. And someday, my client certainly does have that intention. But this ordinance is handcuffing them and prohibiting them from being able to avail themselves of what appeers to be a well-intentioned ordinance. And, we would ask that, this matter be continued, or in the alternative to amend, that C6, to make the setback from 100 feet from Bay Road to 12 feet, just the way you have it along 18th Street. It doesn't make any planning sense to do otherwise. And I'm here for any questions if the board has any. Thank you.
Can somebody point me to C6? What are you referring to, Ralph?
On page 5 of 11 of the ordinance, it says that the C is the design review board may only approve development of a height greater than 55 feet subject to the design review criteria and the following regulations. So if you go down to 6, there's portions of the building exceeding 55 feet in height that are located on Dade Boulevard, which my client is, shall be set back a minimum of 100 feet from Bay Road. That wipes out my client's property in its entirety. And C1, although I don't represent him, just as an observation, wipes out 1333 Dade Boulevard's ability to avail themselves of the additional height. And like I said, perhaps you all can inquire with staff, why this has been done in this manner. But I am here for any additional questions if the board has any.
All right, thank you, Ralph. Let's go to Ronnie Finbar.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Really appreciate it. Again, we are long-term, long-term owners, long-term neighbors, long-term developers and investors in Miami Beach. We are truly proud of our community, and we think that we have added some great projects to the community that have only complemented the community and not taken away. We are also very prudent developers and investors, and we did our due diligence. We go through all of the exercise of checking all of the appropriate boxes before we decide to make an investment, and before we decide to obviously go hard on a project, which we did here. So again, we're not the type of developer that's looking to squeeze out every last room, or seek a variance for height, or do things that neighbors can be concerned about. We're actually doing the opposite here. We're going with a larger room that's more upscale than the current Palomar. We're going with an iconic design, which would not ordinarily be approved at this location. So let me give you an example. Kimpton would not normally approve a location that is surrounded by an Office Depot, a car wash, a vacant Michaels, but they're doing so here because, given the relationship with us, given the proximity to our Palomar, and given the iconic design that we've planned for this project. So we feel quite, confident that our neighbors would ultimately feel proud of this. The Palomar is currently a good neighbor. Marini is obviously a very strong restaurant group with Michelin stars, James Beard Awards. Marini was ranked one of the top 25 Italian restaurants in the country. And our neighbors have given us a tremendous amount of positive feedback, given that we were able to bring this to the neighborhood. So to clarify one of the comments that was made by one of the neighbors, the Thompson is not on 17th and Alton, the Thompson's on 17th and Washington. So it's actually very far from this proposed project. So again, we love Miami Beach, born and raised in Miami Beach. We've been long-standing members of the community, and we're looking forward to continuing to enhance the community and benefit our neighbors. And unfortunately here, we were caught in the crosshairs of something that was never even discussed or on the radar as far as a hotel prohibition. If it was, we certainly would have chosen not to go hard, but we did. And, hopefully, everyone on this meeting can appreciate that, and can appreciate that we are trying to bring something to this corner that will benefit and not take away from the neighborhood. Thank you so much for listening, and we really appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Ronnie. Let's go to Marilyn. You're back with us, Marilyn. We got you this time.
No, is my hand up?
Yes, your hand is up.
I am sorry. I didn't mean to have my hand up.
Okay, no problem. Let's go to Adonis Garcia.
Hello, my name is Adonis Garcia, and I live at 1701 Sunset Harbor. So I've been involved, and my views represent the building. Our building, first of all, I'm in full support, and we are in full support of the neighborhood vision plan and the proposed ordinance, exactly how it reads and exactly how it is. This has been a very thought out, thoughtful process from the beginning, with multiple input from the neighborhood association and from the residents at length and for months on end. What I would like to be very clear on is what I've learned about living in Miami Beach for the past 27 years. I've learned that exceptions always lead to other problems. So I am not in support of the additional hotel as being proposed today. Exceptions lead to other exceptions and other problems. And in response to Mr. Andrade, very respectfully, I would like to let him know that there was a reason why those rules were set up for the Bay Road area, because currently we had allowed for the property just north of us to go up a little bit in height to work with them after years and years. The problem is that this was done through neighborhood association and again, through resident input, that you would specifically, our building, you would envelop our building all the way around, almost like if we're in a tunnel in a prison. And we are adamantly opposed to, I guess, what Mr. Andrade is proposing, to have him like the street in front of him. Me and my building, which is definitely affected by these current proposals, would like to be very clear that we do not want any change to this ordinance, and we support it exactly as proposed. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Let's see. Nick, do I have any more? I think that's it. Madeline,
Mr. Chairman, only
Madeline
names I see.
Creepman.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Creepman.
Good afternoon. I'm a resident of Sunset Harbor for 10 years, and I am in full support of the vision plan for our neighborhood. And I also want to commend the architect and planner and Bruce and Sarah and the people involved in putting this together. They have made a wonderful plan for our neighborhood, and to keep it as such, as it is. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you for your comments. And I think I don't see any others. Let's close the opportunity for the public to speak. And let's bring it back to the board. And let me see. Our board, the hands raised. Do we have anybody wanting to speak on the item?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Nick.
Well, I just have a few questions. This is complicated, by the hotel application. A question for staff. I mean, how far along would this hotel project need to be considered? I mean, would it need to have a permit before this overlay is instituted? I mean, how far behind are they? I mean, are they like very close to meeting, this threshold condition here?
No, in order to be essentially grandfathered per our zoning and progress regulations, they would need to have a complete. They would need to have an approved plan at the design review board in order to be grandfathered in. And to my knowledge, they have not submitted an application yet. So I guess they're working on their own drawings to prepare a submission, but they haven't submitted any plans to the city yet.
So that would, based on my knowledge, that would be. So they would just need to submit for design review board, or they would need to have had their hearing already.
No, they would need to have their hearing, and they would need to be approved by the board.
So that's at least a 4-month process. About 4 months. I mean, I'm wondering, what the potential to do both of these things are. I agree. I like the, I like the ordinance. I also can tell you, I do know Ronnie Finbarb. Our kids go to school together, and I know professional relationship, but I've been impressed by their work, and I think they're responsible developers, and I hate hearing about the timing of these things coinciding the way that they have, and I'm hoping we can do something to accommodate both.
Any other board members want to comment on this item?
I just would, I don't know if we could talk about it here, but I mean, is there any potential litigation exposure to the city if this is passed, when perhaps there's certain reliance, there are meetings and certain things that people reacted based upon that? I mean, it's not really for us to just make a decision based upon that, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, I can address that, Mark. I want to be clear that as Rogelio laid out, under the city's zoning and progress ordinance, which is our equitable estoppel ordinance, a proposed amendment to the land development regulations shall be enforced against all pending applications upon the favorable recommendation of the planning board. So if the planning board today transmits this ordinance without an exception for the southeast corner of the neighborhood, that amendment and that prohibition on hotels would be enforced against everybody. The only exceptions in the zoning and progress ordinance are for developments that already have a DRB order or a building permit. So at this point in time, as staff advise you, a DRB application has not been submitted yet. So under the zoning and progress ordinance, if the board does not carve out the southeast corner of the neighborhood, then this prohibition will apply against the property. Now, whether the developer decides later on, assuming the city commission does not carve them out, whether the developer decides to file an independent challenge to this legislation is a different story. And obviously nobody can predict what the developer will do. But I can tell you that under our code, the whether estoppel exists against the city is, that standard has not been met here.
And Nick, we also haven't seen a contract. We don't know if there's an out. We don't know if there's conditions precedent or anything like that. I mean, it's none of our business, but that would go to whether or not there really is exposure.
Right. I mean, I couldn't speak to any of that. I think that if you were to ask the developer, they'll tell you that there's exposure, but I can't speak to any of that. I mean, that's their position.
All right. Mark, you done? I didn't want to interrupt you.
I'm done. Thanks.
Okay. Alex?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to echo a little bit, I'm sorry, hold on. Mark, my dear colleague, I'm sorry, thank you.
I'm not as fast as you young guys, It takes me a little while to move and get my hand on the mouse. And
especially how cold it's in here, Our fingers are frozen here. We can't move the mouse. But thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me. And I need clarity on this because I need to know the history of what's happened here. So the Finbarbs have a contract on a piece of property within the Sunset Harbor area. Is this correct? Staff?
I assume that's the case. That's a private matter, so I don't have any proof of what's going on with that property.
Have they filed any applications with the city?
No.
So they haven't gotten any approvals for the city?
No.
Have they at any point met with the city?
I believe there was a meeting last year with the planning director to discuss the possibility of doing something on the site, but I don't know that anything was set in stone at the time.
Okay, so
I'd have to talk to the. He may have met with the planning director.
Do we know? Okay, when was it that the Finbarb group put the contract on this site? Do we know that information?
I do not have that information.
We have their attorney here, Alex.
Mr. Chairman, would it be possible to recognize Mr.
Mickey. Go ahead, Mickey.
Pedro, to provide
Can you
this
guys
with
hear
that
me?
information? Yes.
Great. Hello again. So yeah, just I see some questions that I can help with. So going back just a little bit to
No, Mickey,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Let me just interrupt you.
Sure.
My question is, when was it that your client put a contract on this property?
the initial contract was November of 2020.
When did your client meet with the planning director?
December 4th, 2020.
So your client met with the planning director after they put the contract.
So we entered into a contract, but again, the contract is, not hard yet. So we went into a contract. We had a due diligence period. During that due diligence, they asked us, our firm, to review the code, what would be permitted. We went over it with them, and we followed that up with a meeting with Mr. Mooney, where we just talked specifically about what a hotel would look like at this property and what limitations already existed in the Sunset Harbor neighborhood, which we were all comfortable with those. Again, as you all know, there are operational limits that don't apply to other neighborhoods. Our client was comfortable with those, with those requirements. And we asked if there was any current legislation about, that would impact this. There wasn't. So he moved forward. And on February, proceeded with the deal, entered into a deal with Kimpton. And on February 1st, that contract's due diligence period concluded, and he went, as they say, went hard on the deal, and he now has money in the deal before this idea of a hotel prohibition ever came about.
So when you're saying that moved forward after they did due diligence by meeting with the planning director, you mean they committed money, they entered into an agreement with Kimpton?
Correct. No, the entered into agreement with the property owner. Kimpton, they've also done
the
that.
Property owner.
Yeah, and they've entered into an agreement with Kimpton to operate, but more importantly, they've committed significant money, and already are well into. And by the way, just to clarify, they're well into architectural drawings, but
making.
Yeah, got it.
All right. When was it that the city initiated the legislative process for this application?
The first time it came up was
I need staff to answer that question for me. Thank you, Mr. Mavrero.
You're talking specifically about the hotel prohibition, or the whole the ordinance as a whole?
MVP.
So the neighborhood started preparing that late last year, and the ordinance was referred initially. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong page. The ordinance was referred initially in September 2020, which just talked about lot aggregation, lot size, parking requirements, and then that little by little kept expanding as we kept working through the Land Use and Sustainability Committee process. So I would say by December, the neighborhood vision plan had kind of been formed. They still kept making edits throughout it, but I would say by December, the vision plan was more or less formulated by that point.
Okay. This
Alex,
is what yes.
Sorry,
ahead.
I was just going to ask if maybe to follow up on that. And, so did staff notify them that that there may be a prohibition on hotels at that time? Is that what you just said?
The prohibition on hotels was not incorporated into the ordinance until it was referred by the city commission last month.
Okay.
Okay. This is where I have a concern. And, I'm one of these people, and I know that some of my colleagues share this opinion. other colleagues don't share this opinion, and people in the community, have different opinions about this. I think we have an overstock of hotel rooms. We have too many hotel rooms in this city. But when an applicant or when a property owner or someone that's looking to buy property does due diligence, comes to the city, meets with the planning director, analyzes our code before making a decision to enter into, an agreement to purchase a property, that weighs heavily on me, and that's a concern that I have, and I want to be 100% fully supportive of the MVP. But at the same time, this is an entity that did their homework. They did their due diligence. They sat with a planning director. And now, we're telling them after they put money on the table, hey, guess what? We're changing the rules of the game. And that, to me, it's concerning. Now, this is a very big ordinance, or has a lot of important stuff. This ordinance, I want to now switch lanes and speak about some of the other things, because it's not lost in me that this is all but one aspect and not even part of the ordinance. This is a proposed amendment to the ordinance. And Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you allow me, are we only focusing right now only on this aspect of the ordinance, or can I use this time also to go through other aspects of the ordinance?
No, I think the ordinance is before us. You can use this time.
Okay. All right. So there's a lot of things I like about this ordinance: the walkability, the sidewalk extensions, the setback criterias. I want to ask staff, because I know that the intention of this ordinance is because we want to promote and we want to attract to our community Class A office space for its importance of diversification of our economy. Is there any guarantee that should the DRB award this height increase, that we will indeed get Class A office space?
So there's no definite term of what Class A is. We can definitely ensure that it will be office space, but we don't have a set definition of what Class A means. But we can guarantee that it's office space, and the additional 10 feet does guarantee that office space will have adequate floor to ceiling heights that are necessary for Class A space.
Okay, but so let me ask you another question. It's my understanding, though, that parking is optional for office uses. They're not required to have parking, and it's an optional thing. So my question is, there might be colleagues on this board that might be able to answer this as well. Does Class A office space usually require parking? Because we can provide the height, but if we don't require them to have parking, is it really Class A office space?
So they will likely be providing the office space if it's Class A, but they don't necessarily need as much as we typically require in the code, especially given the way the world is changing, with many people working remote, and people maybe going into the office a couple times a week. They likely don't need all of the parking that our code currently requires. So this would give them the option of determining what their operational needs are and put exactly what they need for the development and for the office space to function.
Okay, I just want to make sure that somehow we make sure, because we're doing this again. We can have office space in Miami Beach, and we have offices throughout areas of Miami Beach. And we also have vacant office space in areas of Miami Beach. But the idea was attract a specific type of office. And so if somehow, if this moves forward today, I don't know what's going to happen today, but if it moves forward between this and it going back to the commission, somehow, some sort of safeguard can be put in there regarding that. I think that would be important. The minimum of 5 feet for sidewalk. Again, Sunset Harbor is characterized for its walkability, but to me, 5 feet for walkability on a sidewalk seems kind of narrow. And then I read within the ordinance something that concerned me, which is that it could be waived. Can you explain that to me a little bit? Because that stood out to me, that it could be waived, and it just doesn't seem consistent with what we're trying to achieve here.
The standard and what we want to see is 10 feet. That is what we want to see. But there are situations where there may be a need for flexibility, especially given the varying elevations that exist in Sunset Harbor. Maybe there's needs for a pump. Maybe there's need for some sort of infrastructure that we can't foresee today because of the infrastructure needs of the city. So we did want to have the ability for the design review board to waive it in such a situation, so that infrastructure can be accommodated if it's absolutely necessary. But we don't foresee it, the design review board granting that freely. There needs to be a good reason for it. So what we want to see is 10 feet, but we did want to have that additional flexibility just in case there's something that we are not thinking about right now.
And is it reflected in the text of the ordinance that the standard, because it sounds to me that 10 feet would be kind of like the standard.
Right, that is the standard. So it says 10 feet. And then the design review board has to review the waiver pursuant to the design review criteria. And they have the ability to reject it altogether. They can keep it at 10 feet if they choose.
Okay. And if the design review board grants a waiver, does the neighborhood have standing to appeal the waiver?
I believe so. Any design review board position can be appealed to the city commission.
Okay, all right. That's very important, because I do believe that maintaining those wide sidewalks is important for the area. And one of the things that I think is important about Sunset Harbor is the extension of the restaurant uses into the parking areas and the parklets. Does this ordinance look at that in any way?
No, this really doesn't affect what happens in the public right of way too much.
Okay. Let me just see here. All right. So let me ask you about what was being discussed about setbacks. So this ordinance proposes a 100-foot setback from Bay Road?
Correct.
Okay.
Just for the portions above 55 feet. So below 55 feet, the setback is 0. Above 55 feet, then that extra 10 feet in height needs to be set back 100 feet.
Needs to be set back 100 feet. So meaning then that property that Mr. Andrade was speaking of could not benefit of the 10 feet.
If they were to do a unified development site with the adjacent parcels, then the property could have those extra 10 feet as long as it was set back 10 feet, 100 feet from Bay Road. But it would need to be part of a unified development site.
Were all the stakeholders in the area invited to participate in this process? Because I think what we have here is great. I think it's taking us in the right direction of where we should be going to protect the character of Sunset Harbor while bringing in these office options. I want to make sure that all stakeholders were given an opportunity to participate, to provide feedback on this matter.
The ordinance was at the land use committee 3 months in a row, and they had public hearings in those 3 hearings, and so there was opportunity at those 3 hearings for those stakeholders to provide their input. And right now is an opportunity for them to provide input, and for them to propose changes to the ordinance. Okay. So there have been ample opportunities.
Okay, very good. Those are my questions for now. I don't know if I want to listen to some other comments from my colleagues, and I might have some follow-up. Thank you.
Nick, are you raising your hand there?
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on Alex's last comment for a second. If Rogelio, so the 100-foot setback from Dade Boulevard and maybe you just answered this, I apologize, but has there been any thought given to the fact that that is excluding a number of parcels?
It wasn't intended to exclude any parcels. It was simply intended to protect views from the existing residential units that are in the neighborhood. And this is an extra 10 feet. This is an extra benefit that's being granted to properties, and it's trying to be done in a way that doesn't impact those that are already there. So that's why that setback was incorporated.
Right, meaning they could still build with the typical setbacks. It's just that they want the additional 10.
Right.
But 100 is quite significant. Have you considered it to be something more proportional? I mean, if it's an additional 10 feet vertical, could it be less significant horizontally? What is the typical setback there? Is it a 20-foot setback from Dade Boulevard at the moment?
Right now in the CD2 properties, the setback is 0.
So from 0 to 100, I wonder if there's something in between.
That's certainly a recommendation you can make to reduce that number if you choose. But it was intended, like I said, for those extra 10 feet to not impact those existing residents.
I wonder if there is some possibility to develop in the future, at the normal setback, and then, for the additional 10 feet to be set back further, or some significant portion above a certain height. It seems that would be
right. So below 55 feet, it can continue to be at that 0 line. It's really those extra. So if they wanted to do the penthouse of the office complex would have to be set back those 100 feet. And then if they were to do a unified development site with the adjacent properties, then they could locate that additional height on those properties to the east.
Because we're only talking about going from 55 to 65 feet.
Correct.
I'm wondering if there's any consideration for something similar elsewhere in the code where, since it's only a single floor, I wonder about that. I wonder if it could be, I don't know, the top third of the building could be set back half the length or something. I don't know.
And it really the extra 10 feet really doesn't give you an extra floor. What it does do is give you an opportunity to have larger floor to ceiling heights. That was really the intent of this, is to give which is required of the Class A office. So that's really the intent, is to give the volume, the room to be able to accommodate those floor plates. So
the only thing, so I guess, say the zoning allowed for, I guess, ordinarily 55 feet would be about 5 floors. So with that extra increase, it would just be 5 taller floors, except in this case, it wouldn't be able to add the 5th floor. I'm just wondering.
Or it could be another use. I mean, it doesn't need to be office.
That's true. Only the office is permitted to be a height increase, a height exception.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
It's going back to you.
Yeah, and just a question. Right now today, to staff under I-1, what's the current height?
I believe I-1 is 40 feet.
40 feet. But then when I'm looking here under A2, what is this? Section 142-489 of the new language 2A, we're giving them a maximum height of 55 feet on I-1 zone. Would that also be office? Would that be required to be office?
1 second. I-1 height. Maximum height is 55 feet. District regulations. So the way it's worded, that would apply to all development. Would be the maximum height would be 55 feet.
Right, but with CD2, we know that that's office. The height is tied to office.
The extra 10 feet is tied to office. Yes. Here in the I-1 district, we do not have that limitation.
Okay. I have an issue with that. And I have an issue with that because we're doing this to promote office. But now we're doing it without the office. So I need to understand what's the logic here.
The difference is this is the I-1 district. So residential uses are not allowed. They can't, it's not, this extra 10 feet cannot be used for a residential building. We are severely limiting the scale of retail. So this likely cannot be used for retail. And so really the only use that it leaves is office. So we don't have that limitation there, but that's really the likelihood of that extra height being used for anything else is very limited. Additionally, the I-1 district has an FAR of 1. So the square footage that you can build in the I-1 district is also very limited. So it's very unlikely that you're going to get anything other than office in that district at that height.
Let me ask you something. The block of the pilot program that came before us, does the MVP apply to them?
Yes. Well, the development is already approved, so they have those development rights. But any other restrictions in here, such as the limitations on special events, things like that, those would apply to them. But their development is already approved. So this would supersede for the remaining lots to the north of that block, which were also in the pilot program. This would apply to them. So this would supersede that.
I have a lot of questions still.
Okay. That's what we're here.
I thank you. And I want to be very supportive of this because the residents have worked very, very hard on this. And we've listened to the co-authors of this, Sarah and Mike and Bruce and Jeffrey, and they've all worked very hard on this. If we continue this conversation, does this delay anything having to do with that block pilot program?
I don't believe so. They already have their approval, so they can move forward.
Okay. Because, I'm not sure how many people in the community knew about the proposed hotel. I heard, Maryland say maybe do a carve out for the hotel. I'm hearing concerns about setbacks on Dade Boulevard. I'm hearing people saying that they weren't contacted. I don't know what's accurate on that. I don't know what's inaccurate on that, but I want to make sure that when we do it right, taking everyone into consideration. So I don't know what's the will of my colleagues if they want to proceed with adopting this today. I think it would not hurt anyone if we let this go back to the community one more time for some more community input, because I think we always benefit from community input, and so that at our next meeting we can make sure that we're all on the same page. We all have good information. We don't have last minute information that the community didn't get to see before, and I will feel so much more comfortable at our next meeting when we don't have last minute information that wasn't provided to us with sufficient time in advance, or to the community with sufficient time in advance to, at that point, possibly make a decision and move this forward with some sort of recommendation to the commission.
I'm in favor of that, Alex, if you want to continue.
Yeah, And Nick, can you put your hand down for me, please? I'm sorry, I need to trying to learn this technology. Before we move on that, I think that I'm looking at the timeline. If I'm understanding the timeline correct, I just have an issue about the hotel. It bothers me that someone. I'm not going to reiterate Alex's comments, but I agree wholeheartedly with the due diligence comments, and I would like to see a little bit more conversation from the neighborhood with the Finbar group. Just to see what can be done there. I'm really having trouble with that. Just to be upfront with everyone. Aside from that, I think that I'd like to take another pass at this ordinance and look at it again in more detail. I really didn't put eyes into this until yesterday afternoon, and not sure that I now have the same thoughts that I had then as I do now. So I would be in support of continuing the item. And then, but just timeline, just for confirmation one more time, Virgilio, the item about the hotel was just added only in February, even though the MVP started back in September. Is that a correct assumption on my part?
That's correct. They have their approval, so this really doesn't slow them down or impact them in any way.
Okay. And then another question on the height. The height is measured from where? What in Sunset Harbor? What is the baseline for where you start measuring going vertically?
It would either be 9 feet or 13 feet above flood.
That's correct.
Somewhere within that range.
Yeah, the base flood elevation is 8, and then they have the option of a 1 foot up to 5 foot freeboard before we start measuring the height limit.
Okay, got it. And then I think I would like to look at that 100-foot setback again. I need to kind of just go out there and wheel it off a little bit so I could kind of visualize. I'm having a little bit of trouble visualizing myself here, what 100 feet is. I just think that that's an awful lot. And I understand we were talking about views, and I understand the context in a hotel. It's really just, in an office, it's really just to give a little bit more height. But I don't know. I think it just might be a little excessive. But maybe I need to read it again and understand. Maybe that was done also for things beyond interstitial space. But I just have a little bit of concern with that. So with that, those are my comments on the item.
And Mr. Chair, if you allow me, if you recognize me again.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I want to be very protective of what is residential. And I want to make that very clear to our planning staff. We have to be very protective of what is residential and that we don't intrude on them. But again, like there's last minute material that makes its way to us. And we volunteer to serve, and that comes with the job and with our pay grade to deal with this last minute information. By the way, the pay grade is not high. We don't get paid. But the public is not fair when they get thrown this last minute information. We have members of the public that today was when they found out about this hotel proposal, and they have a right to see this before we comment on it, because I don't know how many members of the community in Sunset Harbor there would have been that may have called into this meeting today that may have had opinions about it. But what I want to know is that if we delay this today, does that allow other owners on the pilot program block to file plans and possibly avoid the restrictions on special events and speakers that are in place?
They could avoid the restrictions on speakers, not the I would say the restrictions on special events would apply to everybody once this is adopted.
I agree.
Including if we don't vote on this today. Okay.
Correct.
And to the attorneys, is there anything that we could do or word the motion of deferral in such a way that, the speaker part of this, that someone couldn't use this delay now to all of a sudden rush something and get an exception on the speakers that otherwise would have applied to them?
They would need to have an approved project, so I don't think you're not going to have that kind of time. They need to have. We haven't had any applications. It's going to take 3 months for them to get to a board, maybe 4, before they can get an approved development application from the design review board. So I don't think you're going to run that risk at this time. So
okay.
I mean, I don't think it's a huge fear.
Okay.
But you can, Nick, I don't know if you agree with me.
I just want to make sure with the attorneys.
Yeah, I mean, absent transmitting the ordinance with a favorable recommendation, zoning in progress will not take effect.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions. I just want to make sure that there aren't any adverse consequences, any unintended consequences with us not voting on this today that would allow, someone else to rush something through. But from what you're telling me, the process, just the system wouldn't allow that because of the amount of time it takes.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Thank you.
Tom, go ahead.
Director Mooney. I wanted to just add to what Rogelio and Nick said regarding the applicability of this. As Nick correctly pointed out, if you do not transmit this today, we will not have zoning in progress. So the current regulations will remain in place. There's no application that we're aware of that could be submitted and approved by the DRB before the next meeting in April. However, there are some areas of this proposal that don't require DRB approval. So if somebody wanted to come in and do a special event, that doesn't necessarily need DRB approval. Similarly, with outdoor speakers, the proposal here is outdoor speakers shall be prohibited on all levels of the exterior of a building, including rooftops, unless such speakers are required pursuant to the Life Safety Code. This would not prohibit somebody from getting an electrical permit for outdoor speakers before April 27th. So there are some things that could potentially happen. By and large, most of, I'd say probably 90% of the ordinance would be subject to DRB approval. For instance, I don't see somebody making an application and getting DRB approval for a hotel at this point until June at the earliest. So I don't think that there would be an issue with that. The other thing I just wanted to mention real quick is that in terms of the hotels, that was transmitted by the commission at their request on February 10th. And with regard to the property owner's proposal for an exception, that's been proffered by the applicant. That's not a staff proffer. And so I just wanted to make it very clear, while we're not objecting to it, it is something that we would need to study further before we could endorse it or not endorse it. But anybody can make any proffer they want. If this item is continued to April, somebody new could come in and make a proffer or an exception. So I think that if you want to continue the item because you want to further explore everything that was provided and referred, that's fine. I wouldn't continue it just because somebody made a proffer on the record for an exception or an addition.
Alex, is your hand still up, or you're good?
Yes, and thank you, Tom, for that explanation. And if we do continue this towards the next meeting, and part of the analysis that would take place between now and then, I would like to also kindly ask of the city attorney to look into whether we're looking at an issue of spot zoning at this site with what's being proffered as an amendment to the proposed ordinance. That's something that I would also be concerned about. You know, I got one side of the argument, which is the timeline in which they did their due diligence, and then in which the legislative process moved forward with the ordinance. But then the other side is I want to make sure that you're given the opportunity to do the proper analysis and determine whether or not we would have an potential issue of spot zoning with what is being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Mr. Chairman, how many more items are there on the agenda, and can we take a break for lunch? A 20-minute break, or how much longer do you think the meeting is going to go?
Let's see, we have one MXC regulation after this, and then the only items that would remain would be going back to a discussion on the Clevelander and El Giardino, which were just progress report updates. So really, if we had to, for whatever reason, those items can be taken up at a later date, but we definitely need to get through the MXC regulation. So what time is it? 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock.
Yeah, we've been here since 9. So
yeah, I think a break is certainly in order. I had to dash for a second to take a break, so restroom break there. So I would say we can do that. Let's close this item out, and then let's see if we can get 20 minutes, and then I think we can knock out the MXC, and let's see if we're going to take these progress reports today. Because I think one of them is going to be, I think Alex is representing the Cleveland, if my memory is correct. And I think he's
not me, Alex.
Not our Alex. not our Alex. But anyway, let's finish this one up, and then we'll take a 20-minute. Is that okay, David?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. I just and forgive me on this one. There are a lot of goodies in here, and I need to have a personal privilege to continue it. For me, I live in this neighborhood. It impacts me probably the most from a residential living standpoint, and I just unfortunately I would need a little bit more time on this one. So for me, it'll be a point of personal privilege to have it continued.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll move that for you. And please, to interested members of the community on this, please reach out. If you have concerns, if you have thoughts, if you have opinions on this, it's good to hear them before we get to the table. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to move your motion.
Thank you, Alex. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Alex, second by Mark or
Mark.
Mark. Okay. Okay. So Ms. Bott. I'll come back to her. Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro.
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez.
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi.
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Yes.
And Ms. Bott?
It looks like she's no longer here.
Yeah, I don't see her as a panelist. Okay, I'll put her as absent, but the motion passes 6-0.
Okay, absolutely. All right, we're going to take a 20-minute recess, and then we come back. When we come back, we'll determine if we're going to take up the items on the progress report. But I think we can get those done, at least one of them, fairly quickly. But anyway, let's take 20 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll deal with the MXC use regulation.
Sorry,
file.
It's Tanya. I don't know what the deal is with my technical issues. I was trying to speak and I couldn't unmute myself because the icon wasn't there. Would you allow just 1 minute of a comment?
Well, I'll let you take your vote on the item first, and then you can comment if you want. Do you care to vote yes or no on the item?
Yes, I agree that we should take another bite at this apple with a little more time. And I also agree with, I forget who said it, Alex, maybe encouraging more voices from the community to stand up and be heard.
Okay, Alex.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, just for the benefit, because we've had so many interested individuals on this topic participating in today's meeting, if staff could please announce when is the next meeting. Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming that under your authority, as you said, the agenda, this would be coming back. It's the next meeting that we're that
27th.
April 27th.
April 27th. Do you think it's possible, since it's a continuance, to put it towards the top of the agenda? We have people that sat most of the day here, and I want to be respectful to those residents. Is it possible to put it in a time certain or something like that?
I would just note that we have a lot of items that were continued to that meeting, that we have a lot of residents participating. It's going to be a very heavy agenda, including we have one for Palm View that's a discussion item. We have a historic district in North Beach. So there's going to be it's going to be a heavy agenda.
Staff,
so maybe just keep that in mind.
I'll leave it to the discretion of the chair, and as he sets the agenda, once the agenda is published, we'll get that information, I guess.
And I heard your point, Alex. We'll definitely consider that. Tanya, I'm sorry. Were you done? I jumped and I felt like I cut you off, but you may have not been done. I thought you were.
I just had an idea, a thought to toss out, and I also am cognizant of the hard costs that have already been committed and the unfortunate timing of, the parallel discussion that somehow, the developer didn't get the information that the neighborhood was working on. The neighborhood didn't get the information that the developer had an idea. And so it's a confluence of unfortunate circumstances. But if the goal of all of this is to, again, taking a step back from the immediate project and looking at the well-being of the city, if the goal is to try to limit the number of hotel rooms that are coming online, because we already have too many hotel rooms that are charging too little money, and it's not helping our city in the long run. And if the goal of this ordinance and the goal, the direction as set by the commission is to find a way to attract higher end office space tenants, is there a possibility, and I understand it's a change in direction, but for the developer to take the plot of land that is already the subject of the design, and modify it from a hotel to an office building, because all the things that he has laid out as reasons why it makes sense to put a hotel there makes sense for high-end office space. The fact that there are already hotels there, the fact that it is a walkable neighborhood with a lot of amenities that office workers could use during the day. And so, yes, it would be a revision of a business plan. And yes, it would be going back to the hotel flag folks and saying, sorry, but not this time. And I understand that. I'm not a complete idiot. But from a bigger perspective, maybe this is a solution, we're investigating that solution as a way to address all of the concerns of protecting the overlay plan, limiting the number of hotel rooms that is already far greater than we need, utilizing the space in a way that is what we hope to attract. And the neighborhood goes away happy because they don't have yet more hotel rooms, and the developer goes away happy because he's able to put together a decent project that works for lots of people, and hopefully including him, obviously. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for the comments, Tanya. Mickey, you can have some of that conversation with your clients in the interim, but I think we'll be able to hopefully take this item up fairly quickly on the next agenda. But with that, we're gonna recess for 20 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, just before we leave, I just want to make sure that, I'm sorry, and we all want to get to lunch. If staff could provide us with some sort of analysis or opinion about what was presented today regarding the hotel, and if it morphs, if they could work with Mr. Mabrero and getting information, if it morphs, to see how they would feel, kind of about like what Tanya mentioned about office, because I do think she does propose actually something that makes perfect sense, that's in keeping with the purpose of this NVP. So we could get some sort of analysis and opinion on that as part of our package for the next meeting. It will be very much appreciated. Thank you.
All right, thanks. We're going to be in recess for 20 minutes. Thank you all. All right, welcome back to the March 23rd, Planning Board for meeting for the City of Miami Beach. We're going to take up just 3 more items here. I think we're going to move right now to Planning Board File 21-0429. This is going to be Chapter 142 MXC Use Regulations.
Okay.
Rogelio?
Alrighty. So again, as stated, the file number PB21-0429. This ordinance is an amendment to the MXC regulations in Chapter 142. For reference purposes, just so that you're aware, the MXC district was created to incentivize the restoration and reuse of the historic buildings on Ocean Drive and Collins Avenue and activate the area. The area has exceeded expectations over the last decades, but in recent years, there have been challenges with the alcoholic beverage establishments in the area. Over the past year, the administration has been looking at ways to improve the area through a multi-pronged approach, and has created a draft vision for Ocean Drive called the Art Deco Cultural District, or ADCD Reimagined. And also the mayor established a blue ribbon panel called the ADCD panel. And so this is one of the ordinances you'll likely be getting more in the future that will address issues in the MXC district that the area faces. So regarding this ordinance, the first thing that it does is it provides some cleanup to the MXC regulations. It merges regulations that are located throughout various articles of the code into one section, into one article. Currently, if you're developing the MXC district, you need to look in 2 different articles to figure out what you can do by right. So this merges that together to make it easier for property owners and for staff to interpret. So as far as the major changes in the ordinance, there's 4 major changes, and I'm going to go through the 4. So the first one is a prohibition of future standalone bars and drinking establishments. There would be one exception, which would be hotel lobby bars, but outside of those, you cannot have a standalone bar. If you are serving alcoholic beverages, it needs to be part of a restaurant. The second limitation is on commercial rooftops. It limits the use of commercial rooftops to restaurants, and it sets minimum benchmarks to ensure that that a hotel development that is going to have a commercial rooftop restaurant is restored, and it ensures that they have to renovate the building, including the rooms, that they have either central air conditioning or flush-mounted units, that all windows and doors be hurricane and impact resistant, and that contributing buildings be restored pursuant to the Secretary of Interior standards. So if they're going to have a commercial rooftop restaurant, they need to meet these benchmarks. The third change is to allow for artisanal retail and experiential retail as an accessory use. For artisanal retail, it would be allowed for on-site sales only by right, and it would allow for off-site sales by conditional use approval. Just so that you're aware, the artisanal retail, we do allow this in the North Beach Town Center. This is retail that has a quasi-industrial component, such as, because there's some production, such as a microbrewery or an art production studio that maybe has some kilns or some other type of production equipment with a gallery, or other artisan-made products, soaps, candles, other things like that artisans can produce and sell on site. Experiential retail is retail that contains some sort of a cultural, artistic, or educational component to engage the public. So if you have, for example, a store that also teaches some cooking class, that has some cooking classes as part of their experience, things like that, to really engage the public and provide a cultural experience for tourists and residents visiting the area. The fourth item that the ordinance does is to require all entertainment establishments, regardless of their size, to obtain conditional use approval from the planning board. Currently, a restaurant that is not a neighborhood impact establishment can have entertainment by right. And just for reference, a neighborhood impact establishment is one that has an occupant content of over 199 seats. So today, only those that exceed 199 occupant content have to come to the planning board for conditional use approval. This ordinance proposes that all entertainment establishments have to come to the planning board for conditional use approval, even if they don't exceed that 199 occupant content threshold. So the first 3 items were endorsed by the Land Use and Sustainability Committee and the Mayor's ADCD panel. But the fourth item requiring all establishments to obtain conditional use approval, all entertainment establishments that obtain conditional use approval was not endorsed by the Land Use and Sustainability Committee or the ADCD panel. However, it was referred by the City Commission to the Planning Board. So with that, the staff does recommend that the Planning Board transmit the ordinance to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Rogelio. Let's see here. Do we have, there's no presentation on this one, right?
No, not from any specific applicants. We just have the public hearing.
Okay, perfect. So looks like I have Jane Krupp.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Hey Jane, good afternoon.
I'm on the mayor's ADCD panel and we discuss these things, but you know, in general, I think this is great that you guys are listening to us, but you know, we don't all agree on the panel. And I would just like some clarification on a few things that I think are loopholes that you guys might be able to tighten up. So first of all, if you have a restaurant on the roof of an Art Deco building and you have guests in the building, that means anyone from the public has to take the elevator up to the roof. So I find that kind of a problem. You know, if you have a 200-seat restaurant on a roof, that means 200 people who are not registered at the hotel are coming in and out of the same elevator and lobby. So I find that a problem, and maybe you could put in the code that they would need a separate elevator for the restaurant. You know, you could have you get 100 people with 3 turnovers a night. That's a lot of people. I don't mind if the hotel has their own restaurant for their own patrons, but I think if it's a public hotel, it's a problem. That's one. And this whole idea of artisanal and experiential, I kind of understand what artisanal is, but you know, we have just in my research on Washington Avenue, the new businesses that have come in the past year, since last March, 55% of those business licenses have been for a nightclub, a fast food place, a couple of beach rentals, and 6 tattoo parlor licenses. So are we going to say that, you know, tattoo artists are artists and that's artisanal? Because one thing we don't want are more tattoo artists. So we have to kind of define what artisanal means. We don't need any more tattoo parlors, and this is going to let them keep coming. And the other thing is, okay, I could be a glass blower and make, marijuana pipes and hookahs. That means I can sell them, right? Under this zoning. I'm an artist. So, you know, we get these loopholes and we're going to be in trouble because it's not going to change what we already have. So, that's really what I wanted to say about really tightening up and being a little bit more specific. I agree with the educational thing, but it's the artist and artisanal is really a slippery slope. Because I can call myself a porn artist and put in porn. You know, you got to tighten it up and I think be very more specific. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Krupp. Let's go to Graham.
Good afternoon, everyone. Graham Penn, Burkhardt, Del Fernandez, Larkin Tapinas, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. This is a comment and a question, and it's related to the project that I unfortunately had to defer earlier in the day, 1501 Collins, which is in MXC. Part of that project, part of that office that makes it so exciting is that we're activating 2 rooftops with the office as accessory. So it's not open to the public, but it's accessible to the office tenants. I want to, obviously the provisions of this draft would bar rooftop uses that aren't restaurants. So I want to make sure that either there's an applicability language added that would protect someone who's filed an application like ourselves, or determination is made that as an accessory, that rooftop space is not deemed to be a commercial use on a rooftop, or alternatively, I would request that the board recommend that the language be modified to allow offices to activate rooftops, which again is part, and I wish you could have seen our full presentation, is part of why we're very excited about the plan for the Bancroft, because it's really going to be an office use that's unlike any other. So those are my three potential fixes here. We just need to protect our application, because again, if I had gone forward and got approved this morning, this wouldn't be an issue, but I want to make sure that use has a level of protection either through applicability, a determination that this language would not impact me otherwise just based on its plain language, or I would ask for you to recommend to the commission that offices also be allowed to have outdoor space on the rooftops. That's it. Thank you so much.
All right. Let's see. I got Alex. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, for the record, Alex Tatsmas. As you know, I'm primarily here for the two progress report items, but I did want to comment on this item. The issue that we have with the entertainment CUP, and I believe it's the same problem that the City Commission had, or at least a majority of them had with the issue, was that there's no occupancy minimum for requiring a CUP for indoor entertainment. So you could have a small hotel bar off of the lobby that maybe seats 15 people, and with playing having a piano player or some other live performer, and it would require going through the full-blown CUP, which, as you know, takes several months and has a lot of expense involved, including outside consultants that need to be hired. So I think it seems to be pretty onerous as long as the occupancy is maintained at a small number. Naturally, if it is say over 100 people or something of that type, I get it for indoor entertainment, but for an indoor venue with doors and windows closed, 10, 15 people, it seems to be a bit of overkill. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Mitch?
Thank you again, Kareem, and members of the planning board. I'm all for incentives, anything on the rooftop in terms of something that would create noise. Noise should be contained. Regarding CUPs for an interior, again, if noise is contained, I don't feel it's necessary. But more importantly, I think the city's failure to get control of the mayhem and chaos that we witness every day and all day on the streets should not should not be any incentive to offer incentives. I think public safety needs to be ensured, and until we get to that point, I would say it's ill-advised to move forward on any of these things. CUPs, again, allowing for outdoor entertainment is the crux of our problem. I've been saying it very publicly for many years, and I consider it a failure for your board and especially the elected officials who've spent an untold tens and tens of millions of dollars trying to control this chaos. Again, it would be ill-advised to move forward until the zoning is correctly addressed and amended to end outdoor entertainment, which fuels the circus on the street. If our businesses are allowed to project noise and exploit the public right away, why in the world would we think our visitors would do otherwise? And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mitch. I don't see any other members of the public wanting to speak on this item, so we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak on the item. And then I got a hand raised by Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think this is a very important proposal, ordinance that the mayor put forward. And I'm grateful that this planning board has an opportunity to review it. So just a few things. over the past couple of years, in my public service in the city, there has not been an issue that has been of more significance, that I have gotten more feedback on, that has not dedicated more of my time than the MXC and the issues going on in the MXC. And it's impacting the lives of people. I mean, we oftentimes think of the MXC as the entertainment district. Well, it's the entertainment district, but it's also where people live. And so I think it's wonderful that we have this ordinance before us. I'm just going to go down quickly through some of the issues. To Jane's point, the first speaker about artisanal retail and experiential retail. If staff could please give us an explanation about this, because my understanding is that tattoo parlors is already prohibited in this district. And I want to confirm that, because if it's not, I want to make sure that as part of this ordinance, we put in whatever language we may have to, and not just tattoo parlors, liquor store, convenience shops, smoke shops, scooter rentals. But I thought that language like this already existed that prohibited those type of uses within this area.
So that's correct. There is an overlay called the Art Deco MIMO Commercial Character Overlay District, and that's in section 142.870.10 of the code. And that overlay district essentially removes those uses that were described like tattoo parlors. So just for example, marijuana dispensaries are prohibited in the overlay district. Convenience stores are prohibited on Ocean Drive, and they're very limited along Collins. They need to be 2,500 feet apart. And there's a limit of 5, and I believe that limit has already been exceeded. So there can be no new convenience stores on Collins. Let's see, tattoo parlors. Tattoo parlors are prohibited on Ocean Drive. And then on Collins, there's a limit of 3, and they can't be closer than 2,500 feet from each other. And I believe that's been exceeded as well. And that distance separation is large enough where you're not going to get any more. As far as liquor stores are prohibited as well. And the existing ones have hours limitation. Adult uses are regulated separately. So anybody doing pornography or anything like that, as she mentioned, that would be regulated through the adult regulations. And then our medical marijuana ordinance also prohibits the sale of marijuana paraphernalia and things like that in the city. So that's addressed as well.
How does this ordinance address the issue of when an establishment goes in and then sells this type of paraphernalia in their establishments?
Well, it would obviously, code enforcement would have to catch them and issue a citation showing that they're undertaking a commercial use that's prohibited by the city code of ordinances. And it would be that process of the citation, and they would have to prove that they complied.
Okay.
And then if they don't comply, going to the special master and that code enforcement process.
Okay, very good. So I want to just confirm I guess the underlying intent of this ordinance, and if staff could confirm this, is to encourage the renovation and the upgrade of a lot of these historic buildings that we have in the district. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I guess the purpose of that is, I guess, to lift the area. If we offer a better product and a better space in which you can offer better product, we just, in general, we improve the conditions of the area. That's the intention here?
Yes, absolutely. That's that, and also to limit the proliferation of unregulated entertainment uses.
Okay, and so I see that one of the points that the mayor recommended in his ordinance is a CUP review for all indoor establishments. So currently, I'm sorry, for all indoor entertainment. Just to correct myself there. CUP for all indoor entertainment. Currently, right now, for indoor, the requirement is that the CUP is required for 200 or more, and it's based on occupancy load. So once the occupancy hits 200 or more, then the indoor entertainment requires a conditional use permit?
That's correct.
And then for outdoor, any entertainment requires a conditional use permit?
That's correct.
Okay. So I don't disagree with the mayor, but at the same time, I realize that we want to make this an Art Deco cultural district, and entertainment goes hand in hand with culture. And to say that small establishments, especially a lot of times, a lot of mom and pop operations that contribute towards the fabric of the community, are the ones that sometimes offer entertainment and this more cultural type of activity. For them, it could be quite onerous to go through a conditional use approval process. And I'm wondering, is there a way that perhaps a lower threshold, right now we're saying 200 and more for the CUP on indoor entertainment. The mayor is saying all indoor entertainment. But is there a way that we could do a middle ground, either 100, an occupancy load of 100, and what would be the pros and cons of that?
So that's certainly a recommendation that you can make, that the number be lowered. I can say that in the Sunset Harbor neighborhood, for example, any establishment with more than 100 seats or an occupancy content of 100 in excess of 125 requires conditional use approval. Now, that being said, neighborhood impact establishments are prohibited in Sunset Harbor, but they have that lower threshold. And at that point, they would need to come to the planning board for conditional use approval. So that's just an example of one. And that's certainly a recommendation that the planning board can make for the ordinance.
And when we're talking about entertainment, I mean, how do we define entertainment? Because let's say, I remember as a kid, my mother would take us to Play Saint Michel in Coral Gables for brunch, and they used to have a beautiful piano there, and someone was playing the piano. And so under our definitions, under our code, it's my understanding that we can only regulate this through occupational load, but we can't regulate it through type of entertainment, because then there we start running into constitutional issues. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
That's correct. That's correct, Alex. The ordinance, the city's LDRs define entertainment broadly as any type of performance. We can't get into in our code or even in your approvals what types of performance are permitted.
Okay. All right. And I see that the planning director has his hand up, and I'm wondering if, Tom, do you want to chime in on this?
Yes. I just wanted to, in reference to your question, Mr. Fernandez, I just wanted to give you a little bit more background on where this proposal to require CUP for all entertainment venues came from. As Rogelio correctly pointed out, currently under the code, the MXC area, if you have an indoor venue that's less than 200 persons, you do not need a CUP for any type of entertainment. As Nick correctly pointed out, however, we cannot regulate the types of entertainment. So entertainment, by definition in our code, could be a harpist or a solo guitar player, and it could be a 10-piece rock band and anything in between. And so one of the things that we've noticed over the years is that entertainment, because someone gets an entertainment license and we can't qualify the types of entertainment, even in these smaller venues, they can start to become problematic. One of the reasons for that is because within indoor spaces in this area, most of these indoor spaces are older buildings. Not every single building has been upgraded with soundproof glass, with new hurricane windows, with new doors, with entry vestibules. In a lot of instances, you're not going to want to put an entry vestibule in a lot of these historic lobbies. But the mechanisms that we've used effectively in other parts of the city, like Washington Avenue, to contain indoor noise are a little bit more difficult within this particular area because of the age of the building. With regard to the actual number, the board can certainly recommend a lower threshold currently than 200. However, the one thing you need to be careful about is that that number is based upon an occupancy load that's determined by the fire marshal. So if there's a space where somebody makes some temporary physical changes to, say, get the off load, like let's say, just for discussion purposes, the planning board recommends an occupancy load of 100, lowers it from 200 to 100. So if you have an indoor occupancy load of 100 persons or less, you don't have to get a CUP. They may come in with 90 or 95 persons, but they may do that by making temporary modifications to the space that can be easily altered. So in other words, it can be gained and you may very quickly have a much larger occupancy load in there. What that magic number is, it's hard to say. In our experience, you don't see very many instances where a 15-person occupancy load is seeking an entertainment license, or a 20-person occupancy load is seeking an entertainment license. Typically, it's going to be a much higher threshold. I think that if you wanted to entertain a lower number, I would suggest a number like 50. That really would be a much smaller venue that likely would have less of a chance for creating problems. And again, the reason for this is not to penalize people or be punitive, but to get some control over these entertainment operations so that if you're in an older building and you're making noise, the planning board will have some oversight on that. Right now, somebody could be at 198 persons and the planning board has zero control. They open the windows, they prop the doors open. It's those types of things that we've had to look at collectively over the years. So that's generally why this suggestion was made to better regulate that.
And Mr. Director, I have to agree with you because we don't want to cause unintended consequences, and that's not what I want. And I think what you're suggesting, a smaller threshold of 50 and anything over 50 might be appropriate. Now, when we're talking about an establishment with an occupancy of 50, usually how does that translate to in terms of square footage? Not in our COVID reality, but under normal terms.
You're probably looking at a 500 square foot, maybe 1,000 square feet, depending on the type of venue. If it's an eating establishment with a full kitchen, you're talking about a very, very small venue. Most of these venues, in my experience, are typically beer and wine. They can barely get enough seats to get a beer and wine license in these much smaller venues. Those smaller venues having an indoor entertainment license likely would not be nearly as problematic as a much larger venue would be.
Understood.
Alex, yes. One of the ways that we've done that over the years is regulating sound, which is more of the intrusive thing that you're worried about rather than the number of people that are there. But I guess you're more worried about how hard it is to get a CUP for a smaller business. Is that fair?
I want to the other thing I would point out with regard to that, because I think this is important as well, is there's always a narrative push that planning board approval, CUP approval is overwhelming. It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's just that nothing could be further from the truth. CUP applications, even when you take into consideration the sound studies, and if you have to do a traffic study, they don't go into the hundreds of thousands. It just doesn't happen. In these smaller venues where somebody is proposing entertainment, but at ambient levels, we typically don't even require a sound study because they're proposing to conduct their operations at ambient levels. In most instances, they won't need a traffic study. they'll need a plan, a business operations plan that they can provide. But if a smaller venue is proposing, say, an ambient DJ, or they're proposing ambient instruments to be played at ambient level, while it meets the definition of entertainment, if they're attesting to the fact that it's going to be performed at ambient levels, we typically won't even require a sound study. And at that point, you're looking at an application fee and noticing. So it does take a couple of months because of noticing, but in terms of being overly onerous, it really depends upon how intense your entertainment operation is.
And how do we address the issue of something like, for example, we've talked about like the example of a piano player, but then what happens with the extreme case of a DJ? How do we prevent something like that from coming?
If somebody's proposing a DJ,
I'm trying to keep this in keeping with the mayor's vision of a cultural district. To have a cultural district, usually you'll have some sort of entertainment, especially if you have a higher caliber of establishment. But at the same time, we know some of the issues that we're having, and some of the issues that we're having is not from a piano player or a string quartet or jazz or a bolero. It's from, DJ and speakers and other forms of recorded, music like that. So how do we establish a differential there to be able to better item that?
It's going to be based upon the intensity of the operation. So for instance, if somebody comes in and says, I want to get entertainment and I want to have a DJ playing music not above ambient level. Okay, you're probably not going to need a sound study. You probably will need to submit a business operations plan, a speaker plan, and that would be it. And if you get your CUP and you operate in accordance with that CUP, there won't be any issues. If, however, the DJ starts playing music well above ambient level, they would be cited, they would be brought back to the planning board. And if they wanted to modify their CUP to have music played above ambient levels, then at that point, they would have to submit a fully detailed sound study that would have to be peer reviewed. That is a little bit more expensive, clearly, because not only does somebody have to prepare the sound study, but they also have to subsidize the peer review that the city initiates. So it's a little bit more expensive, but that's how you would control the sound, because the sound study would then be able to establish the parameters for retaining the sound within the venue itself.
How do we address the issue and the concern that I think over history we've learned that, ambient can be subjective. How do we address this to minimize the impact on the surrounding area?
Ambient level is considered music that does not interfere with normal conversation. In the past, it's been a successful measurement. It can have some subjectivity depending upon who the code officer is, but by and large, most objective people can distinguish between ambient and non-ambient. Right now, that is the standard that we use for measuring sound and establishing whether or not there is a noise violation.
Okay.
Nick, did I miss anything or anything to add?
No, that's exactly right. That's the standard in the code, that whether they interfere with the volume of a normal conversation.
Oh, okay. And let me just ask, as part of this ordinance, are we talking about outdoor entertainment as well?
Outdoor entertainment already requires CUP approval regardless of the offload. So they could come in with an offload of 10, they'd still have to get a CUP for anything outdoors.
And let me ask you this, as part of this ordinance, because the biggest challenges that we have in this area of our community, I think, a lot of the complaints that oftentimes get raised about this area pertains to outdoor entertainment. Oftentimes, people come forward requesting outdoor entertainment. Sometimes you know the operator, sometimes you don't know the operator. And I guess this question is more to legal. Is there a way that, and perhaps as part of this ordinance, that you could do that on a reward basis? In other words, this might be a new establishment that's requesting outdoor entertainment, but say, okay, well, let's see how you perform for your first 3 months or your first 6 months or your first year before we give you this privilege of outdoor entertainment.
Alex, I think that one way the board could achieve that is if certain conditions were almost reserved until the applicant comes before the board for a progress report. I mean, I appreciate Tom or Rogelio's thoughts on this, but I think there may be a way to do it such that, for so many in your CUPs, you require an applicant to appear before the board within, say, 90 days of a BTR. There may be an opportunity there to evaluate the proposed operation so far, and then if the board is comfortable that the operation is consistent with the board's approval, then maybe it's, I don't know, Tom, what do you think about that? I mean, I think we could use the progress report.
That's your most effective tool, and I believe that every CUP being issued now, and this has been the case probably since over the last at least 3 years, a mandatory progress report is required within 90 days of the issuance of a BTR, so that you can get an idea of how the operations are going and identify whether or not there are any initial issues or problems. This was actually very effective with the Fairwind Hotel, where this board last year actually suspended that CUP because of violations of outdoor entertainment provisions of the CUP. Since then, I don't believe that there have been any issues there, but that's certainly something that you can regulate as part of your CUP process. But what I don't think you could do is I don't think you could issue a CUP on a conditional basis and then it expires or sunset. Once the CUP is issued, if the applicant is not complying with the conditions, then you would have to go through the formal revocation process.
Mm-hmm. And this condition that you're mentioning that we could work in, would that have to be in any way related to this ordinance or no?
No, that's something that you do, and that's under your purview under the CUP criteria right now.
So when those come up, we could choose if it's the will Correct. Of the board to handle it that way. And just two last points. Active uses on front porches in Collins Avenue. To our law enforcement, that this has been a significant issue and a challenge in ensuring the public safety. What safeguards are being put in place regarding these active uses?
Right now, the only use that you can have within those porches is seating for a cafe. And that's it. If somebody has a license for an indoor entertainment establishment, unless there's a specific condition of the order that allows for the establishment to bleed out into the terrace, which would then require upgrading the CUP to an outdoor entertainment establishment, you cannot utilize that as a commercial establishment. That's different than people who may be guests of the hotel simply sitting on a lobby. People do that frequently. They sit out on a terrace, they sit out on a lobby, and if they're guests of the hotel or they're waiting for a seat at that restaurant, there's nothing in the ordinance that prohibits that. The use itself would only apply if they have a licensed commercial establishment there. But most of these hotels, and I've seen some of the emails that police have sent, it's just been guests of the hotel hanging out on these terraces. That's a little bit more difficult to address as part of zoning regulations.
Okay. And does this ordinance in any way incentivize residential uses? I know we have a lot of transient uses, Now we see the excitement of possible Class A office uses coming into the area, but we really want to enhance the area. We should be looking at and incentivizing residential uses. Does this get us anywhere in that direction?
This doesn't, because this, as Rogelio mentioned, is primarily a cleanup of the MXC regulations. Residential is a permitted use within this area. With regard to incentivizing residences, that's actually a topic of discussion that the mayor's Art Deco Cultural District panel is discussing at length. And it's so far, it's been a very interesting discussion because there are some that have a concern with introducing or incentivizing residential, and others who believe that it could actually end up being a very big benefit having more residential. And in terms of incentivizing that, we actually brought an ordinance to the last meeting of the panel regarding parking reductions in the MXC area. And there was a proposal to remove the parking requirement for residential and hotel uses. And that was designed to incentivize good investment in hotel as well as residential. And there was a lot of different trains of thought on that by the panel. They weren't sure what they wanted to recommend to incentivize yet. Ziskovich, who's been hired by the city to be the consultant to the panel, is formulating a number of recommendations with regard to design standards, development regulation standards, and he's going to be taking a close look at what types of uses he would recommend incentivizing. So I think that down the line, you may very well see some legislation that could incentivize residential, but this does not contemplate incentivizing residential.
Thank you. And that's the extent of my questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right. David, did you have something you wanted to add, or you're?
No, I mean, I appreciate the questions that Alex is asking, and I know that he's interested and very, very well motivated toward helping us on this board. But it takes a long time to ask all those questions. What happens is that we kind of learn as we go along, really. And I guess you're speeding up the process, Alex, but maybe slowing down the meeting a little bit. But it's okay. We're all here for the same purpose. I think that we had some very interesting discussions today about a lot of pressing issues for the city, and these are not easy calls. So I want to thank everybody else for their patience and their devotion to what we're all trying to do. And thanks everybody.
Thank you, David. Tanya?
Yeah, Alex, thank you for your really detailed and thoughtful questions and process. It really illuminates a lot of thinking of what has gone into the ordinance so far and what concerns are that may not have been addressed, or definitely takes another set of eyes to illuminate things. And so I appreciate the work you're doing on that. I have a couple of comments on the ordinance. First of all, I think it is a good start to simplify and streamline the regulations that are already on the books, so that people know what the playing field looks like before they get involved. I think, excuse me. I think that as we're trying to do the right thing for the city, generally speaking, and also living through yet another year of absolute pandemonium in the MXC, I think it behooves us to remember that this is a place where people want to open businesses. And if we choose to allow people to open businesses, we get to dictate the rules. And for too long, I believe, we have tried to acquiesce to everybody's demand, and it's ultimately hurting us, because we, the residents, we, business people who are doing the right thing, we the developers who want to really invest a lot of money and elevate our collective game, like the Salino, for instance. I'm sure they're thrilled with what's going on with Ocean Drive as they're about to open up, the super high-end hotel. But this is our game, so why don't we insist that anybody who wants to open up an indoor entertainment venue has to go through a CUP process? Now we can streamline it so that anything under 100 seats has a less onerous standard of proof. They don't need to do a sound study. They don't need to do parking impact or traffic impact study, whatever the right parameters are. But, again, you look at what, I forget who mentioned the fact that Sunset Harbor, I think Rogelio did, Sunset Harbor has the cutoff of 100 seats or 125 offload. And so why wouldn't we standardize that so that we, design district, Sunset Harbor, not design district, entertainment district, Sunset Harbor, the parameters are the same, and anything under 100 seats, we still have to go through a CUP approval process, but it might be a streamlined, stripped down approval process so that it's quicker and easier. Because ultimately, what we keep hearing is we've lost control, and so if we don't start putting controls back in, what's the point of doing this? Again, we are the destination where people want to open their businesses because they believe they can thrive here. And so let's make them part of the solution. Let's get them to commit to open the kinds of businesses that will enable us to regain control, to start to thrive again, to bring back high dollar tourism, to bring back people of all walks of life who are interested in what we have to offer. And, if they want to do stuff that we don't offer here, then so be it. They'll go someplace else. I mean, if we're making steps,
what kind of controls, Tanya, are you talking about?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, you're talking about us instituting controls on a lot of different complex issues. So,
I mean, CUP process, like that is a way of having some control over who opens a business in our neighborhood that we are trying to regain control over, right? I mean,
yeah, well, we've been trying all along to do that. I mean, look what happened this weekend. When you think about it, it's kind of disconcerting to know that several establishments or the city, had to close the causeways to everybody coming into town to stop this. What's going to happen on Memorial Day, and what kind of controls do you propose?
Well, this is my point. I mean, it's not going to be a silver bullet to fix all the problems all at once. But as we go forward, and we are trying to reimagine what the MXC is going to look like, the ADCD is going to look like, we should have the upper hand in dictating what kinds of businesses can open and what they can do in their enclosed spaces. I don't think that's too much to ask. I think it's a very legitimate thing to say, listen, if you want to open up here, that's great. Let's see your business plan and go through the CUP approval process. And if you're under 100 seats or under 125 offload, then you have this sort of CUP light process. And if you're over 100 seats or over 125 offload, then you have the traditional full CUP approval process. That is one way of exerting control, because then you know who's trying to do what, and they have to come back after 30 days, after 90 days, and you have another tool at your disposal other than code violations and code enforcement to make sure that the people who say they are going to be good actors are indeed good actors. So I would definitely encourage us to make a recommendation with the CUP review for all indoor entertainment, maybe just split it a little bit.
On a broader sense, what I'm concerned about is we had this pandemic, and Ocean Drive turned into a zoo, maybe a super spreader event. And then we had the mayor saying he wanted to close this, and that, and then the governor steps in and contradicts him or contramands him and says, "Hey, everything's great in Miami Beach. Come on down." And and then we have very little control over these hordes of people who come here and don't respect our community. And how is what kind of businesses, I mean, if you say what kind of businesses are going to control that kind of activity, how do you possibly say that if someone's a glass blower and they're not blowing marijuana pipes or whatever, that it's going to control this which is essentially a chaotic condition down on South Beach? How do you control that?
I think those are conflating two different and very real issues. I think one is
Tanya, if you yield, just if you yield, and I'm so sorry, I don't want to interrupt your train of thought, but Mr. Attorney, what my colleague David, and he's very wise to address this, but I mean, David, I think, is mentioning two matters covered under, state of emergencies that are not under our jurisdiction, and here we're discussing matters of policy and legislation that would be under the jurisdiction of the board.
Yeah, no, you're right, Alex. I understand, and I appreciate all your inquiries today, because I think most of them were very, very prescient. So I think that we're faced with the problem of legal issues.
Wait, 1 second. May I continue? 1 second. Yeah, that's exactly where I'm going, Tanya. I respectfully, David, wait 1 second. No, I'm not going to let you finish. I'm sorry. No, I'm not going to let you finish. Tanya was in the middle of talking. She was interrupted. I would like to hear her conclude, and then we'll come back to you. And then I need you guys to use.
She and I are in a discussion.
I understand, but she was interrupted, so let me let her finish, please. Go ahead, Tanya.
So I hear what David's saying, and I think they are very legitimate concerns, but I think they're conflating two different sets of issues. One is that, yes, the pandemic in 2020 and 2021 have dramatically exacerbated the issues that we've been seeing on Ocean Drive and the MXC. But anyone who's lived here for more than 5 minutes will know that the problem is not just from mid-February to early April, and it's not just once a year. It's high-impact weekends across the 12-month calendar. And yes, it's gotten worse by, with a public health emergency and a governor who doesn't see eye to eye with letting cities run themselves the way they believe they need to. So those are very real issues, but they are not under our purview here. What I'm talking about is, as we muddle our way out of, forgive the language, but the shit show that we are living in right now, it is incumbent upon us to put into place the best legislation and the best control mechanisms that we have at our legal disposal to create the atmosphere, create the character of place, protect the character of place that has served us well, or that will serve us well going forward. I love this idea of incentivizing more residential within the MXC. I think requiring anyone who wants to open a business to go through this, and that would fall under the CUP process, regardless of size, should have to go through that process. It gives us one more layer of checks and balances. I think that one of the things that is not addressed in here, and I don't know if it can be, or if it's a free market issue, or what the deal is, but part of the problem is that flights are cheap, hotel rooms are lowering their rates, and people are exceeding the permitted occupancy load for hotel rooms. I mean, when you read about how Fort Lauderdale curbed their issues, one of the things they did was very regular and unannounced hotel room occupancy checks and increasing the rates charged by hotels. So you can't get 6 or 8 people staying in a $75 a night hotel room for a week, because that's not permissible, and there are people checking on it. So I think this is a good start. I definitely think the CUP approval process needs to be included in it for all businesses. I think there's more that we can do, and I look forward to the next set of suggestions that comes before this board from the ABCD discussions and from the planning staff presentations. And I also think that whatever we agree to for the current MXC in South Beach also needs to be translated up to Ocean Terrace and its surrounding environs. Right now, Ocean Terrace is safe because it's got a bunch of derelict buildings on it, basically, because the much ballyhooed project that many of us were looking forward to still has not taken place. Not even the first shovel has hit the ground on that. So we kind of find ourselves in limbo. But as soon as people realize Ocean Terrace, which is a similar setup to Ocean Drive in that you have a pedestrianized or mostly pedestrianized area and surrounding shops and businesses and access to the beach and a park that's supposed to come online, I think that a lot of these issues could migrate north. And I think that whatever we decide is the best course of action for the MXE in South Beach needs to be looked at for the soon to become MXE in North Beach.
See, Tanya, I don't think that these are two separate issues, I think that the policy decisions have to anticipate emergency situations that come up in our city. So I think we should perhaps think and to entertain the idea of a study of what other places like, I don't know, Palm Beach or, other sort of Tony places have done to control this kind of environment. I mean, admittedly, Miami Beach has a very unique draw because it's a subsidiary of a huge metropolitan area, and the people who come here want to partake of all the things. So we have the attendant problems of any large city, almost like New York or Chicago or LA.
I don't disagree with you. But that's not in these recommendations. What you're suggesting and what I agree with is that the commission and staff who work on this should be studying how Vegas got most of their
exactly. I agree with you.
Lauderdale. I mean, a lot of these documents have been circulated. Miami Beach United is actually about to announce a panel on this very topic in the next 10 days or so. So I don't disagree with you, but that's not what's before us. It is also necessary and should have been done 5 years ago, frankly. I mean, the fact that we get caught flat-footed as a city every time we have a high impact weekend is absurd. But that's not what's before us. I agree with you, and I agree that it should have been done already, if not being worked on already. But what is before us is a very limited cleanup of what's in the code currently and some tightenings of restrictions or guidance. And so given that proscribed piece of legislation that is before us, that's where it's coming from. I'm not disagreeing with your overall concerns. I just don't think they're relevant to this particular piece of legislation that we're considering.
All right, David, do you have anything else, or you're comfortable with that?
I agree in the narrow sense that of what Tanya has said, that this particular piece of legislation is different than the overall macro problem. It's kind of a micro problem, but I think it should be taken into consideration in all ordinances and how we control the element that comes here and the businesses that inspire less than favorable circumstances in a very in an entertainment district.
Gotcha. So I think, David, I think on those last points that you're getting to what, if I understood Tanya clearly, what she's really getting at, and that's control in a way of how you impose certain restrictions and other rules and tools that are at our disposal. And some of that is, I think, Tanya, very, very well placed about standardization. We've had a lot of items that come before the board. Not all things can be standardized from South Beach, Mid Beach, and North Beach, and so on. But there are certain items, and I've said this before in this board, that can be standardized. And so one of those can be the CUP process, in my opinion. And so if Tanya, as you said that resonated with me, I think it's something that we should take up and figure out how to do that. On a larger scale, as you talk about, crowds and folks over, I live on Belle Isle. I don't even go onto Ocean. I can't even tell you the last time I've been on Ocean. My goodness, I might have been in my 30s. But anyway, at the end of the day, there are other.
Is that last year? Was that last?
I wish it was. Boy, my 2020 made me feel my age. But anyhow, there are some prescriptive things that we can do, some models that we can extract from other places. But there's certainly tools at our advantage and our disposal that we can do, and they can be implemented on the type of businesses. When people are let out, what time certain businesses close, and that could help with traffic. But again, I think to Tanya's point, I'm going to stop there because I don't want it to metastasize into something that's not necessarily before us. But I like where you're going, Tanya, and I appreciate it, and I will be willing to work with you on addressing that and coming up with some kind of standardization of the CUP process.
Great. Just let me know where and when. If I might, just two more quick thoughts. And then I'll
really quick, Tanya, because you skipping now, Alex. Now I'm trying.
No, it's fine.
Manage these little hands on this screen.
Super fast. I'm generally, in the work I've done with Miami Beach United and as a resident for almost 20 years, I'm generally not a fan of one size fits all. Even though we're a tiny little city, we are very distinct, separate neighborhoods. But a little bit more consistency would serve us all very, very well, because what you can get away with or what is considered normal in one neighborhood may not be in another. And in some cases, standardization would be a useful tool, but carefully and thoughtfully applied. The other thing is, and I referred to it before, but I want to reiterate it because we're kind of at a crossroads as a city now, and we are seeking to attract new development in office buildings, Class A office space, and new kinds of industry to mitigate the risk of a city that is so wildly dependent on tourism. And, that goes hand in hand with controlling, and I'm leery of using that word now, but of setting standards for what we want this city to be. I mean, nobody wants a city to be a dead museum. Nobody wants it to be a Disney-fied version of itself where you cannot change the color of your windowsill without going through 5,000 layers of bureaucracy. It needs to be a thriving, urban, vibrant, evolving city. And as I mentioned earlier today, that's one of the things that's so cool about this city is that you do have all kinds of different things happening throughout the city, whether it's architecture or food or people watching or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's our city, and we wouldn't be getting people coming here trying to build businesses or trying to go on vacation or trying to make memories if we didn't have some really unique, wonderful things to offer. And so because those unique and wonderful things are not going away anytime soon, as stewards of the city, all of us collectively, staff, elected officials, engaged residents, need to sort of elevate our collective game and say, listen, this is our town. You're welcome here, but we get to define what it is. So you either, adhere to that and come here because you find that appealing, or you find someplace else that is more to your liking. And I think this proposal in front of us is a good place to start. And it should really permeate really everything that we do as a city, is to keep the definition of who we are and what we offer and what's special and unique about us in our forefront of our discussions as we go forward, trying to build ourselves a little bit more resiliency from a financial perspective. Thank
Perfect.
you.
We're going to go to Alex. David, take your hand down, and then we're going to go to Mark after that.
Yeah, and I'll be quickly so we can get to Mark. But Tanya, I completely agree with you. I didn't want the unintended consequences of discouraging businesses that would contribute to the cultural activity that I believe the mayor seeks to pursue as he pushes this idea, the AD/CD, forward. But I do believe we can get to that same endpoint with what you're saying of just a different layer of CUP review when you are of a lower threshold. So I completely agree with what you and the chair are saying of a streamlined CUP process so that we still vet those smaller businesses, because I do agree the more vetting we can do, the better at this point, because our code does say that doing business in the city of Miami Beach is indeed a privilege. And so I want to make sure that we maintain that standard in our city. And quite frankly, I don't think that our indoor entertainment establishments have been that much of the problem, though I do agree that we do need to do this vetting, this two-tier vetting as you proposed. Really, the ones that greatly concern me are the outdoor entertainment establishments. Those are the ones that are causing rippling effects through our community. And I don't know how we can address that through this ordinance, because I know that getting rid of them is unrealistic. That's not going to happen. There's not going to be political support for that. But I think the same way that we say zero tolerance on crime, we need to say zero tolerance on those who violate our conditions and our laws in terms of outdoor entertainment. But Tanya, I support you in what you've proposed for indoor entertainment.
Mark, no, David, we're going to Mark, and then we'll come to you, and then you can comment on all of that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mark.
I'm going to be brief because we're beating this to death here. So I agree with Tanya. I think this isn't the end. This is the start right now. So, we can try to micromanage and micro draft here, but we have to also understand that our commission and our mayor set policy, and we have to, they're voted on by the citizens of Miami Beach. And if we don't like their policy, we can vote them out. So, it's up to really the commission to set policy here and us to be one of the arms for them to enforce their policies. Tanya, I think, I'm all in with what you said, and this isn't the end. And the only issue I have is the standardization. It's a little difficult because it's a very, very unique city. South Beach is very different than Mid Beach, which is very different than North Beach. And to have one standard for all those areas is virtually impossible, I think. So we have to really consider how that's going to work in the future. That's what I got to say. And I would be in favor of moving this forward, by the way.
So,
all right, David.
Mark, I definitely agree with you on the issue of severability of individuals, but I think maybe the key might be more aggressive enforcement, because we've had people in front of the board violating their CUPs all the time. They've come back one time, two times, three times. We don't want to put them out of business, but there must be some way we can, enforce what we set forth more effectively. And I do agree with Tanya. So I'm on board with Tanya and Alex, and even you, Mark.
Rarity, Jesus. The hell's wrong with you?
Fair enough. All right, we do need to get on to these other two items that we have. They've been waiting since this morning, and we did it because we're going to lose Asa in about 10 minutes. So I think we're at a point that we can move this item. I think it's going to move, but let me not speak ahead of time. Move it. All right, so it's been moved by Alex. Do we have a second? Second by Mark Milan.
Sorry, I'll second on with volume on. Sorry.
All right, we got you, Rogelio.
Okay, so that's I'm sorry about that.
Go ahead, Rogelio.
Okay, so Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro? Is that a yes? I'm sorry, you were...
Yeah.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Mr. Jalpi? Is he on? Okay, I'll come back to him. Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Yes.
Okay.
And so Mr. Jalpi, are you on?
It passes. If he comes back, we'll record his vote.
Okay.
All right. Let's go ahead and take up the discussion items, which would be the item on the Clevelander, and then I think the attorney is the same, Alex, for both, and then Il Giardino. So let's take the Clevelander items first, and that would be Planning Board File
Mr. Chair, before we lose the quorum, can I just clarify a motion that was made earlier today, just real quick?
Sure.
It was for the lot split. That the motion should have been to withdraw, but I believe it was stated as a deferral. That was PB 20-0415. I just wanted to be clarified that it was a withdrawal.
And I made that motion. It was my error. And yes, you're absolutely correct.
Okay.
So does anybody oppose the change in the
No. No.
Okay. All right. So
Okay.
by common consent.
Thank you. Okay, so on to the first progress report, the Clevelander. Okay, I believe we have a representative of code enforcement with us, Manny Villar. So I'll go ahead and introduce the item, then I'm going to turn it over to him to describe the violations. So the Clevelander has file number PB 1456. It originally received its CUP for a neighborhood impact establishment in May of 2000. In May of 2007, the Historic Preservation Board approved revisions to the site. And in 2010, the Planning Board approved the modification to the CUP to allow for the installation of a platform over the western portion of the swimming pool. In January of 2019, the applicant went before the board for a change of name. In the staff report that's before you, we have identified some code violations. We haven't had any history of this project coming back before the planning board with any progress reports with any issues before. But Manny Villar is on, and he'll be able to go over the code enforcement violations that we've had recently.
All right, let's go, Manny.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This report is for the Clevelander located at 1020 Ocean Drive for code compliance violations. We did a review from May of 2019 to present. And during that period, the Clevelander has received 5 violations. 2 of the violations are fairly recent, November of 2020 and January of 2021 for violations of the emergency order. On one occasion in November, they were open past curfew and a violation was issued. And in the situation in January, it was the fact that they were playing music above an ambient level in the entertainment district. They also received the violation in November of 2020 for not removing their outdoor furniture and chairs when the city manager declared the event. There was a storm at that point. I don't believe it became a tropical storm, but there was a severe storm, Eta, that was rapidly approaching South Florida, and the manager gave the order to clear all the sidewalk cafes, all tables, furniture from sidewalk cafes, and they failed to do that. They received a violation for that in November of 2020. In conjunction with the emergency order violation for them playing music above ambient, they also received a noise violation, a written warning for playing the music above ambient level. And in February of 2021, they received a violation for an illegal sign. It was a barricade that they have covered with a sign, the types of sign they use at the cafes now frequently, and the sign was not permitted. That violation was corrected shortly after. So that is, in addition to that, in the time period, we've received nine noise complaints for loud music at the Clevelander. And again, during that period, out of those 9 complaints, 1 written warning was issued associated with the event January 2nd, 2021, of them playing music above ambient level. And that's the report for the Clevelander.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villar. Let's see, is Alex here?
Mr. Chairman, how much time would you like to allow?
Let's give him 7 minutes.
Okay.
Is he here?
I see his hand raised.
Mr. Chairman, you had me muted.
Oh, there you go. We can hear you now, Alex. Good afternoon,
Okay,
and thank you. And Alex, before you start, thank you for your patience, because I know that you typically would have gone first thing this morning, and please understand we had some judicial matters that we had to take, and you had to be bumped. So appreciate your patience, because that's a long wait, and I just wanted to start there, and then you can go ahead.
Yeah, I just for the record, Alex Tatchmas, Mr. Chair, thank you, but I got to tell you, a 6-hour wait is probably right up there, about as long as I've ever waited to be heard on an item. I understand.
And Alex, it's not because I don't like it. I like it very much. So please take it as a just a one-time offense.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Alex Tatchmas on behalf of the Clevelander, I appreciate the time limit, but I've been waiting 6 hours. I'd appreciate a little bit of time, Mr. Chair, to speak.
Go ahead. You've earned it.
So I have a number of things I need to say, and then I'll be happy to pass this over to Jessica Francos, who's the Executive Vice President of Operations for the Clevelander. So first of all, what I wanted to mention is, just to put this in context, I think all of you know that the Clevelander is definitely one of the most famous and prominent businesses on the street, has been in existence and operating for many, many years. I believe their CUP is more than 25 years old. And as such, the business has attracted many, many millions of dollars in tourism revenues over the years to the city, thousands of employees, and is a fixture for purposes of South Florida tourism, and definitely one of the pillars of the entertainment businesses on Ocean Drive. Last year was, I'm sure, one of the most difficult years in the 25-year history of the establishment. And one issue in particular I just wanted to clarify: understand the character of the Clevelander. We are a live entertainment venue. We have a CUP that is 25 years old. And it's very difficult for us to have live music and live performances and maintain everything at ambient levels. And yet, that is what the COVID order has asked us, the COVID order is imposing on us. And we're doing our best to comply with it, but unless we do a complete 180 in our business model, it's very difficult for us to have a live entertainment venue and keep music at ambient levels. It's been super difficult, but we've tried to do our best. Of course, with COVID, that's also been an extremely challenging situation. We closed for a few months last year, even when we were allowed to open, because we didn't think we could keep our guests safe. And I'm sure you all read that we've also been closed over the last few days voluntarily due to our food and beverage. With regard to the violations, and then I'll turn it over to Jessica, a couple of things to note. I would hope that you would follow the city attorney's recommendation that only adjudicated violations are what is intended to be followed. I know that the code officer had rattled off a number of noise complaints, but many of them were invalid. I believe it's important to follow the instructions of your city attorney about complaints that were valid and not those that have just been either dismissed or were deemed invalid. And the last thing I'll mention, which I had gotten into in a letter I had sent to you, is a bit of a quirky situation. We, on 3 of the citations we received, we wanted to appeal the citations. We were confident that the citations were issued improperly, and the city has told us that in their view, we are not able to appeal or contest them, which has been a bone of contention with us, which is a big problem for us. But I am confident we would have had less violations and no shutdowns had we been able to appeal. Having said that, Mr. Chair, I'm going to turn it over now to Jessica Francos, who is the Executive VP of the Clevelander, and she has some remarks from the operations side to talk about the record and give you the formal progress report.
Thank you, Alex. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Alex mentioned, my name is Jessica Francos, and I'm the Vice President of Operations for Justice Southeast U.S. Properties. In my capacity, I've acted as General Manager and ran the day-by-day operations for Clevelander South Beach and other properties that they own, Styles Hotel, Essex House, and Best Western in North Bay Village, and we also operate the Shuckers Restaurant. I'm happy to address you today, as I always consider it very important to have a strong relationship with the city and be a great partner. First, a little bit about our ownership group. Justa Group is a global real estate firm headquartered in Montreal, which purchased a Clevelander and Essex Hotel in 2018. Our company has first-class properties in many parts of the world, including the south of France, Germany, Montreal, Toronto, and the United States. Locally, we, as I mentioned, we also own the Best Western Shuckers Bay Village and Essex House and Styles. But most of all, our company actually loves South Florida and is bullish about our future and is willing to continue to invest. When I joined Justa Group in 2019, I was the area director of operations, and in March 2020, as soon as the pandemic hit, I became the vice president of operations. And it has certainly been very challenging for me to serve as a general manager during the coronavirus pandemic. When this all started, I never imagined that we will still be in this and managing through a pandemic a year later. But the last 12 months have been extremely difficult for all of us, including those in hospitality. We have had to teach ourselves and then educate our team members daily in the importance of COVID-19 and guidelines. We've had to be implementing rigorous day-by-day processes to remain safe and responsible while operating. We have invested thousands per property in order to comply with all the CDC guidelines and even to comply with every single city emergency order. Since our reopening, we have tried to introduce so many different ways of what Clevelander is and could be. We've reintroduced rooftop yoga. We've been doing it since February this year to, bring something to locals and to other hotel guests. We've introduced live bands, even saxophonists. We started doing rooftop lounge experience, and we've even introduced our Latin nights in order for our patrons to experience what the Miami culture is all about. And during this whole time, we're still trying to do all this and still comply to ambient noise restrictions. But it has not been easy operating a business in Ocean Drive, especially an iconic one like ours. We experienced our first shutdown by the city in November. And since then, I have been working so hard, day and night, to build relationships with our code officers, our police department, and the city in order to show that we're good partners and responsible operators. I'm here from morning to the end. I'm always walking outside, introducing myself, asking the code officer, is my ambient level good? And are we operating fine? Because ambient is just a judgment call at the moment. So I'm always out there asking them, and I'm always building relationships, trying to be a better partner for the city. And at times it's exhausting, but I know that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. And I really hope that the city will be there for us as much as we're trying to be there for the city. But with that being said, we take our compliance with the city code and other laws very seriously. First, because it's the right and moral thing to do. And second, because of the large financial investment we've made in buying and running these properties. We know that the staff reports mention certain code citations, and we would like to place them in context. First, we were cited, the first one I want to talk about is the citation for the sign reading misbehavior encouraged. Please understand that we would never, ever seriously suggest that anyone acts in any manner that was contrary to the law, and this sign was only part of a marketing campaign, similar to marketing campaigns used by many life establishments all around the world. Our sign was at similar nature. However, we do understand that the sign might have bothered certain city officials and other persons during this time. And therefore, we immediately removed the sign once it was brought to our attention, and we sincerely apologize for any issues this caused. With regard to the citation for allegedly playing music above ambient that led into a 24-hour shutdown in January, we were confident that this citation was issued in error. But amazingly, we were told by the city that we cannot appeal it. A similar noise ordinance written warning was also issued for the same music. And again, we were told we could not appeal it. It's terrible that we cannot even have a chance to defend our innocence and respond to these citations. We know that these citations are erroneous because a specific Beyonce song that they pointed out that day, specifically to me, because I was there, by the code officer as violating the volume restrictions, was never played. I was able to show them our DJ playlist that day and show them proof that it was not us. Therefore, the music had to have been coming from another establishment. Lastly, regarding the claim that we violated the midnight curfew, we were showing a boxing match that night in question, and the match was nearing its conclusion, and we got close to midnight. We specifically reached out to the city personnel who were in the area and told us that it was okay to gradually wind down the attendance at our establishment after midnight. If it was not for that assurance, trust me, we would have never gone past midnight. We never do, and we never will. And that one night, we just needed a couple of more minutes to be able to ask our guests to leave our venue. Despite the assurance we got, we were then immediately approached by a code compliance officer who contradicted what the city personnel told us and issued us an immediate violation and ordered us to shut down for 24 hours. And again, we had no chance to appeal or explain what happened before the 24-hour penalty shutdown. We assure you that we will continue to extremely be careful with code compliance issues, and I'm happy to provide my cell number to any of you so that you can reach directly with any questions or comments. Thank you for your time today, and that is all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Frankels. With that, just opening to the board just to have discussion around the item. Let me see if we have anybody. Alex, go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and to the planning director for issuing the letter. Mr. Tashnas, Ms. Frankels, thank you for joining us here today. I don't have to tell you the concerns in our community, the impacts to quality of life that a lot of people are experiencing. I'm not saying as a result of your establishment, just in general, it's the challenges we're facing in our community. I understand what you're saying about the sign, about misbehavior, encourage that it's marketing, but you know, it violated our code, and more than violating our code, it offended our community at a time when it does seem that people feel that misbehavior should be encouraged in our community, at a time when people are jumping on people's cars and breaking their windows. And so it's a direct offense to the taxpayers and residents of the city of Miami Beach. But you are giving us your update. We don't have a quorum of the board present to do anything more than just an update. And I appreciate you offering to be mindful of our code and our enforcement, and just remind you that city personnel doesn't interpret emergency orders for businesses. Your attorneys do. And in the future, I just ask you to be mindful that Ocean Drive and the neighborhood that you're in is not just where you do business and where people go to have fun, but it's where people live as well. And to the extent that you make sure that you comply with all applicable laws regarding that is essential. And I ask you to please be a partner in that. Thank you.
Tanya?
Thank you. And thank you to the folks from the Clevelander for coming to state your case. I would also build on what Alex has said, which is, you know, it's not just the letter of the law, it's the spirit of the law. And I know, listen, I've brought people to the Clevelander for drinks during the day or whatever over the years. It's a fun place to be, and that is the business model. But I would just suggest your location is sort of Ocean Drive Central. And lots of things happen on Ocean Drive that aren't just for sort of the 18 plus or the 21 plus crowd. And I'm thinking specifically of the last few years, not last year because we didn't have one, but the last few years of Art Deco weekend, where you as a business establishment know what's going on. It's noticed well in advance. Oftentimes there are collaborations that go on between the Miami Design Preservation League and the businesses on Ocean Drive. But over the last number of years, I've been working at the Art Deco weekend booths and have seen go-go dancers on the roof of the Clevelander or on various decks, not pool decks, but flat roofs on the Clevelander, working in what seemed like pretty unsafe circumstances or conditions. And Art Deco weekend is a family-friendly event, and so I would suggest that maybe the poolside activities don't get raunchy until after 8 o'clock, when most of the Art Deco weekend stuff is done for the day. It's that kind of just judicious programming. And I know marketing is marketing because I am a marketer. That's what I do for a living. And I know that you have a reputation and an image to keep up. But I would also suggest that you can attract a lot of business by fitting into what's going on around you, to be contextually relevant. So like when the Super Bowl comes to town, it's all about football. When Art Deco weekend comes to town, it's all about those sorts of things. Engage instead of trying to overbear with your model, as opposed to just kind of play nice with everybody doing stuff around you in the weekend. And the most recent example of the sign saying, misbehavior encouraged or expected, I forget what the language was exactly. I mean, anyone who's been on Ocean Drive for this time of year for the last 5 or 10 years knows that that was in poor judgment. So I would just encourage you collectively to think about the context in which you operate and not just the specific legality of what is or is not permitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Let's see. Any other board members to comment on this?
I was just going to add another additional comment.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Alex. I wasn't sure if that was from last time.
No. Yeah, no, it's fine. And just wanted to add one last additional comment is that we just spent some time talking about the MXC and its transition into an Art Deco cultural district. And, if the establishment could be thinking, like, how can it integrate into that vision, be a part of that vision? I'm sure they've been thinking about it, but just, and it's not for today, it's nothing to be answered. I'm certainly not expecting a response, but, in keeping with the vision of what, Mark, I'm getting your feedback again. Thanks. Just in keeping with the vision of where the city wants to go forward with Ocean Drive and the MXC. Just think of how that model can be incorporated so that we avoid these situations in the future. Again, thank you for your time.
Go ahead, Mark.
I agree with Alex. I mean, Clevelander is as institutional as it gets there. It could be a leader and lead us into a different direction. And I hope that you guys are thinking that way. That's all.
Thank you, Mark. I won't echo too much, but I agree with what has been said, and I'm gonna make it a point to go and explore a little bit more of the beach and look forward to the operations. Falling in line to what has been discussed today. I do understand COVID was an oddball year for many, so I'm going to, with that backdrop for me, frame the conversation around 2020, and hopefully it's just an isolated kind of series of events. But I think to Alex's point about reliance on somebody who may be in a city capacity, but not necessarily the entity that you should be taking direction from. I think when you come here to the board to explain, I think it needs to have a little bit more substance than that. But with that, let me stop, and I will turn it over to David, and then I think we can close this out and move to the next item. Go ahead, David.
Just one or two comments. I know how hard it is to balance a hospitality business model where you have young people there who are there to have a good time and drink and socialize. And so I understand the challenge you had this year. And so I want to just echo or reiterate that we are sympathetic to your issues, and your history and track record has been pretty good over the years. So keep doing what you're doing. I guess after the pandemic is over, there'll be some new regulations down there, but we like you to be there, and we like you to be successful, and you are an institution, not quite yet like Joe's Stone Crabs, but you are an institution. So thank you for coming down today.
Mr. Chair, could I make a closing comment?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Alex.
Thank you. First of all, I just wanted to say that I think all the comments were very well stated and reasonable. Parenthetically, I will tell Mr. Fernandez, who's only been on the board a short time, that I'm definitely impressed with your passion, and I think you have a bright future in civic activism. So kudos to you. And I do think, Tanya, that if that was going on during a family-oriented event such as Art Deco Festival, that was wrong. And I know that the owners will be following the guidance that you give them today and try to improve going forward. As far as a bit of a greater role on a cultural side, I think we're going to see an announcement from us in the coming days because we were just talking about that internally in terms of trying to be a little bit more responsive to the community on a cultural side. And kind of coincidentally, you're mentioning that we will likely be making some comments about that in the coming days. But we do appreciate the outreach, the level of cooperation, and the understanding for what has really been a super difficult year, and we promise to do better.
We know you've booked Yo-Yo Ma for Memorial Day weekend. I would love to hear his cello playing, so I think I'm outnumbered at the Clevelander, David, but I would love it.
So, David, I don't know if you know, I was I'm a musician. I've played the Clevelander over a dozen times way back in the day when they used to have live bands outside by the pool.
Oh, really?
It was a lot of fun, and we were loud.
Sure it was.
I don't know what you charge, Mark, but we can open discussion.
Might have been there, but I probably forgot.
It was the full-on rhythm and blues band. It was right by the pool, and it was amazing times.
So Alex, Jessica, apparently there is an ad hoc planning board music band that you can hire. I'm not sure we will be that good. Mark will carry us. And
good enough. Thank you.
How it goes. But thank you guys for coming today. I don't think there's any action that needs to be taken on this. So Alex, I think you're going to stay around for the next one.
One more. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Rogelio, do you need to intro it?
All righty. So this is a progress report for Il Giardino. It's had several file numbers over the year. The most recent one is PB16-0069. For a history of the site, in October of 1998, the site originally received a CUP in order to operate an outdoor entertainment establishment limited to non-amplified jazz bands or similar bands at a restaurant called Les Deux Fontaines. In May 2006, it was modified to change the operator to Osteria Romana 2 and remove the limitation that the band be non-amplified. In 2010, the CUP was modified to change the operator to Reta Ocean Drive and remove the condition limiting the entertainment to jazz band or similar and allow entertainment level amplified music with volume controls conforming to a sound study. In February 2011, as a result of a progress report due to numerous noise violations, to compel the applicant to conduct another sound study, A progress report was provided to compel the applicant to provide another sound study and install speakers in accordance with the new plan. In 2011, the planning board modified the order to remove the ability for the applicant to have amplified music outdoors that is played at entertainment levels as a result of continued violations. In 2012, the CUP was suspended by the planning board for 1 month. In December 2016, the CUP was again modified to change the operator to Il Giardino for an outdoor entertainment establishment. That operated for a while, and then in July 2017, a cure letter was issued to the applicant regarding open violations and complaints about the operation of the establishment. And the progress report in July of 2017 also was provided to the planning board in response to the cure letter. And at the time, the board requested that a public hearing be set to consider revocation, modification, or imposition of additional conditions due to code violations and complaints. In September of 2017, the planning board modified the CUP to prohibit outdoor entertainment for 60 days and continued the progress report and revocation hearing. In November of 2017, the planning board extended the prohibition for 30 days. In December of 2017, it was extended another 60 days. And then in February of 2018, the applicant submitted a sound study and the board reinstated the outdoor entertainment CUP with a modified speaker plan. Subsequently in May, the planning board had another progress report and pursuant to that modified CUP determined that no further progress reports were needed. So again, recently we've had some more violations, and we have Manny VR from Code Enforcement who is going to go over the violations that we've had in more recent years.
Yes, this is the code violation report for Il Giardino, 1236 Ocean Drive. I'm going to back up to May of 2019. That was actually Memorial Weekend. There was 2 violations issued back to back on May 24th, 2019 and May 25th, 2019 for failure to operate the business in accordance with the conditional use permit. And the issue was that the establishment brought in an outside DJ, and the DJ set up with an outside sound system, speakers, and lighting. In addition to that, Il Giardino has received 1 sanitation violation during the period. They complied, corrected that violation immediately within 24-hour period. And the establishment has received 4 violations for violating Sidewalk Cafe Code of Conduct, reference soliciting and hawking. The first violation was issued December 3rd, 2019. That was the first offense. The second offense was issued February 20th, 2020. Those 2 violations then triggered a 1-day suspension of the cafe. The cafe was suspended by the city manager from operations. This is the Sidewalk Cafe portion on February 27th, 2020. After that, they received another code of conduct violation November 19, 2020, and a 4th one on November 27th of 2020. That 4th violation triggered an additional suspension, which took effect on December 4th of 2020. I have to add, the establishment did appeal those 4 code of conduct violations, and 2 of them were dismissed at the special master. The second offense and the 4th offense was dismissed at the special master. So in total, the establishment has received 4 code of conduct violations during the period, 1 sanitation violation, 2 zoning violations, 5 loud music complaints, which result in no violations. They didn't, no violations for loud music or excessive noise. And that is the report for Il Giardino.
Thank you, Manny. Alex, you go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, thank you again. For the record, Alex Taximus representing Il Giardino. And I'm going to turn it over to Eileen Torres in a moment, who is the representative of the client, who can speak to the progress report. But I did want to crystallize a bit the violations record, because I don't think the inference that's being created is accurate. If you look in the prior 12 months, and you can ask Rogelio, you can ask Nick about this to clarify, In the prior 12 months, which really is the relevant period, that's the look back window for noise violations and the like, we only have one adjudicated violation. That's it. And that was for hawking. We did also have an oral noise violation, oral noise warning, I should say. But oral warnings, as you know, do not count against someone's record in the nature of a written warning or a noise violation. So I believe that's instructive. Some of the comments go back a couple of years from the code officer, but the relevant window is the last 12 months, at least most of the time. And only having one VIO in 12 months, I think, is quite good. Having said that, Eileen, if you're there, if you can make some brief comments about the business. Eileen? Mr. Chair, she must have stepped out. So that'll conclude our presentation.
Okay, no problem. Alex, if she comes back, we'll give her, given that, you know, the scenario with our schedule today, we'll give her the opportunity to say some words. Is that her now?
Should be. Eileen, is that you?
Is Eileen A+?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. She must. Okay, well, look, we'll come back. We'll have a discussion with the board first.
Okay.
And I'll just start. I mean, Alex, this has been, since I joined the planning board, this has been a recurring thing with Il Giardino. I'm not sure why or the how of it. I know that we have. I can say on our side that we have been very, very lenient. We have heard the 12-month argument in the past, and I hear you. It for a 12-month period, you know, it is pretty good. But you know, considering that it was a COVID year and businesses were shut down, I'm not sure how good I'm going to make the relative record for 2020. However, that said, regardless of 2020, you know, just the ongoing activity here has been tough in the past. Now, that doesn't mean that it's going to continue to go, but I just wanted to respond to your 12-month comment because it came to me. I think this is the fourth or fifth time that I'm having something to do with Il Giardino with regards to my service and time on this board. So I'm going to stop there, but let's see what other comments we have from the board, and then we'll close it out.
Mr. Chair,
Alex.
I think the client's ready to speak.
Okay, Eileen, are you there?
I think she said she's raised her hand.
Okay, PJ, can we put A+ to speak?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, we had to switch Zoom accounts. So I'm not on the client's account. I'm on Il Giardino's account, but I do represent them. Good afternoon. I am Aileen Torres, representative of Il Giardino, located at 1236 Ocean Drive. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. We always want to work in good faith and cooperate with the city and be a good partner. Over the last 12 months, and even preceding that, really, we have done our best during a very difficult time to operate our business. As you know, we have survived through the lockdowns and closures of the COVID situation, the dip in traffic here on the beach after the reopenings, and also turnover and maintaining proper staff levels, and having to retrain staff and new staff as we manage that turnover as well. So we are juggling a lot of different issues in a very difficult time, as has been spoken by people before me as well. So despite those difficulties, though, it is important to point out that we did only have one adjudicated sidewalk cafe code of conduct violation in the last 12 months. And I know that Mr. Villar, whom we know and we have worked with over the past several years, actually went back to May 2019 to reference violations that are almost 2 years old now. But I do believe we are dealing with the last 12 months. And so that violation that we've had within the last 12 months, it was for hawking in November of 2020. And that person is no longer employed here. We took action on that. We see the code officers here all the time. We do have relatively open communication with them and good relationships with them. They have been on site to kind of instruct us and direct us to deal with the ambient level, because that is a subjective measurement at this point, but we have not been issued any noise citations regarding that either. So as far as the last 12 months, we've only had the one violation, and we stand on that. Now, the only right given by our CUP is the ability to play live music. And even that must be at ambient levels, and we must stop the live music at 11 p.m., which we do. All other parts of our operation are under the regular code. And we will continue to do our best in complying with the city code and maintaining a good partner, a good neighbor status. All of the different COVID restrictions that have been levied, we have adhered to. We have done our best to comply on the fly in a lot of cases, because that situation is fluid. So we appreciate the chance to speak to you today, and I am happy to give you my contact information so that you can reach out to me directly with any questions or comments that you might have in the future or presently. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Let's see. Hang on. Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the establishment for being here present, and again, Mr. Tashnas, for your presentation. I think we all are sympathetic to those who have been dealing with the challenges of the lockdown. We need a strong economy, and a healthy business environment ensures that we succeed as a city, and we get out of the situation that we're in because of COVID. But I need for staff to refresh my memory. The most recent code of conduct violation, when was the most recent code of conduct violation?
The most recent code of conduct violation was issued November 27th of 2020.
And at that point, did we already have the expansion area established on for sidewalk cafes?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. This is where my sympathy goes away, and I am so sorry. Because yes, we want businesses to succeed. Yes, we don't want people going through a hard time during the pandemic. But when our city extends to you, not your property, but the public's and the taxpayers' property as an expansion area to operate business, but then you go ahead and you violate a code of conduct that's put there through advocacy of the residents of the city of Miami Beach, and you hawk, that is a direct disrespect to those taxpayers on whose property you are engaging on that activity. And I share the feelings of our chairman, because prior to being on the planning board, I wasn't on the planning board, but I followed the planning board. And I know the history that this establishment has had of coming back over and over again before the planning board. But most importantly, I'm a resident, and the office of resident is the highest office that anyone can have in this country. And I think there was some Supreme Court justice that said that once. but you know, as a resident, I walk by there, and I've personally experienced the hawking. And on the east side of Loomis Park, I've listened to the music coming from the establishment. And that's where I lose the sympathy, because we want you to succeed. We don't want to overburden the establishment, and much less during a pandemic. But to what extent when the establishment then doesn't respect the city, its regulations, its code of conduct, and worse, its taxpayers. And that's where I really, to staff and to the attorneys, I run into great hesitation and concern, and that's how I feel about this at the moment. And I'll be interested to hear what my colleagues have to say. Thank you.
Any comments from the board?
Yeah, I agree with Alex. This is a privilege to operate in South Beach. There's been a lot of accommodations made for the Clevelander. I remember coming back here, and I think we were here. I was on the board when there was a code violation, and I think they came in and were very apologetic about it. But I don't live in that neighborhood, and I'm sure many people are affected by loud noise at night, residents. And at the same time, this is a mixed residential business area. Everybody knows that South Beach is a place where people go to party, and so it's hard for the planning board to harm somebody's business because of noise violations, which brings me back to the same thing I've been talking about for a couple of years now, is that I think that noise should be measured in decibels rather than just simply a subjective 100 feet across the road hearing test, because that could be affected. But I think decibels at the source is the only really effective way to have an objective standard to measure noise. As far as hawking, I don't need to tell you how objectionable that is. So, I'm trying to balance the equities here, and I think that's what we all have to do. And if there's a slight tipping of the scale against you because you had so many violations, then so be it. I mean, it may teach you to be even more respectful and cautious of the strictures you're under, operating on Ocean Drive. So I yield to whoever wants to be next.
All right, we'll go in the order, and if you don't have any comment, that's fine. Nick, then Tanya, and then we'll close out with Mark.
No, listen, I'll just agree with everyone's comments at this point. I mean, at a certain point, clearly, it is a challenge to run a business in an entertainment district, and I do sympathize that I feel it is not a very simple thing to avoid noise violations, but you've got to be vigilant. I mean, you just have to be vigilant. These are repeated issues that come back over and over, and frankly, it's extremely frustrating to sit here for years and just have the same thing come back and just have us kick it down the road. I don't know what we decide to do about this, but I'll second everyone's comments and recommend we do something.
Okay, and I'll just make the note that we asked them to come in. There was not a reason beyond us bringing them in, just to get a progress report update. But go ahead, Mark.
Okay, I echo what my colleagues say, and I think that the pendulum has swung a bit, and I think people have to understand it has, that people, the citizens are kind of getting fed up with what's happening on Ocean Drive and South Beach. And it's bleeding out. It's bleeding out to other areas of the community. And so now it's not just a entertainment district issue, but it's a citywide issue. So it's like there's a new sheriff in town. I mean, I think that we have been, very business oriented and very sensitive to the needs of the business and the investment community who invested there. But I think it's now the pendulum has swung to consider a lot more of the quality of life and the citizens here. And so this is sort of like a warning shot, I would say, that, I'm with everybody here on this, and, I'm kind of fed up. I'm sick of what's happening in the city. I'm sick of what's happening in the district there. That's, again, bleeding out to all our neighborhoods. And so we may not do anything here, but, we're going to start doing things going forward, and we're going to be a lot tougher, I think, and I think we should be much tougher. So that's what I got to say, and I'll yield the floor.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mark. Tanya, I'm sorry, I went out of order. Tanya, go ahead.
Yeah, I echo and agree with all the comments that have been made, and I will just reiterate something I said a minute ago, which is you got to take your business establishment in the context of the city and of the neighborhood in which you operate. And I'm not taking anything away from how difficult it is to stay open and stay solvent during COVID. I mean, it's disastrous. I've got friends and family in the hospitality business and food and beverage, and it's really damaging. That being said, the issues aren't relegated to just this past 12 months. There's a significant history of issues. And as we discussed in the conversation about the ordinance about the MXE, tightening up of the MXE codes and the ADCD, it is our city. It's our residents who keep the lights on and keep the roads paved and, bring their friends down to visit. And the businesses that are here have to be mindful that they are, they're operating in the context of a community. And so it's not advantageous to anybody to take advantage of what can be done. You've got to consider how you appear in context and how your activities and behavior reflects on the neighborhood and the district and the city as a whole. So I just really encourage you and anybody who's out there listening and thinking, good, glad it wasn't us who was called up to defend our behavior over the last 12 or 24 months. But, we need to redefine who we are and set standards of behavior and codes of conduct that everyone will adhere to. Because if you don't think it's a good fit for your business model, then either change your business model or go find someplace else that suits you better. So I wish you continued success, but continued success in a way that complements the city, not degrades from the experience.
Thank you, Tanya. And then Alex, I know you want to just have one more comment, and then we'll turn it back to Alex.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
I'm sorry, Alex.
Which Alex? I'm sorry.
I realize I have too many Alexes, huh? So we're going to let Alex Fernandez go, and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you.
The other one's Alexander.
He's Alexander. I'm Alejandro.
Alexander, yeah.
There we go.
And we have another Alejandro in the room in here too in the convention center. But again, colleagues, thank you for all your comments, and I think we're all kind of on the same page about this. Of course, some of you have much more history here with this than what I do and my colleague Tanya do as the newest members here. You're all more familiar with this file. What's also important to note here is that it's not just noise, but it's also hawking. And someone mentioned, noise is how do you really judge it? Well, but hawking, it's an actual action, and they've been violated it 4 times. They've been issued 4 violations for this over from December 3rd, 2019 to November 27th, 2020. And that's hawking on our public right-of-way. And, there comes a point when you got to think, when you let this go by, what message are you sending then to the law-abiding business? What message are you sending to that business that is complying with our code of conduct? At what point do we put them at a competitive disadvantage? When you allow one operator to hawk and get away with it, but not let the good operator do it because our code says that they can't do it. And there comes a point that when the file is so big and the list is so long that I think it's only proper. It would be unfair to the good operators in our community for us not to ask us to come back here for a public hearing and see whether or not any further action is needed. But because we owe that to the good operators, to those who have been following the law, even during a pandemic, even when they're losing money, they've been following the law. And I think we owe them nothing less, because otherwise we're being unfair to those who actually respect our code of conduct here in the city of Miami Beach. Those are my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, Alex, you may go, and I think you've heard the comments here. I think, in summary, take those back. Eileen, you heard the comments, take those back. I don't think we're going to have action on this item today, but I can assure you that should you be brought back before the board, there will be some action taken. But Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And we will certainly take those issues to heart. I do want to just clarify the record, because I know my client would be remiss if I did not. To the extent that a hawking violation or any violation is appealed and dismissed, it can't legally be considered as part of the record of violations for the property. So we have one adjudicated hawking violation in the last 12 months. And I understand that there might have been additional adjudicated violations before that, but I ask you to look at the last 12 months. That is the most recent indicator of how we are doing. I'm not saying you should be doing somersaults over this, but our record has improved from a couple of years back to these last 12 months down to one hawking violation. We will continue to improve, but I just wanted to make sure that the record was clear.
Absolutely, Alex, and thank you for your patience again, and thank you for showing with your client. Thanks for Eileen for coming on behalf of Il Giardino. We will keep an eye out. We do understand the improvement, and I will concede that it is an improvement based on when I first arrived at the planning board. But just continue to be, I think the word vigilant, and maybe another word was used, but please, for the sake of wanting to operate the business in the city, please take heed to the comments that were made today. All right.
Understood, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all so much. David, go ahead.
I want the last word.
Go ahead.
Alex has just said he was only caught for one hawking. It doesn't mean there hasn't been a lot of hawking and the public hasn't been affected. So yes, technically there was only one judicial finding of hawking, but if you're caught doing it and then you're not convicted, doesn't mean you weren't doing it, and doesn't mean you weren't caught a lot of other times. So that may be the wrong thing for a lawyer to say, but we understand what it's like down there. So watch your step.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Chairman, just one final comment, just to the planning director. I know he always keeps his eyes out for these things, but to be vigilant on these matters and to consider whatever regulatory authority he has or discretion he has under the code on this. We know that the planning director is very measured and very responsible in his authority, but to keep an eye on it, because it certainly is a concern, not just for us, but clearly it's a concern for the entire city, these issues of code violations in this area of the city.
Well, you didn't let me have the last word, Alex.
Now you just got it, David. Hey, well, listen, thank you all for the time today, board members, staff. It is always a pleasure to gather here once a month and do the service.
When's the next meeting? When's the next meeting?
27th of April.
27 April. Okay.
Yeah. So we'll have agendas. I think we'll have that one item that's coming back. That'll be a little bit hopefully not as time consuming, but that will be added to the agenda. And we'll figure out the order of the agenda as we finalize the items for the next meeting.
Stay safe, everybody.
One quick housekeeping item for the last voting item that we had, PB 210429, which is MXC. I don't have a vote recorded for Nick Shelby. Did you want to record a vote for that?
Do you need one from me?
We don't. The item passed 6-0, but I just want to make sure.
I wasn't present, so I don't want to.
Okay,
Sorry,
not a problem. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Thanks, Rogelio.
Bye,
David.
everybody. Bye.
Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you all.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Take care.